fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world.
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming mode 始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下棋赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下棋赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
各位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要。
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战。
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第六赢第七不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们本事，阻止他们。
应该 we team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
神君未定，一切皆有可能。
我不元气，我们在等一场金色的雨。
赢的是年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Welcome, one and all, here to the LPL 2023 Summer Split, and we're here to kick off our very first Super Weekend here in week number 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever-talented Lyric, and we got the American crew in here for today. We got some fun ahead of us as well, Lyric. You excited as I am to kick off this split together, at least for my first cast?
I'm super stoked. Your first cast. I'm back. We got Lil Bro, who I just put out in a tweet right now. We got some ring-a-dingers because
I thought
bangers.
Lil Bro was me.
Oh.
Oh,
you know that
Sag.
it was.
Should I leave?
It was meant to make you think that. But Mazal, I'm also pretty sure I'm older than you. I'm younger than you, so I'd be Lil Bro.
Yeah, I think.
But
but anyways.
Mazal, throw us to the recap. Throw us to yesterday's games.
So
get us out of whatever this is.
We did have some bangers yesterday, although they did end up in maybe a short affair. We did have some bangers. So OMG took on BLG in our first series here, Lyric, and it did end up being a 2-0 for BLG, but it was the way that they made it come together, looking on point.
Yeah, it was weird, and you know, to kind of go more holistically than just talking about these games individually, kind of a weird day when you think about it, right?
True.
Look at the matchups on paper: BLG versus OMG, JDG Weibo, absolute banger of a day, which I just said was overused, and here I am using it. All teams, playoff caliber. Our 2 MSI representatives are back. BLG came out absolutely swinging. Looked only better from the experience that they got at MSI. And then, like, when we got to the second series, JDG maybe looking like still having a bit of that MSI hangover. I think results for either team are things that we don't need to put a lot of stock in just yet because it is so early. They did just get back. OMG, I feel like the more surprising one of this matchup with how much they did struggle against BLG in the series. So we're on the opposite side.
This
Weibo,
one, though.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in Weiwei over Karsa, and Weiwei, amazing series. And Weibo overall, firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it feels like Weibo themselves been geared up for this since they've been watching JDG at MSI, seeing them on the national stage. But it felt like a clinic from Weibo, and that was kind of the occurrence of the night. I think you still got to see some of the team fighting aspects come in for JDG, but honestly, the Weibo gaming team comps were just too stout.
Yeah, I feel like Weibo came in with like a really solid idea, get the Shy on his hands on tanks early, while also denying 369 from, you know, a Scion, an Ornn, a Malphite, anything along those lines. He was stabilized. Weiwei went into the series 6 wins, 4 losses against Kanavi, now makes his way up to 8-4. He just seems like a natural counter there. And Light was so reliable in spring. You have Xiaohu coming in. It's just like this is the peak of the roster. We knew what the peak was back in spring. The peak is the same now. Now we just need Weibo to have that consistency to deliver.
Yeah, JDG taking their first loss here. Weibo starting off very strong, liking the pieces they've assembled and continue to build on. While OMG need to maybe find a little bit of traction here for themselves. Love to see the crucial pieces of BLG popping off. Shun looking good, but as well as Elk staying on his crazy ADC Elk trajectory, I guess. Now we're going to look at the standings. So far, a decent amount of games played at least, but you see a decent amount of, you know, would-be top-tier teams finding themselves with that first loss into their category.
Yeah, the most important thing to keep an eye on is the Holy Trinity. Weiwei, Mole, and PP God. Weiwei now
Is that what you're looking at?
Mole and PP God sadly sitting at 0-1, but there's time to get there because speaking of 0 wins, 1 loss. We have a lot of those teams today. AL, TT, LGD, all of them going to try and, you know, have a chance to get up on the scoreboard. I guess TT and LGD will for sure since they're going up against each other.
Somebody's got to win.
FPX Ultra Prime. It's going to go the opposite way.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see Ultra Prime continue. They had such good drafts in their first series against AL. We'll see the continuation. But we also, for the first time, get to see WE here in the summer split, right? And I think getting to that, the first time we do get to see them, there is a significant change, I would say. And it's in one specific part. It will be that top lane Cube coming in here for WE.
And, right, honestly, on paper, just an upgrade. Like, BU had a solid amount of time in the LPL. Right now, not finding himself on a starting roster, but always kind of been that weak side, try to be a rock sort of player. And I feel like Cube is like the epitome of that, to where Cube not only plays tanks, plays carries, plays a bit of everything, and he's always been just one step removed from like that elite level of top laners that we have in the LPL, that like S++ tier. Always been like one step below it, can hold his own against anyone, is going to beat down on top laners who aren't in his caliber. And it just feels like that this was a great way to try to stabilize your top side when you already have such a strong mid laner, when you already have a great carry down in bot lane and Hope, and now Iwandi really going to be at home in this meta that's filled with enchanters.
Yeah, and obviously across the other side of it, we were talking a little bit about Shanks himself, and he will be going against Pinzi tonight, which, you know, a star in his own right through the LDL, through the developmental systems, but trying to make his name known here in the LPL. But speaking of making his name known, Jutcho making his way into the hearts, it feels like, of the community. Even if AL ended up on the losing end of their first series, I think there is some bright points towards this bottom lane to really look towards.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like anyone's Legend looked like the better team in their first series against Ultra Prime. Like, they just did. They looked slightly better. There's a lot of mistakes on both sides. But the big problem with AL is it just felt like Ultra Prime outdrafted them in every game. Even the game that AL won, I believe Ultra Prime having the Cog Melio in that game. I just feel like AL should have never been able to get in range. They were able to abuse Ultra Prime's mistakes, but I feel like that's the first step. I want to see AL kind of shore up after seeing one series. He's come in with, a better understanding of the priorities in the meta. What they did play on day one, so I get not having it, but right, the Zerayumi, things like the Melio, we need to see these off the board and not putting yourself in a position where it's harder to win.
And we will be in Team WE's home arena in Xi'an, and it should, give them a little bit of breathing room, hopefully a little bit of extra fandom in the crowds. We'll be getting into the arena now. WE will be taking on AL, and I think this is a big proving moment for what WE have been working towards. What does this stability in the top lane bring to, as we were kind of foreshadowing to earlier, a very strong mid laner who looked like one of the best mid laners in all the LPL last split, trying to find that cohesion with a jungler that is chaotic to some extent in Hump.
Yeah, and I feel like that will always be the defining part of WE, right? Because Shanks now has been made the franchise player. I know Hope has more accolades, but I still believe Shanks is probably the best player on this squad, a great player to play around. But a lot of the up and down came from the fact that Hung was such a topsy-turvy player who some games would have phenomenal early games, be able to snowball the rest of the squad, and sometimes would just get completely shut out, especially if enemy teams and enemy junglers would put like any pressure on him, right? So you're thinking of people like Tien, people like Tarzan, who really do like to get in your face and put that pressure. It's going to be up to Xiaohao today to see if he can do the same thing that so many junglers were able to do last split.
It's going to be an interesting tale to tackle, especially with the way kind of the meta's been leading. I'm so interested at what style of jungle we're going to get here, because we have been seeing a lot of the kind of carry-oriented or even sometimes utility-oriented junglers coming through here. And I feel like with both these guys coming in here, Xiao versus Hung, we will get a little bit of that spiciness. I'm sure we'll be coming through in the first phase just to make sure they can have some of that stability for
You need to stop. You need to stop getting my hopes up by saying, jungle meta, spiciness, because I have been waiting. I am just sitting here waiting until we get our first jungle Nico. Still hasn't happened. I don't know why.
I don't think it will happen, Captain. But
But you look at all of these players solo queue, and they're all playing a bunch of it. They're all playing a ton of Nico jungle. I'm like, all right, cool. It's working in solo queue now. Bring it out on stage.
Have the confidence to bring it out. There's also another pick we'll kind of keep in our back pocket that we'll see if we actually get to see today. It could be a little bit of fun. But as WE take to their home arena for the first time with a split, get to see all the wonderful fans in there.
Look at the little Hope
pictures.
sheep.
Yeah, it's so cute. I love the animal themes. Anytime an animal theme gets associated to a player, I love it.
I wonder if there's, and it's so hard being, again, sadly removed from like the Chinese community. Because then you have to wonder, it's like, does like a sheep mean something for Hope? Or, is just a sheep a cute animal that happened to be on the headband that day? And
maybe, that goes hand in hand? No,
I feel like
might
sheep
be
are
too
pretty,
far.
I feel like sheep seem like depressed creatures. I don't know why. And I'm not saying depressing, but they just always look, a little bit sad, a little bit like,
they're vibing. Sheep be vibing, Mirk.
I gotta be honest, I have also never grown up around a farm. You are a Texan, so you actually might have a much better handle of sheep than me. Though I don't know if they're sheep.
We actually did have. Oh, what is that? That's not a sheep. That's a dragon.
Wait, WE's mascot is a dragon?
This is so cool. Oh my god, I want to give it a hug. I want to give it a hug. Oh, and the wing is a WE. I didn't even notice that.
It actually looks like a character that belongs in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. And it might be for all I know.
That's OP, though. That's like a mental div. You see that thing walk out and see, oh my god, I'm hitting the rift against these guys? Man, that's actually really cool.
It actually
wouldn't
do that at all.
Let's go! Oh, that's so cool. I love me some mascots, man. That might be the, U.S. collegiate guy in me, but I love mascots. It's always great.
Is it rude to say it actually looks kind of creepy?
Maybe that's the point. I told you, mental diff, man. I want to scare you. You're scared. Watch that. That thing is watching you play League of Legends.
To kind of bring it back, I don't feel like WE should need a mental diff. They're sitting without a loss on the board. AL, of course, again, for anyone who's missed it, AL has already played a series. AL played on the very first day. They were the very first series up against Ultra Prime, did lose.
They were.
So WE now get to come in with what is an upgraded roster on paper. What on paper is honestly probably better than what AL have as well. And right, they had better results in the spring split, making it into playoffs. So I think they have all the mental diffs that they need.
Yeah, and the thing for me is always looking at consistency. Obviously, you're not going to get that in one series of the split, but it is a start to something that WE can continue to build on, because the thing was they weren't consistent as the season went on, right? They ended up in 10th place. They did go to playoffs, but they got knocked out in the first round. So it's about finding consistency in the regular season that can give you that leg up as you go into the playoffs, as you look to Worlds much further down the road. But there's that man in the mid lane, Shanks, a huge position for WE, but also an up and cover for WE. I guess not anymore. He's been on the starting roster for a while, but he was, that developmental piece through WE system to try to make to this point, and he's got a pretty stout bot lane to help him out.
And that's what it's all about. It kind of sucks because with so many interesting changes in terms of rosters, with top laners, right? Cube coming over here. We have Xiaoshu going over to RA. Moves like this, we're cool, I'm really interested in seeing how top lane works out. Then you remember what meta we're in. And it feels like...
Are you ready for Zeri Felios?
Right. It feels like we've gone even further in pushing top laners back in terms of interest in watching the lane matchup. I guess the caveat is now with Teleport unleashing at 10 minutes, at least we get to see them have more of an impact earlier in the game, right? Getting the impact, especially around that second dragon timer, get in the team fights, has been really fun. Because even though I agree, maybe top laners being able to TP down to bot at 3 minutes was a bit overkill. Seeing them not be able to TP until third dragon fight, that also wasn't it.
I will say I missed the days of the third bush ward down bot lane TP flank from the top laners. Although it was very chaotic, it was always very fun. So now we get kind of the middle of that to some extent. Maybe not as much the middle, but
I remember back when I was coaching in the LMS and we scrimmed one of the LPL teams. They did that. They TP ward down bot, but not even at the usual whatever it was 3, 4, 5 minute timer.
Mm-hmm.
It was first wave, both enemy mid and top TP down, completely destroyed us. And that was always the fun of scrimming LPL teams back in the day, is they'd always do random shenanigans like that. It would always work, and then they would always stomp us.
Well, hey, at least the past is the past. You're here now. You don't need to be scared any longer.
Those are great memories.
They are great memories. And I think that I want to continue seeing how teams are really feeling it out. I feel like it is going to take a couple weeks before we really get a definition on how things and what timings things are going to be taking place at. But I am continuously interested at how fast the meta will adapt, especially with a super weekend. We have so many games being played. This weekend could really set a lot of the motion of what we're going to see in meta.
Yeah, I think especially for teams that are now playing their second series is where you kind of want to see, maybe, I don't know if development of the meta, but better reads, maybe some interesting counters into things that they saw. This is definitely where it starts, where hopefully we start to see a bit more.
If you get Melio, you win with it, things like that, right?
And we still have some champions like Aphelios has been picked every game.
Yep.
There's a couple champions on 100% presence, Melio being another one, Cassante being another one, those being the big three. But Aphelios is the only one who, not being banned, just being picked up in every game that he's been played, sitting at 6 wins, 12 losses, so hasn't really been finding the success that people want, but just seems like an overall reliable pick. So, maybe we get to a world where Aphelios, Zeri, both banned, and then we are pushed into.
We'll never get to that world. Don't give me. You said for me to stop giving you false hope earlier. We'll stop right now, Larry.
I do know you really want the Jhin. I know you
really
want the
Jhin. Before it's gone, I want the Jhin. It's not gonna happen. Although, just foreshadowing to later, we do have Hwan Pump playing. So you never know. But we'll get to this game right now as we are finally getting into picks and bans of our first series here on Super Friday in the LPL Summer Split. We got WE on the blue side with the Cassante ban and the Vi ban already off the table. We got Anyone's Legend there on the red side with the Nico ban and the Maokai ban.
So now we're going to keep our eyes on the Zeri being left open. I'll have to ban it now, I feel like, with the Aphelios off the table. But then that also pushes you into giving over something like the Lucian for free, which we've still seen has been a very contested pick here in the LPL, with most teams
Lucian's
just
still
opting
here.
to ban it. Right? He's been banned 11 times, picked 3. We've seen it falter. So now for AL, do they want to opt into a trade, leave Zeri open, give that one over, and go for an impressive bot lane? And it looks like they will.
So it will be the Cassiopeia ban towards Shanks. Obviously something he's picked up a lot in his past, but something else that can just provide so much spacing available within team fights. We'll see what that first pick is going to be.
This has to be the Zeri. It has to be the Zeri.
Maybe AL trying to pigeonhole WE a little bit.
When I see teams do this, when I see teams do this of leaving it open, you hope that there's some kind of interesting answer. But I also feel like this was WE kind of throwing the gauntlet, being like, hey, we're banning Aphelios. There's kind of viewed as 3 tier 180 carries right now with, again, Aphelios, Zeri, and Lucian being that trinity. Zeri definitely a cut above the rest, but maybe AL's bot lane with some aggression will be able to get it done. Jungle going to be the thing that is the go-to. We're still in the place where Vi and Wukong really being those huge S-tier picks. And it's kind of sad that we're only on, what, day 4 of LPL? And it feels like things are pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. That's where I'm hoping with a little bit more comfort in the meta, we get some of those, more niche picks. To some
Zell,
extent.
what do you think is picked here? I wonder.
There's a cat available, and you never want to leave a cat without a home. As long as, I don't know what banning means for the cat, but the cat is not banned, so it's got to go through for the Zeri, and you got the combo for WE and for Hope and Iwandi.
And now you're looking at if they want to maybe just go towards jungle here, if they wanted to get their hands on something like a Viego, which also would work well, having that sustain behind it, being able to run into the enemy team. Even Annie, Ari, like so many priority picks left on the table. WE not going to go towards either of those mid laners. And we're seeing a lot of teams with that shift away from top more and more that we hit on, just wanting to get their hands on something safe, reliable. It's going to have a big impact later on in the game, like a Sion.
I love the Sion pick, just setting up for that big team fight combo. A lot of pressure from that top lane later on. But now we're looking at the whittling bands here of these two teams. AL will be the first on the table, and expect maybe a little bit more of that focus towards these solo lanes. But it's actually going to be the Poppy, so a little bit of that jungle focus coming out here.
Yeah, a lot of teams putting respect on the Poppy in terms of bans. I don't think, nope, we still haven't seen it picked up just yet, but definitely something that's happening in scrims. For the side of WE, you'd expect, I think they have two options. Either one, you just do ban out Ari plus Annie, and then you're both moving to that next tier of mid laners, or you ban out other generic things in the top lane that can do well against Sion. Looks like that's what they're going to do with this Gwen takeaway. They know for AL,
Did you know that she's immune?
Yeah. No, I did know that. I feel like for AL, right, already having the Lucianami against the Zerayumi, they're definitely going to want to index into more mid-game action. So having some nice winning lanes up in that top side can give them prio and allow for Xiaohao to look for some aggression himself.
Like the Lee Sin ban. So all in on the jungle focus right now for Anyone's Legend. We do get that Ari ban, though. So splitting it up a tiny bit for WE. Got to be a little bit decisive here. The Annie comes through.
And that's about Shanks and where he wants to go. If he wants to follow the similar line of play we've seen, where it has been a lot of things like the Lissandra, you still even have things like the Syndra open, or maybe he just highlighted the Jace, right? You can look for that, look to have some power in your own laning phase, but it would mean you have to go towards an AP jungle, but no. Looks like we're going to get the mid lane Nautilus.
That would be very intense, and a couple smiles come off the board. Love to see a little bit of spice added to the end of this dish for WE. See what they want to lock in here. There is that tried and true as well, but a little bit heavy on the AD. We'll see that Jace locked in, actually.
Wait,
that's got to be Nautilus jungle, baby.
Yeah, not something I've really seen being done. Sion jungle, not something I've seen being done either. WE coming out with their debut, and you know what? I didn't like the phrase cooking, but WE are cooking. That's something that
They're
is
cooking
undeniable.
something. We'll see if it burns or if it's a beautiful dish a little bit later on. This will also be just the second competitive game of Pinzi's career here, at least on the Annie. So far that he's played, obviously very practiced, I'm sure, behind the scenes, but competitively on stage. We'll see how he does, because I think you do need to be very, very decisive with this Annie in this team composition for AL.
Yeah, AL have gone stock and standard. AL have gotten their hands on everything they wanted. I guess barring that you would prefer the Zerayumi on your side, right? But seriously, there's a bunch of meta picks to where WE now are trading it. Man, I am so excited. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be able to come up with. They really have just gone the direction of throw a bunch of meat shields in front of the Zeri, and it's probably going to work. That's the worst part. It's probably going to pan out.
Well, you come out in your first game, you gotta come out swinging. You gotta show everybody who's boss. And we'll see if this Nautilus jungle with a Scion mid, it seemed at the end there, will actually be the ticket for WE's first win of the split. I think there are a lot of question marks on how consistent this Team WE roster can be. They have the strengths. It's about pulling it all together. And AL themselves looking to bounce back after that tough loss first series of their split.
Yeah, they're going to need to pull it out here. And again, they've kind of opted into giving over what is viewed as the raid boss. So it's not going to be an easy game for them. They're going to need to be very proactive around that bottom side. They should be able to get some prio in mid as well, and hopefully be able to bring Pinsy down there and really use that burst to get going.
We'll see, especially with that kind of craziness. If you do get some practice against a Nautilus jungle, you have to be pretty proactive, I feel like, on the pick. And the lockdown is very, very heavy, and you will be able to find a lot of the lockdown to enable those kills, but it's about making sure that you can get to the late game when Zeri and Yuumi will be enabled, when they're able to take all these team fights and be the Zeri that we all know and love. As we hit the red in beautiful Xi'an, we will be seeing Team WE in their first series of the summer split taking on anyone's legend.
So I've gone back. I've been trying to find any data on like Nautilus jungle within the past few days, and it looks like Khalid played it a few days ago. Canyons played it a few days ago.
Okay.
Both of them was only like one game apiece, but is something that a few people are trying.
Yeah, I'm interested to keep an eye on it. I will also just say, I know everybody does this when they get into a cast. I'm just happy to be back, man. Hearing the Gyos, hearing how loud the WE home Gyos were there. A little bit lacking on the AL side of things, but man, it's the LPL and we're back. Coming off of a international championship in the MSI trophy, going over to JDG. It's just fun to be in the best region in the world here, Lyric. We'll see if, Hope can put some pressure on the new blood of AL.
Yeah, it's going to be up to him to do it. Everything going to be in the Hope basket, but I feel like Shanks also will be able to have a solid impact on this Jace. Because you look at AL's comp, a solid amount of engage, so he just won't be able to rely solely on being like a poke tool later on. But still, you're going to outrange things like the Lucian. Hopefully you can outplay Jichoyi at that point. And Mazel, that name at some point will become annoying. And at that point, we will just call him Uncle Cho. It's not the time yet, but I'm giving you the heads up now.
We're just getting ahead of it. Well, for now, I'm going to keep trying until we officially switch over to Uncle Joe, which I don't know about that one. We'll have to maybe talk to somebody. But we will see Hunk going for that full clear onto the bottom side of the map. A little bit of opposite jungling here for both sides.
Yeah, and it does look like Hung is going the same setup that Kanavi did at MSI. In terms of rune setup, I would expect him to go towards that Even Shroud as first item as well. Really just playing to enable your teammates. And so far doing a nice job in terms of his clear speed, right? Already making his way towards that Golem camp, being slightly ahead of Xiaohao. I don't know if he really should have an opportunity to gank, considering that Hope and Iwandi are going to get this wave pushed in. But maybe just sets up for an earlier reset time and get on the map first, and then he could really start putting some pressure down.
The Spider Knot gets to go for the Scuttle Crab first and foremost here. Will be just continued trades. So both teams really opting into this kind of easy path in the beginning, but that also makes me wonder how much priority we'll see around these early objectives, and especially this early dragging towards bottom side, where both teams are kind of, at least on WE side, vying for stability, on AL side, vying for some wins.
Yeah, AL definitely need to get on the board here today. I mean, then again, the nice thing for AL is they have a plethora of damage to be able to work with early. Really, any lane has set up for Xiaohao. I think you're really going to be looking towards mid with how easily Pinsy can get that stun landed and then try to open up something that way and then hopefully turn that into control towards bot side river, and then you could start really shutting down Hope and Iwandi. But anytime anyone on WE overextends, at least there's good setup for the Wukong to be able to come in.
Now we will see both junglers getting that reset off, going back to their full clear. Now we do get vision on both of them from the returning teams. We get some nice trades in mid lane as well. There's been constant pressure by Hope and Iwandi down here in the bottom lane, continuously pressing this up. And you got to wonder if Xiaohao is going to come knocking.
Now, right now, just focusing on his bot side camps. And WE have done a great job at just getting that bot side river littered with wards. One around mid, one around bot, of course, getting that Scuttle Crab AL did
like a
answer with
mirror.
the same play on the opposite side, yeah. But sadly, it doesn't really mean as much keeping your Gragas safe. You know, ZDZ would have a fine time being able to survive no matter what.
The mirror's a little bit different, though, because there's a control ward on the red side blue, you know? Just a little bit different. It's not an exact mirror. It's like when you see, you're looking at the mirror and something's just a little bit off. You know, there's another dimension in there. I don't know if we're going to go that deep. Oh, my goodness. ZDZ taking a heavy, heavy trade from Cube and pushed in pretty heavily there as well.
And so far, we've just been seeing that, right? We saw Shanks do the same thing in mid, pushing PinZ out of lane, Cube taking a great trade in top. So far, just kind of using their superior laning prowess to be able to stack up these mini advantages. I guess the one thing for ZDZ is he does still have TP to where Cube had already used his, so it makes sense that he was able to find, you know, the trading advantages once he did return to top side.
Can I just say, I know this is going to be a really random tangent. When the Astro Nautilus skin came out, I bought the champion just because I wanted to play AP Nautilus jungle. And, you know, I don't remember what season that was, but one day we're going to get the AP Nautilus jungle back. Not this time, though. Hung is definitely going tank. And we will actually see some skirmishes going on here between the two. Ooh, calm, cool, and collected there, Lyric.
Yeah, not going to end up falling for it in the end, but still hanging around, expecting Xiaohao to come.
Trying to get
At the end of the day, we're just having a really stable early game. I feel like that's just what we need to come to expect now. I feel like a lot more low-kill games. Like, sure, we've had some stomps, but that's just when you have 17 teams, it's going to happen. Even teams like TS the other day kind of surprising us with how tempered they were throughout a lot of their early games.
It seems like again, just kind of feeling out how the meta is going to go, even if you get these strong picks here. As we'll actually get a replay of that vision there on the play. I'm going to be starting up that dragon, though. Should not be contested, so WE will pick up the first objective.
And this is where we really need to start questioning AL and being like, hey, like, again, what are you going to do? When the longer this game goes on, it looks like it's going to get much harder. Sure, you'll always have CC tools to be able to potentially burst out that Zeri, then take over from the lack of damage on the rest of WE's side, but I feel like they just have way too much peel for her. So Xiaohao going to steal this blue, but I feel like they really need to try and get something going mid. Again, even if you just show in mid for a pressure gank, try to generate that push in lane, be able to dip into bot side river and start clearing out some of those wards, it really would make a huge difference.
Looks like they're actually trying to posture up towards top side a little bit here as a whole,
no,
but
Mazel.
not really going to find much in that
Mazel,
avenue. Yeah?
I have seen quite a few LPL games now, even though it's only been a few days, where teams are like, okay, we can't play around bot side. We're going to just go and punish the enemy top laner and allow the Zeri to get big. I've seen how that goes. Never goes well.
It's not pretty, all right? It's not pretty. It ends up in some sirens and, you know, some house calls. But no, I think it will be interesting how they kind of dive and duck through the situation for them, because there was a big kicker we were talking about for AL. They got draft gapped in their first series of the split, right? And now it feels like, as you were saying earlier, kind of the Exodia here for themselves, but it's about executing that against a very spicy, would you say, WE composition, and there's still questions to be had there.
Cube gonna surprisingly use ult to get back to top side. I guess CDZ still doesn't have TP, so this means you're gonna be able to get, you know, pick up this wave and then get first hit on the next wave, so potentially could open up for a Rift Herald, but W don't even want to go for that. They're hoping to get a dive bot. Health bars aren't low, but really no mana for either Uncle Cho or Zora to play with.
Well, if you call him Uncle Cho, then you gotta call Zora something.
Auntie Zora?
All right.
I don't know.
We got Uncle and Auntie in the bot lane for anyone's legend.
You know, Zora's easily pronounceable, but I'll pause on that, Mazel. Hung spotted, so I don't think anything's
That's a
gonna come.
really good culling there to at least thin the wave a little bit, and Zhuoyi is gonna be able to clear that through. No dive cover through. I will say WE are playing very restrained. There are multiple times where if you're feeling a little bit hot about yourself, you're going to go into those engagements. Speaking of, AL feeling a little bit hot in the mid lane. Shank's trying to fight back, but he can't. First blood to anyone's legend.
Xiaohao doing a great job of dodging out on the vision to catch him off guard as Hope.
Ooh, Hope, you got to pop that lightning crash. He gets that bubble there onto Iwandi. Going to be able to heal up a little bit more. Some poke coming through from Hope, but 2v2 goes a little bit wide in the bot side. Summoner spells burned aplenty on WE's side.
Overall win for anyone's legend with the fact that they did manage to get more summoners from the side of WE. We're going to see here, Ward just not being exactly where Shanks needed to go, which is why he did go down. Looks like we're setting up for another potential fight.
All right, we didn't have any fighting in the first little bit, so now we got to do nothing but fighting. We will not see a contest over the Rift Herald, but they will engage afterwards to try to get a little bit of something while AL sneaks their way out of the back of the bear pit. Yeah, they're just all tanks. This is when you needed AP Nautilus. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, not going to find anything for now, so that just will be a Rift Herald for the side of AL. I'll say the nice thing for WE is it was actually picked up by ZDZ. So now it's very telegraphed where it's going to go.
Holy cow. It's been 3,353 days since Nautilus has been picked in the jungle. It was Pomelo for OMG in 2014.
I mean, if it was back when, you know, Positive Energy were still in the league, yeah, that's been a hot minute since then. I will say, though, right, it was played at MSI, was played by Kanavi himself, but still not something you'd expect to see here today.
We also have been getting treats like the Kha'Zixes, the Rengars, things like that. I know the Rengar had a big time spent away from the LPL Rift for a little while. We'll be right back to Graces here as actually get that TP finally in the top side. So there will be a little bit of an advantage for a moment, at least for Cube. Nothing really going to be there for him to utilize on as objectives have gone down, gone through. We do have the Rift Herald available for ZDZ on the side of AL, and they've been able to control a little bit of the Rift.
And again, I feel like W are so happy about that as ZDZ is going to try to be an annoyance to stop Cube from backing, doing a great job of it.
Double proxy, let's go.
Unless ZDZ ever found a timer to make his way down towards bot and try and get that gold onto Lucian. Again, you know you're just going to set the sign behind a little bit, maybe open up top side, your Gragas a little bit stronger. But we can see the impact of the opposite, right? Hope being left alone in bot lane, already having a nice CS lead to play with.
It's working pretty well so far, and it only gets worse from here. Zeri does Zeri things. We finally get that Rift Herald dropped. It is in the mid lane. Shane's going to try to clear as much of that wave as possible, but trying to give that gold over to PinZ.
So nice to see that ZDZ did, you know, move and actually give this gold over, try and find pressure somewhere else when they realize, hey, this really won't do too much towards this top side. Even if we do get ZDZ unlocked a little bit earlier and maybe he can start moving around the map, it could be very hard to find plays when WE are just playing so cautious.
And that's kind of the game plan they've had, right? They know their team fights are going to be fine. They just have to make it through this early part. They're using all this tank. They're using this Yubu start for Shanks to try to get that bridge to the gap and, you know, have Hope pop off later.
Now I just want to see some action. We're going to will it into existence. We're going to be like, hey, you know, we know there's been a lot going on, but we want more. I feel like we all deserve a little bit more. Like, if you're out there, if you're a bad day, you just need to think, no. You know what? Tomorrow could be better. Just like in this game, you look at that dragon fight, you're like, okay, there was no fight. But the next dragon, there could be a fight. So you hold on. You survive until the next fight, and then you just keep going like that endlessly. And at some point, bam, you get it. Life's great.
There's always a light at the end of the tunnel. You just don't know if it's a train or if it's the outside.
Oh, no. That was not the turn. That was not the turn we meant to take. No.
So WE are going to be pounding down this bot lane tower, get some CS there at least, as well as the plates. We'll see continued proxy farming at the top side of the map, which I guess is the way that things are now. And it's, again, that reserve gameplay coming out from both. I'm just waiting for those big old 5v5s.
Good vision control up towards top side for WE in AL's jungle. So they know, I mean, now they definitely know, right? Xiao killing this ward, but they're getting an idea that Xiao was up towards this bottom side. And it looks like maybe instead of trying to go for any type of invade and steal away some of those top camps, that Hung just wants to make his way down and maybe try to spot out and catch what Xiao's looking to do.
Yeah, looking for the angles, as feels like has been the case this entire time. Just looking for that mid lane. Xiao has continuously gone to PinZ to try to get him some resources, and rightfully so against Shanks. You've got to have a strong mid lane. You've got to have a strong performance from PinZ. See a contest over the Chicky Nuggies. It looks like Hung was a little bit more hungry than Xiao this time around. Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage. That's the final chapter as well. Dodged out from that bubble. They won't be able to go any further because they have a feeling that Xiao is coming down to answer.
Yeah, doing a nice job to read this, but Hung Just gonna look to get away
Dude,
for
that
now.
combo's so dirty. I love it. You literally just E as you walk by them. Hello.
They still want
actually,
to keep going though.
Yeah,
you can
I'm
see
surprised.
Pinsy looking to hover down. And you know what, Mazel? We need to bring what we want into existence. We need to tell
Okay.
the story of the game. Because we already said it, right? Uncle Cho down there, he's Uncle. And if you remember Jackie Chan Adventures, the main antagonist was Shen Du. So Shen Du, of course, has to be Hope and Iwandi because it's Zerayumi. No one likes it. No one wants it in the game.
Okay.
Right now, they're in like the statue form. Before they got, how many talismans were there in Jackie Chan Adventures? I think 12 talismans.
I don't remember actually. Which is, on me.
Banger show.
honestly. It is a banger show.
Who would be Taru? I guess it'd be ZDZ because he is playing Gragas, who at least does have a very similar build.
You just go right for it, huh? Why not?
If your childhood didn't have some form of Jackie Chan Adventures, I'm sorry.
It was a banger.
Challenge Showdown, another great one.
Pinsy, though, that's a banger hammer and maybe an anchor as well. He will have to flash over the wall to safety.
Oh, he sadly gets away. Sadly? Yeah. Does have to burn the flash, so hopefully needs next time. We will get a little bit more. We'll take stock of items. Radiant Virtue picked up by Hung. Of course, that has been a really nice pickup for a lot of the tankier junglers. Even Vi picks it up, sometimes just with the cost punt that did come through. But pretty much mythic / first items across the board for both sides.
Close one in the mid lane yet again. Just trying to pull the trigger on that final chapter. Lock down and get some kills for Hope and Iwandi, but don't need it necessarily. Still have that 20 CS lead, as well as Team WE will be securing this Rift Herald. So we'll be interested where they decide to use it. I'm sure it's going to try to bust open this mid lane.
Yeah, I think mid lane definitely would be a nice way to go. I guess even with the fact of how much pressure they have in mid, if they did want to just hover their bot lane up towards top, if Shanks does manage to build up a wave, that could be another answer. They don't really need help because they've been winning their isolated lanes, right? The 2v2 big CS advantage. Sure, Shanks might not have a CS lead, but he's been able to maintain pressure the whole time. Cube has pretty much been unbothered in the 1v1 against ZDZ.
Which is exactly how we like our top lanes, right? With no action. And sipping coconut drinks, I guess, in the side lane. I will say there's some movement down here to help out ZDZ. Maybe
I gotta say,
in Cube.
On that note, because let's be real, Mazel, we don't have to talk about the game because nothing's happening. And maybe if we don't talk about the game, things will happen.
I was thinking we just start chanting fight over and over again until we either get pulled off or until we, we get a fight.
Oh, they go for
it! Caught him inside the wall, predicting. Over the wall goes Xiao Hao, and he picks up another kill for anyone's legend. Iwandi will fall as well. And you actually get a little bit of fighting here, Lyric, as Hung doesn't really have any way out of this except for the depth charge. You will get the TP out from Shanks to try to secure the top side. But AL on the board, 3-0 here.
It took 18 minutes. AL finally looked at me like, yo, we have a bunch of damage in CC. We're at the one item point on our Lucian. This is when we go. And they pulled the trigger. Good to see that they've done it. Good to know that all we have to do is start not talking about the game a little bit more, and then things might happen. But it does mean for AL, sure, they get a dragon, they get a pick, but WE at least making nice use of the window they have with Shanks getting that turret in top side.
And again, as the time goes on in the game, even though we're very short into it, as time goes on, going to be a little bit harder for WE to lose fights, rather, because Hope will be a little bit stronger here. This is the perfect moment for a catch out, though.
Exactly. This is what AL need to rely on, right? Picks being able to come off, hiding in fog of war, knowing WE would want to contest vision down towards that side and going that way, trying to pull WE apart because, as we just saw coming out of the replay, WE, their comp wants to group up. When you have a bunch of tanky frontliners, when everything's just built around enabling the Zeri, they're going to have power when it isn't about the side lanes and you are able to play together while still having some pressure with the fact that they have a Jace. And anytime Shanks' TP eventually is back up, that's when they're really going to be able to just pull AL around the map and try and play with their tempo that way.
That, and they also still have defensive structures up, right? They haven't lost a single tower. They've taken 2 of them, opening up a little bit of sieve of pressure here against AL. They'll be losing their turrets soon, but still looking at that poke coming from Shanks from somewhere that's defended. I'm excited to see how they try to utilize some of this pressure now that they're a little bit more free onto the map.
Yeah, AL though, despite the fact that they're 3-0, gold still dead even. We won't count them out completely, even though it has been kind of portrayed that we're counting them out. Yeah, but they don't have the Zera Yubi, which outdoes absolutely anything. But 2 items on Uncle Cho. This is when he is big, strong, and you can see them wanting to utilize this, right? Already poking their heads into WE's jungle, getting some of this vision down to allow for Pinzi to freely hit this turret.
Just a disclaimer for any of those that were not in the room whenever Lyric decided to start calling Jitcho Yi Uncle Cho. We won't see the explanation because Xiaohao, the one that's been able to facilitate a lot of the kills, gets taken off the board by WE.
And they're just going to accept that pick. They're not going to try to pivot it into anything else, it looks like. Not wanting to go for any type of rash 20-minute Baron, which it feels like 99% of LPL teams would love to do. So now you kind of just want to see them make their way into the enemy jungle. They're starting to do it now. Get some deep vision down. Maybe steal this Ren buff.
Sleeper agent over here.
Oh, you might regret
deep.
this.
He's looking for Shanks. He does no damage. Oh, no. Okay, they're not going to chase him. They're not going to chase him. He's got a big old Timo Timbers there. They're scared.
Luckily, does manage to get away in the end, because that could have really backfired had he just committed to trying to take down Shanks. But he doesn't.
It's a damage test. Just make sure how much you do. Can I one-shot him yet? Nah. Walk away. Speaking of walking away, AL probably want to walk away from this mid lane right now. You got a grouped up WE who are feeling a little stronger. Not on 2 items just yet for Hope. But he did get that 2.5 item spike, at least for Shanks right now. A lot of that poke's going to be doing some work, and especially if it connects onto that man right there, Jitcho Yi. And so far, so good for him. He's on that 2 items. He's working on his 3rd. Really, right now, should be the time they're trying to utilize the Lucian as much as possible.
Yeah, and I feel like kind of looking at both teams holistically right now, for WE, just keep playing with what you've been doing, right? Use the Jace, play out through the sides, and then just use your big 4-man squad to allow for Hope to just freely win the contest over mid-wave. Shanks will do fine in this 1v1. So for AL, they have a bit of a tougher choice. You're probably going to have to sacrifice somewhere to find an advantage. That's like giving up top side and committing more members down bot, or leaving the Lucian Nami by themselves mid and bringing people down towards that bot side. It will be hard because W themselves are completely sacking the top half of the map right now. They're not sending Q up to answer that way. They're just keeping him around, making sure that Hope will be fine.
And I think this is some of the kind of safety they were expecting drafting this as maybe not as safe as Cube would want to be. He's got a lot of members of AL on him, but he makes it out there. As now you get the lightning crash from Hope. He's doing some AoE. Hung goes right back in. You still got a Hope who's firing away. He's got the rune hands now. One goes down to Shanks as the shock blast rings true. You got a TP now coming in from Cube. And AL have hit to the sand as they are running for the hills. Xiaohao, there you go, running from Hope. He will have to burn that flash, and WE stream forth in their home arena.
And this is exactly what we want. Turn to the Baron now. Make anyone's legend have to make some choices. Maybe you do lose the Baron. Maybe somehow Pinzi gets in here, or Zizi gets in here, and they steal it. But this is the trigger pool we've wanted.
We got to see if Xiaohao can make it in time. This Baron don't go down very fast as Shanks and Hope finally putting some work into it. Xiaohao's coming over the edge. Can he get the miracle? No, Hope goes over. He's in the pit, but he's not there yet. He gets it. He steals the Baron. Oh, my God. But they will chase you down right afterwards. Nice little 3-man stun from AL, but it's 2 kills straight to Shanks. And you just got to try to get out with some of these Baron buffs here for AL.
I mean, at the very least, they're going to have 2, right? They're going to have 1 on Uncle Cho. They're going to have 1 on Zora. And it looks like ZDZ manages to escape as well. So 3 Baron buffs going down. We knew it was a flip. But hey, at least WE, they got something going. And I appreciate that, even if it did somewhat backfire. It doesn't end up being worth, even if they did pick up 2 kills. But hey, at least now you have an incredibly strong Jace. Sing it 4-1-0.
Very true. Incredible stuff for Xiaohao just to buy time in the pit for that long. I thought they were just going to clean house on it. We'll get a replay of that. Hope preemptively try to get as much damage down onto Xiaohao as possible. Exhaust goes on to the clone.
Yeah, that was that is very unfortunate.
It was like perfect timing.
Oh, God. Wanting to do it, not expecting them to be able to get back in time. Maybe they knew that the Soul Laners could be there, but maybe not thinking that Xiaohao would be able to get back in time to contest the smite. Ultimately does. And now you're going to be able to see AL relieve a bit of pressure from themselves, especially in that mid lane. Right now, we're highlighting over bot, but AL were really losing a lot of those contests over mid until they were bringing, right, 4 members to be able to shut down the duo of WE. But now they should be able to do it with relative ease and be able to try to get some of that vision control back on their side.
Yeah, getting a little bit of that global gold down for themselves, taking out some of those turrets, but it will be 3rd item completed for Shanks on WE. So those pokes are going to get even worse. You weave one of those between a fight, and we will see some hurt on AL's side. Waiting on that 3rd item spike still for the Lucian, but you do get a little bit more with that Black Cleaver completed for Xiaohao. And again, renewed presence from AL back onto the middle of the map.
Sadly for AL, there's just not really much to be able to try to use your Baron for, right? You've already taken all the outer turrets in the game. You'd have to look for a bit of a grouped up push to be able to try to hit more, especially some of the range that WE are playing with in the form of that Jace, and just having the front line to be able to soak to allow Hope to walk up and hit.
Oh, Hung gonna find it though here. A little engage on the ZDZ, a very tanky boy. Won't have the backup damage. Hope was trying to find a safe angle, I would say, to try to get the ZDZ. But now, with Hope going to the mid lane, a little bit of an engage here coming in from AL, but backing off very quickly as Zora does not have any health, and Shanks is pumping out that damage.
Yeah, we can see, right, again, 3 items strong, 3.5 items strong, now with the new Ghost Blade as well, stacking up those spectral shards and then getting that like little burst of lethality is what we saw there as well. Definitely was capped out in terms of the shards that he had. It's always just going to be a nice thing, especially with the play pattern of Jace you have this game, where it's not just about like continuously being in range to like whittle them down, but throwing out that nice accelerated shock blast every now and then.
Man, he's got so much gold compared to everybody. It's actually so insane, and really has just been consistent pressure thrown his way as well. And that's why, we were talking at the beginning of this, Shanks was a standout for WE for the last little while, right? But it really was last year that he showed head and above. He was the best part of the team.
Yeah, I feel like Shanks has been impressive ever since he's come in. And then it's kind of been about how the rest of the team does around him. That really have kind of dictated what WE can do. But it feels like, hey, they finally have the pieces to be able to do a bit better. I was the most like convincing in terms of game ones when we're like, hey, they've upgraded their roster. They were already a playoff team. They're going up against a team like AL so heavily, not only last split, but in their first series. But again, it also does kind of come with the type of draft that they've opted into.
The kind of wonky draft, the crazy draft, the spicy draft, if you will.
This isn't spicy.
But I just love to see.
This is like a nice...
Maybe it's like a potato soup, like very starchy, very heavy. Speaking of heavy, ZDZ, is he going to be too heavy to move? It looks like he will be.
There's just so much tankiness, so much mobility on both sides. Level 16 now coming out, still a minute 20 away from Dragon. But we can see AL using the opportunity they were given by WE, 2 members showing on bot side, but TP's coming on through.
Oh, but AL are pouncing right now on the cube. He goes right back in for that engage. Here comes Hung. The Ultra Shock laser rings across. Now Hope's starting to put in some work here, but needs to be a little bit careful on the angle. Shanks looking for a big accelerated shock blast from the side. Doesn't really connect the damage there on the PNZ, but we will see the follow-up on the ZDZ. Shanks just routing them on the side, but nobody necessarily confident to go in for the engage.
It's hard, right? Because for the side of WE, they don't just want to like run headfirst in, get Hope in a position where he can get bursted out by members of AL when they're holding on to ultimates. And for the side of AL, we saw it. Cube TP's in. He's in there by himself. Still really doesn't take all that much damage. Hung there. Just Uncle Cho just not going to be able to do enough. We know Pinsy. I mean, Pinsy's all about burst, so same. You're not going to be bursting out a large majority of WE's comp. It's going to be all about things like what they did earlier when they kind of played with Fog of War, right? Some members lean down into that river, and then you all pounce out from a brush and find plays like that. They've been doing a nice job of sacking where ZDC's playing to overload mid at some intervals, but it isn't happening really all that frequently enough for them to find the picks that they would want.
After that dash goes through, you know you can take an engage there. You'll be a little bit more hesitant to go in. Ping Z going on the side, misses the tippers. They got to use that tidal wave on the other side, though. Xiaohao just wants to find a way in before his team is gone, but that depth charge knocks them all up, and Ping Z's down two. 2 quick kills to WE, and they are going at AL like a dog to meat right now. And in the mid lane, they will try to burst down that tier 2 tower quickly.
Yeah, they're going to make their way over. Looks like they're already going to just start heading for Baron. Ping's coming out. They're going to ignore Dragon. They're going to ignore finishing off that mid turret. Xiaohao is still up, and they're like, yeah, you know what? Screw what happened before. Let's do it again, boys. And they're at it.
Let's go. He's not spotted out just yet, but these are the tense moments you know and love. Will Xiaohao be able to delay what seems to be WE's ingress into their base with a steal of the Baron? He will have the rest of his team coming in. They will be spotted out. He's going to make it into the pit maybe. The Cube is trying to block him on the side. He goes in. He doesn't get it this time, as it's Hope that secures the big purple worm. And it's WE who walk away all aces.
And now WE, they get the big objective they've needed. They've been the team that's been like squarely in control of the game. It's felt like pretty much the whole time, just from, again, the mechanisms, the scaling of their comp and how it interacts with what AL have picked up. We're going to see what happens here is AL, we're kind of like posturing around bot side, not expecting, I guess, Hung to follow up with that hook. But WE are happy to fight. At this point in time, Tidal Wave not able to stop them, and Hung with a really nice flash into a hook to guarantee that the engage comes out.
As soon as you see some of those abilities, like first and foremost, the dash from Ju-Chu-Chi, but also the miss of the tippers. It's huge. And now Ping Z, he'll try to use the tippers again, but Shanks, he wants that blood, baby. And he'll get another kill. And I think you see fights go a little bit differently if some of those land, but that is blood in the water for WE. They see those go wide, they will pounce on you.
Yeah, honestly, I definitely feel like could have made the fight a bit closer, but we're just seeing time and time again how WE's comp just so easily absorbs the damage. WE still not even concerning themselves with getting themselves on soul point. I think it's going to be a decision they regret later on, because
I think so.
Unless you just dive right now, which they will.
Just want to go straight through. Cube actually connects his unstoppable onslaught onto Zora. They're right in the back line, and Hope has got across the wall. Is firing across the bow, and AL have no answer. Another tower will fall in favor of WE, and AL just have to lick their wounds.
And now they finally take the Dragon and realize, hey, we weren't going to win the game off of this Baron push right now, so why don't we get us in a position where we could potentially win out sooner? Thank you for that. And to go back in time a little bit,
sir.
I'm happy that we still have teams flipping Barons. I know a lot of people out there get upset about flipped Barons, but in my mind, flipped Barons for LPL are like a personality trait. It just wouldn't be the same without it. You know what I mean? Like, if you have any of those friends, if you have any of those friends who just like always go to raves, and it's like, let's be real, raves are pretty much just their personality trait, which kind of me taking a shot at ravers, but it's also just facts. That's LPL with flip Barons, and you just have to accept them for it, love them for it, and welcome it anytime it happens.
I love it as a play-by-play caster because it gives you some of the most exciting moments, but yeah, definitely something that maybe has a little bit of ire from the community as a whole. We will see if they continue to try to flip these Barons, but so far WE in full frontal control right now, and they have gotten to the point where they can play exactly to the game plan. They group up, they force AL's decision. AL does not have the damage to take down the tanks, and nobody can touch Hope, and they just lose these 5v5s.
And Hope now, I mean, at the big 3-item point the series want to get to right, Triforce, the buffs coming on through, Runon's incredibly strong, and of course the Titanic, also just making it a bit harder to be able to bring down when you have all the sustain coming out from Iwani on top of him.
Trying to find Shanks on the side there. They can't get the catch down onto him. He does get a little bit of trade on the Xiaohao. And we'll see WE putting on the siege to this mid-inhib tower.
Yeah, sadly for them, they don't also have like a ton of poke and a ton of ways to whittle them down, but that was one of them.
Bam!
That was one of them. Hey, that's the big one. Right, when you have these like two big beefy frontliners, it is going to be a lot of this waiting out the next wave, trying to chunk them low enough with the accelerated shot glass to where you get to a point where Q can just ult in, or Hung can just throw out a Nautilus Q, and you could even just look to finish off the structure and try to find a fight.
Yeah, they've lost their wave clear. You had a little bit too much damage coming in from the poke. And WE will take the inhib in mid lane. Crack open the base here. AL maybe not wanting to let them leave without a little blood on their shirts. should not be a fight they want to take, as they should just be looking to defend a little bit. Top lane actually going to be the new focus for WE.
And they're posturing like they want to fight now, right? They know one's pushing top. They have a numbers advantage in mid, but with the fact that they're not committing to pulling the trigger, they're just opening themselves up like here to take more free damage from WE.
I said at the beginning, AL, if you're going to grab this comp, you got to be decisive. We've seen a lack of that so far in this first game. And Zora, a lack of health there as that dredge line goes a little bit wide.
It was the same in mid. He was the first person to get chunked out in mid, and now here walks right into it.
Oh my god. If that hits Zora, he's dead. Xiaohao, the man of the hour, saving his life. Pinzi, he can't get the ulti. He gets Tibbers finally down, but he's already gone. Xiaohao getting chunked down now as well. His cube is just taking up a storm. Jucho, he cannot do any damage to this front line. And on the other side, you got the 80 diff going live and well. Hope with a big smackdown in game number 1. The combo of him and Shanks for WE is truly online in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted smart. They brought out some interesting picks. They played very tempered, but they knew they had the freedom to do that. And yeah, I feel like what you said, AL weren't really decisive. We didn't really see them even attempt to set up many plays in the early mid game, right? We really only had that one memorable one where all of them leaped out of the brush and jumped right onto Hope and took him down. It's like, hey, are we going to either try that again, or are we going to maybe try and be like, hey, we were overloading mid more, but we can't just overload mid then try to hit tower. We're going to maybe make our way to the enemy jungle and try to pick someone off. We're going to rotate down towards spot, which is where Pinzi was, and try to get someone there. And just none of those like next steps were ever implemented.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Team W were making a sandwich. They started off with the bread, then they just put meat. They put more meat. And then they kept adding meat. And there were no veggies, and then they struck it with lightning. That's pretty much how you got to the composition for TW. But it did come off with a lot of beefiness for a front line. A couple solo lanes that necessarily were expecting, but the jungle that we were not expecting. And they were buying a lot of time. They were finding a lot of pressure on bot side, which, you know, you needed something to go right for you bot side for AL, and they just couldn't find it. So in the end, they didn't have that advantage that they needed from the Lucian and Nami.
And I guess the worst part is, right, they didn't have an advantage to play off of, but even when the game was just neutral for so long, because WE definitely had options to be able to make aggressive plays early. Like, I mean, they could have looked to, you know, play more, maybe gank mid more with the Nautilus and then try to, like, take down the Annie or things like this. They chose not to, which is fine because they know they have the scaling component on their side. They're going to be able to play around the Zeri, but it's like, okay, the enemy's not even putting as much pressure on you as they could, and AL still weren't really using that freedom to find options. So it's just another thing where AL's draft, in terms of like how many strong picks it had, was solid. Still some key learnings they didn't have from playing on that first day. It's already been repeated about the Zeri Yuumi so many times.
But we got the one adaptation. You know, you asked the big conversation coming out of that first series they played was, you got to get these drafts under control. Well, they had the draft. They had it. It was there. It looked pretty. It was sitting in the window. It looked really good. But you got to execute on it. I don't know how that comes into terms of buying stuff in a window. But in any case, I think AL will need to kind of find multiple angles to play through. I think the Annie for Pinzi obviously is okay. I think getting something that's maybe more carry-oriented would be a little nicer, just so you have that kind of two-pronged attack. Because it seems like right now, W are just shoving those two prongs right into your face.
Yeah, especially when I believe they were the team that banned out the Ahri and then like went for the Annie themselves. So they really dictated a lot of how this draft ended up going. And yeah,
it was the WE banning the Ahri at the last moment.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they banned.
It was the double jungle ban from AL to try to focus on Hug. He's like, no, I'm playing Nautilus. You didn't even expect it.
And I guess with the fact they already locked in the Wukong Jace would have kind of been a bit hard to pivot to. So really locking them into AP options. We have seen things like Syndra and like other carries along those lines come out. So that could have always been it. But you're right. I feel like a lot of it was down. Even if I hate letting Zeri Yuumi through, I feel like a lot of it was down to the lack of initiative coming out from AL. So gonna hopefully see if they are able to change things up going into next game, especially when AL were one of the teams who had some players that were kind of like quiet achievers over splits. People like Xiaohao, who were like one of the touted players in the league, you know, at points in a split. So kind of disappointing to see after the first string where they looked better than Ultra Prime and lost, then come in against WE and have very little gas to just move and actually contend with plays.
And we talked about multiple positions, but I think obviously the first matchup between Yi and Hope was very interesting to say the least. Definitely felt like Hope had the upper hand with Iwandi, putting so much pressure consistently without any presence from jungle or from any ganks. So I do want to see them kind of opt into this bot lane a little bit more for Anyone's Legend, because that is where they found success when they did find success in some of those games, some of those moments in their first series.
Yeah. Playing more with your, and even Xiao overall, it's been him playing around bot lane that really has led them to successful moments in the past than trying to play around team fights like that. To where for WE, I feel like it's really hard to criticize much because they didn't show all too much in terms of game plan, but they also really didn't have to.
All right, well, we're going to take a small little break while we get ready for game number 2 of our first series of the night. Don't you go anywhere.
Stop the giving. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the 2023 LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever lovely Lyric, and we're in our first series of our first super weekend of the Summer Split, and it's none other than Team WE versus AL, where Team WE came out maybe swinging, stacking some bodies. I don't know, one of the two, because they had some meatballs in their front line, but it was a tried and true Zeri composition.
I feel like they came out as like zombies in any generic zombie movie that kind of just walk menacingly at you, and the protagonists can definitely run away. They definitely have lots of options. But then some of them just choose to die. That's kind of what AL did this game.
Always remember to double tap. But anyways,
one of the zombies, absolutely correct. Shanks,
huge. Not a zombie.
We said, hey, you know what? You're right. He's more like he was like the evil cult leader that raised them from the dead and pushed them forward. Because look at this guy, 6-1-3 plus 5,000 gold at the end of the game. Huge.
Yeah, it was actually incredible. He was literally half healthing people before fights even started, and even in the sieges at the very end of the game, there was some good defense coming out from AL, but it was just one or two accelerated shock blasts that made it. It made the difference, actually. Here we get to see the start of the end, where AL were already 3-0 up in this, and then WE came knocking back.
Yeah, this game did at least get like a bit more energetic later on when we did have two Baron flips. One of them still WE did manage to pick up, with Hope actually being the one to get it. But yeah, there were definitely some missteps there, but WE always squarely control the game. And yeah, even though, I mean, WE's poke, right? You have one ability from Zeri, you have accelerated shock blast from Shanks. Not really a whole like ton to work with, but they made it count, especially Shanks.
Yeah.
Seriously, just landing those EQs so often to make sure. It felt like Zora and Pin Z being the ones who were just always getting chunked out by it and forced back.
And the thing is it came to a point where AL just didn't have enough damage to fight back. Like it just, you needed an advantage for the Lucian. You needed something to play around. They didn't find it. So that's where, turning our attention to game number 2, you look for that continued good draft from AL. Again, props on the draft, but looking at how you can enable yourself a little bit more. Except for the bans. Get a couple more points of power and be able to play through the game and not just pigeonhole yourself into one strat.
Yeah, again, isolated, like, their 5 champions together were fine. They were great.
Yeah.
A lot of strong meta picks. Just, I don't expect us to see WE make the same like blunders of leaving things like the Zeri and letting that one go through and allowing a team to just build a comp around it so easily, because we do, of course, have AL moving over to the blue side this game. So that will change the dynamic a little bit. Also interested to see what else WE have planned, because, again, Nautilus Jungle, not something that's really a big meta pick right now.
Yeah.
They were willing to bring it out, and it leaves you to wonder of, like, hey, how much have WE prepared for, some of these first series coming into the LPL? Because picking up wins, whether it's with kind of some oddball picks that can catch people off guard or whatever it is, that's a nice way to get yourself high up in the standings early on and give yourself some wiggle room to play with later.
And, it may come to a surprise. We have a lot of teams in our league, and it is a single round robin. So wins against teams are important no matter at what point they are. Yes, it is a long season, a lot to look forward to, but you've got to start making those marks count when you can. And I think with the way that WE drafted in game number 1, they're feeling very confident back in their home arena, back in the summer split. And with that adaptation towards this top lane, maybe a little bit of that stability coming through from Cube, it seemed to enable a lot of the decision making around the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell what kind of impact Cube brings to the team from that first game, and only just one game in general, especially with the role that
it
he
ain't
did
going
have,
wrong,
but,
top.
Exactly. And I was going to say, I feel like Cube will just always be one of the best steals any team that doesn't have a 369 or someone of that caliber. It's just a great pickup. So really stoked to see what WE can do in this game. They do take away the Zeri, so we at least won't get the same monstrosity of a game that we had in game 1 where you just have one team who can elect to wait for that pivotal point of power.
Do you ban the Aphelios here from AL? So they will be on the blue side, obviously. This time you had already mentioned it earlier. They will be keeping a lot of similar bans, but the Jace actually joining that ban table this time, as well as that Nico and the Maokai. The Vi, as well as that Zeri you mentioned earlier, and maybe the Aphelios joining here from Team WE's ban
I feel
sides, but maybe not.
I want to see Cassante banned. I feel like Cassante or Melio are kind of the two things you're looking at. Casante's still one of those champions that has 100% presence. Melio as well. Again, I feel like he does just open up some other picks in the bot lane to be an annoyance. We saw the Kog'Maw already come out so far, but no, both going to be left open. So we maybe get to see another interesting Melio bot lane. Maybe AL here just opt into going for that Cassante before it gets snatched up by WE.
Very strong pick for the top lane, and something that ZDZ would definitely like to have up there. Also something he tried to prick out 2 times in the previous series in their loss. But there is one thing that's left on the table, and I know it's solo queue. It's a must pick if it's open, and it will be the Melio coming through again for AL.
Yeah, so one of the 2 picks that we did just highlight is would be picked up probably on this year's rotation. There's going to be the other one. This is going to be the trade that would come through once you do leave both open. And now it's going to be WE with where they want to get to go for AD carry. I mean, they could just look to go back towards the Aphelios and again have something generic in Aphelios, Lulu in the bot lane if they so want. You could also look to just take away something like the Wukong here now, if you did want, since both Vi and Maokai still taken off the table.
That would be huge. They're actually going to go with the Jinx. So they're going to take away one of the really good combos of Melio, but specifically something that Hope will feel very confident on as a hyper carry. And we actually will. I know Lucian can be strong in the late game, but we're going to get the ADC fisticuffs in the late game carries.
Yeah, and I also like that WE took the Jinx over the Aphelios, despite the fact that I expected the Aphelios to go through to them. Jinx has just been a stronger pick, does well into the Aphelios. It's been a bit surprising to see teams still value the Aphelios above the Jinx, but that has just been how the LPL's gone the first few days. And now for AL, again, Maokai Vi off the table, Wukong picked up, so solid amount of engage. You have the Melio there to enable Uncle Cho to do good work in that late game on the Aphelios.
I can't do it, man. Every time you say it.
It's respectful. I'm giving him a lot of respect as a recent LDL champion. But Blitzcrank coming through for Iwandi. I mean, Zora and Jinchoyi are going to be having a bit of a time down there playing dodgeball against what Iwandi's able to throw at them.
I love the Blitzcrank pick. It just sets everything in motion here, but it's also something, for Iwandi to kind of get hold of here in this split, which would be very interesting when it comes to bans later on. Does it have that big effect here? And how quickly can this snowball happen between Hope and Iwandi? Because, yes, we had a bit of a reserved game number 1 and from both sides, but WE specifically because they were opting into a very late game centered team fight composition. But now they can put a little bit of the pedal to the metal if they find the right opportunity. We'll see if they do focus down some of those specifics in bans, as they already take away the Annie from Pinzi from last game. We get that continued jungle focus in the second phase from AL.
And I'm interested to see, specifically from AL, if they look to ban out the Cassiopeia. We need to remember that they banned that in the first set of bans in Game 1. That's how much respect they were giving over to Shanks. because you can just look to take jungle here on the side of WE, give Shanks that counter pick, and really have him be as much of a strong point as he was in game number 1. So with Lee sitting off the table, Vi gone, Maokai gone, Wukong picked up, still leaves things like that Viego that we hit on earlier. If they did want to go towards that, maybe look for some resets themselves or get
The Jax ban is interesting to me, so it makes me think that they are vying that there is a potential for the Cassante to be going mid towards Shanks, and we have seen that before, obviously last split.
Yeah.
And we'll see what actually the final pickup here, couple at least, will be for W. They obviously have that counter pick, but for right now, it is the Rumble.
And I wonder where this is going to end up, right? Because Rumble, a bit of a flex pick, can be played in multiple lanes, can be played anywhere throughout that top side. Hasn't, seen more play in jungle lately, and so like, can be played in mid, can be played in top. Cassante, a bit of the same. So I like that WE are holding their cards close to their chest and not revealing anything. Sion will be locked in here. It just fits AL's composition so well. And then it's about Pin Z and the blind pick he wants to go towards. So many mid laners off the table. I feel like Syndra is the one that comes to mind. Pinsy has already played it once as well, so something he's familiar with and will be able to give you, the ability to contest prio and actually fight out through mid jungle in this game.
And have some spacing, honestly. Just be able to have a little bit of say in these team fights, especially getting them kicked off with some CC. And the CC chain from AL will be pretty legit at this point. It is this Syndra that will get locked in. We'll see what the final pick is for Team WE. How much have they played with the wonkiness that this comp can be? Will we get a Rumble jungle? What will it be? As we do get the Gwen hovered. It was banned out for game number 1. But honestly, at this point, the Gwen locked in. Let's see what happens. It feels like WE went to this offseason about a week ago. They went to a nice grocery store. They picked up a bunch of ingredients for some very strong dishes. And now they're just whipping them up one at a time here for us, Lyric.
And it seems like their read on the meta is just a bunch of bruisers slash tanks, right? Game 1 was tanks, this game bruisers with the Gwen and the Cassante, and just kind of surrounding your AD carry and playing through them that way. And game 1, it worked, right? We're going to see once again if they're able to dismantle AL with this composition. I'm really excited to see Hung kind of maneuvering with this Rumble. A lot of immobile champions on the enemy team, right? Both Syndra and Aphelios. Sure, Aphelios should be getting that Gale Force a little bit later on, so then he won't be under as much threat, but this Rumble really going to be causing a lot of chaos just from the threat of an equalizer coming out.
I am very happy to see some of these adaptations, though. Big question marks for us were mid and bot lane coming into this one for both sides. Hope and Iwandi showed up. Shanks showed up. But now we needed AL to change their composition a little bit, give some more priority. They've got that now, Lyric.
Yeah, they really do. So I think AL coming out better this time around with something like Zeri being off the table, and WE still keeping it spicy.
It's got to be spice if you're in the home arena. And Shiana, we do have Team WE looking to take their first series win of the split here in their first series of the summer split over AL, while AL trying to claw out a prolonged series here. They got to go to game 3 in their first one. See if they can push us to the brink here as we get into game 2 of Team WE versus Anyone's Legend. Dance party, dance party, dance party. I like the axe better. I don't know. I'm taking a side. I'm taking ZDZ's side.
Yeah, had one of them locked in the Jax, I'd be on the Jax's side no matter what, just because I love watching the fishing mini game. But considering there is no Jax, I don't have a horse in this race. Gotta be honest.
You heard that, folks. Lyric doesn't have a horse. Pity him. All right, pity him.
Ooh, and we see Pin Z going for the new start, the crystal with refillable pot definitely has futures market in there with the reduced price of Lost Chapter. You just end up getting that one super early.
It's going to be interesting to keep an eye on again, more, I guess, invigorated mid lane if they can get Xiao out of focus there. But we have said in the past, AL, at least the past one series, found a lot of success trying to build and trying to play around bot lane. Now, game 1, both teams took it easy. 2 full clears from both junglers before we even got a little bit of action. It wasn't multi-kills till we got to 18 minutes into the game. So I'm wondering how much of a similar start we will get. It feels like WE could play it a little bit more lax if they wanted to.
The one thing I will say for AL this time around in this game is at least they have things like Nephelios with the campfire coming out from Zora later on, extend that range to be able to play around. You have some peel coming out. You have big tanky members. You have a Scout of the Week. So I think they do have a lot more options as the game progresses, and still have a similar amount of options early in the game when you have Syndra Wukong and the amount of presence that really can bring early on into the game.
We'll see how much presence we can get. I love seeing Melio in the game. It just feels so warm and cozy, but I'm excited to see Zora pilot that specifically with the new blood in Cho Yi, not Uncle Cho. But it is going to be interesting. Again, no.
It's actually just a huge compliment.
I mean, it is, but I like to say his name because I'm getting better at it. I hope. Probably not. We will see Cube, though, taking a very heavy trade into ZDZ, and there was some fear over this Quinn in game number 1 by AL. They will have to maybe bear the brunt of their nightmares here in game 2.
Can have a nice time at least itemizing, though, when you are going up against huge magic damage threats in a Rumble and a Gwen. Like, ZDZ probably should never really be facing any jungle attention because, again, you just get a little bit of MR. What can they do?
One grab, that's huge, and that zap through the middle there. About less than 200 health. Some healing will come through. Obviously, you got a little bit of healer in the Melio still down here. Get the full back actually completed.
Oh, that connected as well.
That was so, God, this oppression bot lane. They will have to get it back. It's going to be really awkward.
Yeah, I mean, now keeping up Prio on bot side, winning out through the trades with this Blitzcrank. Look at the minimap. Shanks has been maintaining presence in mid because anytime, you know, he gets that Q stacked up and has the threat of the knockback, Pinsy has to back off, and now Zora. Oh, he might be in for some punishment.
All right, Zora, what can you do on the Melio? You got the Ultra Mega Fire kick, but will it be enough here? He's trying to heal up, does burn that flash. Who's tanking it now? It will be Hung. He takes an extra shot. He goes down. It's traded.
Yeah, it does end up going down. Not really like gaining too much off it. It's not like you're denying an 80 carry, right? Had that been like Uncle Cho in that situation and he goes down, it's just end up being a 1-for-1. At least gets a kill on himself, which, you know, he's a Rumble. He needs gold to be this big carry later on in the game. So I think for Hung, you're going to take that even if you would have preferred executing slightly differently.
Pretty aggressive game plan from WE there as well. Obviously, Hung going for that early chicken invade there and then wrapping back around down towards bottom lane to try to get a dive. And obviously, got a kill, got first blood at least for Hung. Get back on the map, see what this Rumble can do. But presence and pressure can be there for AL as they do get a lot more vision down towards that bottom side as well.
Yeah, more vision. Top side as well, having some nice wards there. I'm interested to see what the back is for Pinsy because, again, one of the things about going refillable, going the mana crystal, and taking Futures Market. Oh, yep, you're right.
Oh my gosh. You know, you go to the well once, it delivers some water. You want to go back because you're a little thirsty. As Iwandi looking for a hook. They got Hung around the corner. Here he goes. He's stepping forward. Let's get that knockback. Tries to flash for it. Can't find it. The Graviton connects. Get a little bit more damage down onto Hung. A nice dissuasion of the invade and gank, at least from AL's position.
Look, I won't spoil it, but unless it's the well in Baldur's Gate 3 in the Goblin Village, you don't want to go in that well, anyone. You go to that well once, and it's enough.
It's enough. You don't ever want to go back.
Oh,
that's a scary well. It's a scary well. That's a throwback,
That's the
too.
free Baldur's Gate tip for you out there. Is
Gotcha. No spoilers.
WE doing a nice job of playing around the pressure they've had to box. Look at the minimap right now. Iwandi making his way up already. They were sitting in Tri-Brush. We obviously saw Shanks hovering around.
Hung has just not
stopped.
He literally has just not stopped. And he's next to the heat up. He could go for it. Oh, he doesn't have the flash anymore because he burned it on that gank, though. But man.
This is exactly what we were talking about last split. Hung live games like enemy jungle's face, trying to dominate them. It all looks great. They're able to snowball. So I'm glad we're getting to see this version of Hung once again. Even gonna end up stealing away the Krugs.
I actually never saw if we actually had a stat for when the last time Rumble Jungle was played, but you know, that'd be funny if he's like 2 champions that haven't been played in thousands of days. He's just like, bring it. But for me, it's the execution. Again, that's a big question we had coming today, mostly for AL. We were just kind of wondering what version of WE we get. But it's the fact that they're picking these comps and they're executing so beautifully on the game plans already set.
Yeah, they have a solid foundation already built with the fact that they've kept most of their team together. They have strong laners. We can see in bot what they've been able to do. Cube also does have a favorable matchup in top side, but also winning out. You know the presence he brings. And Shanks on a Cassante, which very much is like a neutralizing force into a lot of mid lane matchups. Still not really falling behind in terms of any CS. Gets back in time, should be able to equalize out on what he's missed. And yeah, WE so far, they're just chilling.
There is one factor that I was really hoping to see an uptick of on AL's side for this game number 2, and that was presence from Xiaohao in the bottom side. We have not seen that just yet. We've seen a lot of pressure from Hung on the bottom side of the map, kind of pushing Xiaohao out of that direction. I do wonder, when do they find a little bit of love and care down here? And when does Iwandi connect that hit? As he does, Emilio is healing up here, no? And now you got a little bit of a step forward for Choi, and he's looking for hope as well. He's on the Aphelios. He gets the last chakram, and he picks up a kill. Maybe Iwandi quickly following him as well, but he doesn't. And that healing coming to life as the fire roars from anyone's legend.
I was gonna say, getting to see, right, the range coming out, the healing coming out, Zora even having heal, able to utilize that one, where W don't have it. Shanks,
that's a flash from Shanks. That's scout of the week, and be a little bit after.
I think this is a good example of, I was gonna pivot off you saying, even playing towards mid a little bit. Sure, you're probably not going to kill Shanks, but I feel like a lot of teams kind of undervalue pressure ganks, or like, you know, even just like hovering around a lane, someone oversteps, just trying to get that flash, because now it means Shanks will have to play more respectfully, and it potentially opens up for Pinsy to push out for you to get vision control towards bot side, and then enable Uncle Cho and Zora to carry.
Iwandi was trying to make a trip down towards mid lane. I love to see kind of that movement from the Blitzcrank. It needs to be a pivotal point, as a little bit of damage done to the turret from Cube up here. We finally get to see what's happening in this top lane. Not much has changed. They're growing a little taller, maybe have a little bit more gold in their pockets. And then we'll go back there later on in the game. We're actually going to take back a look, though, at this original catch-out that ended up in AL's favor.
Yeah, I mean, they get everything they want, but again, the campfire comes out. You can see him healing up, even throwing out the heal, so Jichoyi can even keep running down Hope in this bot side.
Oh, that's cool from the top.
Little crescendo, and then bam. Just ends up getting it. I wish I would have paid more attention to what components both AD carries were sitting on going into that, because again, Hope, even still having the CS lead, again, we did get to see the benefit of a lot of like the sustain that Emilio brings in that 2v2, and again, starting off with that bonus range, and having the heal doesn't hurt either. Be able to make sure they get it. Sadly, just not having enough damage to burst out Zora just yet off of that hook.
We'll see if the hooks continue to be the game changer down here. Xiaohao has finally made it. The Eagle has landed. We have some presence in bot lane from AL.
Yeah, Xiaohao finally going to look for something. Probably hoping that Zora gets hooked, because you can look where he is right now. Playing so far forward, like, Iwandi knows something's up. Not just going to give himself up to be given over. We'll just play respectfully, but look at the minimap. Hung's not too far away. If they did want to try to bait something and start 3v3, Equalizer's up.
See mid lane, a little bit of a 1v1 going through there. Scout of the week actually so huge in this matchup against the Cassante. Shank's still obviously doing his own due diligence in mid lane, still playing pretty effectively there, but we'll see a little bit of a change in pressure and a little bit of change in presence towards this bottom side, as now I'm looking back at resets. We have movement from Xiaohao towards this top side, but Hung is running straight down this lane towards bot lane.
Yeah, finishes his Gromp, recalls, gets the Rocket Belt, and now it looks like wanting to drop the Herald to get some more gold on the Hope, which is going to be the right choice. But AL, I was going to say with the proper read, because I thought they both recalled, but Uncle Cho, you don't want to be here, my dude. An Equalizer can just come out of nowhere.
Don't. Oh, he gets grabbed, and there's that Equalizer. A kill to Hope.
Yep, WE. Hung feeling good about that. Wandy with a great hook. Hope as well, able to finish it off. And now pushing this one in. They should be able to get a second charge from this Herald 2 potentially if Hung and Iwandi keep aggressively going forward. Looks like not. They're just going to opt to get the reset, as Storm Razor probably is available for Hope at this point.
We'll have to see what goodies he gets, and it will be that Storm Razor. The classic start now, it feels like. And it feels like we're back to a couple years ago, and you literally just grab Storm Razor on everybody.
Yeah.
I remember there was like 4 on one side. You're like, cool, this is how it goes.
Like, coming into the split, just because there'd been so much hype around Ghost Blade, I'm like, all right, we're going to see Ghost Blades. And I knew Storm Razor was quite hyped as well, and it was something you were seeing in every game in solo queue, but it definitely has been the prevalent item here so far.
Ooh, nice move from Iwandi. I don't know if he can do anything. Oh, actually,
don't doubt
ZDZ burned the flash. I thought ZDZ would be able to tank that up. I guess he's a little bit scared of that Storm Razor spike there. But you definitely want to be a little careful when WE are pouncing.
Also, you just like, he doesn't really have an idea if other people are waiting in the wings behind. You look at where his team was on the mini map. Xiaohao's still coming out from base. Uncle Cho was still pathing towards mid. Just not a whole lot of backup there had anything gone a little bit dicey.
Well, Uncle Cho will be up in the top side now, and he might not want to be there. As the big connection comes through, the equalizer goes in as well. The Moonlight Vigil, though, from a distance will pick him up a kill. He's still burning those. So gotta be a little bit careful. He got fire on both sides, but AL come away clean.
Sora having to use the ultimate there and the campfire to make sure that Jichoyi doesn't go down. Does finally get the Gale Force, though, so having a bit more mobility to play with, also upgrading those tier 2 boots will be quite nice when you're needing to get that to be able to more easily dodge out on these hooks, because Iwandi has seriously been a man possessed. Seeing this game, if you were asked, hey, what was his one trick in solo queue, you would have never guessed Janna. Blitzcrank definitely would be the first thing to come to mind. That's how well he's been at getting those to connect.
Yeah, it's been actually pretty intense. I will also say what else is intense is that we have the Super Mega Death Rocket on one side, and we also have the Ultra Mega Fire Kick on the other side. Imagine having to say those two abilities really fast. It'd be hilarious. That's probably something I'm going to have to do at some point.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick?
The Ultra Mega Fire Kick. You know, the Q from Melio.
Wait, is that really the name?
That's literally the name, my friend. I just love that people are like, let's add adjectives. Ultra Mega Fire Kick. It's just the little bouncing bubble that goes forward and knocks them out.
I thought you were just combining the names of Jinx and like Jinx ultimate name with like what Lee Sin does. Shanks.
Oh, that's actually a TP, or not a TP, rather a flash coming through. He actually gets the knockback. This is gonna be a solo. Shanks wants it. He goes for the flash. Goes golden. Power unleashed. Shanks gets the walk away kill on a Pinzi. Solo bolo.
I thought Pinzi was going to escape with the fact that he had that stopwatch reared and ready to go, but Shanks, nice patience, nice play there to make sure he gets that first one going. Now Dragon, going to be up in 10 seconds. No Pinzi. Pinzi doesn't even have teleport. Shanks does, so he could join in at any time if AL did opt into contesting. Looks like AL know the situation they're in, with Cube pushing out that bot wave, with them having numbers advantage. AL are just going to actually make their way up towards his top side and try and get their hands on a Rift Herald.
Yeah, they can keep pressure in mid, push that through, get this Rift Herald down, take out one of these outer towers. They're actually going to bring ZDZ back towards this top side of the map, and they just need to find a little bit of pressure on the map while WE will take that Dragon. Trying to get a steal was hope, but a little bit early on that one. And just those objectives traded either side.
We need to remember, though, for the side of WE, we still haven't seen one of their potential raid bosses damage, which is that Gwen, but we're going to go into the ProView replay. Yeah, comes straight in with the W, get a bit of CC down, follows up with the ultimate, and sadly, now no Scout of the Week for the Syndra, still waiting on that cooldown to come up, and doesn't manage to stop him. Flash through. You would think with the lowered resistances and stuff from being in his ult form that might be enough to take him down, but sadly, just sitting on that extra, 100 HP, can wait out the stasis and find the kill.
I just love Pinzi's hoping on a wish and a prayer there. He's like, I'm going to hit my power unleash, and I better get that math right. And I'm going to go golden, because if not, I'm going to die after. We got the equalizer in mid lane. Will not actually hit as many of the minions as maybe you wanted to. The Rift Herald actually won't finish off the tower either. Great defense from WE, while they take a second tower of the game in top side.
Really are just doing a nice job of controlling the map so far. You remember that first kill was even off of him having an Iceborne and Gauntlet, which, remember, doesn't offer any magic resist, is just health armor, ability haste, so still having a fine time up against Pinzi just off of those Merc Treads.
Merc Treads doing work. You never thought shoes could do it for you, and here you are. We also got the Gale Force finally completed. It's really coming online for a majority of members on AL side, but that Gale Force specifically maybe gives you a little bit more time to kill for Cho-Cho-Yi. And I'm really looking for this continued pressure from WE. Don't rest on your laurels here, because I will say AL have a lot more options available to them in this game too.
Yeah, they have, again, they have more to contend with, but WE also off to a bit of a better gold lead this time around. Also, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So you know how much we're struggling with Ji-Cho-Yi picking this name and coming into the league?
Picking his name.
There's a Chinese Valorant player who's going to go to the upcoming Masters tournament who picked his name just to piss off casters.
Nice.
His name is HFMIZ. Oh,
well,
wait.
No time for that, because we got the equalizer and the grab in. Hope picks up another kill, and it's right on to Pinzy.
You know, it seemed like AL had an idea they were there, which is why I kept going. But still getting picked off, and WE having a lot of threat. They can keep trying to run this down.
Iwandi feels like a solo queue blitzcrank right now. It's just those players like, I don't know how he's touching these rocket grabs, but they're happening.
It's also one of the reasons why Blitzcrank is such a flippy champion, right? Because Blitzcrank is kind of a win condition for a team onto himself, where if a Hulk hits out of nowhere, even if you're significantly behind, it hits on the right person, bam, you are back in the game. We're going to see here, though, just a great equalizer layered out onto all three members. Gets the stun right into the hook. Pinzy having nowhere to go. And again, with how far back AL were playing before that, it seemed like they had an idea of, hey, we're not really seeing anyone on side lanes. W are probably waiting around mid looking for this pick opportunity, but still end up falling for it.
Yeah, it does go the way of WE for the moment, at least. And I'm really wanting to see continued pressure here. They're obviously trying very hard to break down this mid lane just to get some semblance of map pressure. They will get the TP in, and they finally do get the turret. So at least they're able to get something in the mid lane. They do have to answer to these side lanes and figure out how their next steps come, because WE one dragon away from Soul Point.
I mean, they're one dragon, you know, away from Soul Point. They're sitting, what, about 5K gold up, hitting those power spikes. They have the Jinx. They have some nice front line coming out from that Cassante, who's now also ended up picking up the Abyssal Mask.
It's, oh man, yeah. It's, you know, that first game was real rough because it just felt like they were running themselves into a meat grinder, not able to do any damage. And while they have damage this time around, it's about these pickoffs. It's about that decisiveness, which has been lacking for AL, but has fully been on point for WE at this point.
Yeah, we need to remember as well for Shanks, Abyssal Mask being another items that did get changed to win this patch, taking away a lot of the things that revolve around the mana that it used to provide, and now just way more magic resist coming through. So
they're
now
just
it's
waiting.
really not going to deal with him.
Shanks is gonna walk at them menacingly from behind. He's like Michael Myers at this point. You know he's coming, you just don't know where.
And they're doing a great job of just zoning them out, but AL, right, trying to bait them out, make them think, hey, we can always try to pivot up towards this Baron.
This can be rough. He's still got a little bit to walk. Okay, Cube is finally moving up. He will be here. Gonna take a little bit of a moment because Iwandi is fishing. He's got his fishing rod out. I don't know what size string he's got, but he's looking for a big one. Now we got the equalizer on 5 members there. Mega Death Rocket, the rocket grab does not connect. Got a lot of healing coming out from Elio and Zora. And you should have, okay, we're just gonna flip it. We're flipping burgers today, Lyric.
They see 2 ultimates go down, and now they feel confident that they can take a fight because they still have everything online.
Let's see if they truly can pull the magic bait here. 3,000 down to about a little bit split decisions here. They're going to commit. There's the fire, though. Can it keep you warm? Hog has gotten to Baron, and now one gets it. Hope excited. You got a zombie Scion in the pit, but you got to try to close down the rest of the big rocket grab. And Pinzy's down. His big zap as well, and it's catastrophe for AL.
Mazel, I am just so confused. I thought the thought process of AL was, hey, no equalizer, no big death rocket anymore to come out from Hope. Let's start this. We have all of our ultis up. Let's get a fight. And it seems like, hey, we burned this faster than we thought. Let's just try to take the Baron. But you open it up to what might be a potentially advantageous fight to just turning it into a 50-50 Baron. And I know I said I love 50-50 Barons because I do. But I also like fights more. And that fight turning probably a better idea for AL, but we'll see how it all starts here. Great equalizer to try to cut them off. Sadly for WE, you don't have a whole lot of engage outside of that blitz hook, which allows for AL to go, hey, let's turn onto this Baron. They do it quite fast, but again, I think maybe trying to turn, try to get the fight would be a bit better, but Hung goes in. Does he even have smite?
Oh, I couldn't even see it because Shanks' health bar. Oh my goodness, that was such tight margins there. And honestly, I was surprised that he was able to even get in the pit in the last place. But as soon as one goes down in a pit like that and Hope is on fire, it ain't going one way but south. And I think you see the clean house aspect of it there for WE. But again, that decisiveness showing through. And now they have shutdowns across the board except for Iwandi, who honestly should probably have the biggest shutdown.
Yeah, Iwandi has been... Yeah, Iwandi's been bold. This game is... Ooh, they actually don't end up spotting him, I believe. Or did they? Because they are chasing him down, so... Seems like they did. Going to just be able to whittle down this mid lane turret with these rockets. And I mean, sadly now, 10k gold lead. The lead is just too commanding for the side of WE. It is what you'd expect, right? They were a playoff team in spring.
They were.
AL finished in 16th.
And that playoff berth, definitely looking to improve on that here for WE in this summer split. Let's see if they can at least find the pieces to the puzzle with Cube joining the roster. You got a nice little needlework on the back. They're shredding ZDZ at this point. And one kill goes down, you know what happens. There's an excited Jinx on the other side. And you ain't getting fired up from Melio anytime soon. AL will secede this tower in the mid lane and lose an in-hit for it.
They also have a wave about to crash into turret and bot that they can very easily pivot into. So this might be two huge structures going over to WE. They still have that Baron buff to play with. And now full health bars for AL.
Here as well. They do get a nice little frost though. And Showhouse, 4-man knock-up with the Cyclone is just not enough. And now you've also caught out the carries here one by one. They're falling down like dominoes. You grab back in ZDZ, and at this point, you're fine having that Scion at home because you can just burst him down in the final touches of this second game. The final touches on WE's first series is coming to hand. You got Jutcho E, who actually gets a little bit something back. And now Hope looking for some kills, looking to take down the duo of these two newbies here for AL to finish out the game. You got Pinzi trying to make something happen with the scat of the week. Cube goes forward, but the needlework is too much. He actually gets one down. That power unleash was huge, but now they're focusing on to the Nexus. And WE claimed their first series win here of the summer split.
Yeah, sadly, Mazel, the Dark Hand gets their hand on all 12 talismans. Shendu is going to be revived. And our main hero, Uncle Cho, just can't get it done. But to be fair to him, to be fair to AL, coming in with some more changes, WE having a very solid core, having a very solid placement in the spring split. And honestly, again, just having a bit of a better foundation to be able to build off of, to be able to work with. And showing here today, it didn't necessarily need to be like an overwhelming stomp, didn't need to be like crazy flashy, but it was just them solidly in control over both games.
And they get to take this wonderful bow for their first series win at their home arena. You got to hear the roars of the crowd in those last few fights. You know, gave them a little bit of that extra motivation. But love to see WE starting off on a strong foot, representing with the pieces they're building around from last split, but try to find consistency as a whole and make a push that's further than 10th place in the regular season.
Yeah, WE, I think a team who, again, have increased their ceiling, so I'm excited to see Mazel. I do want to take just a very quick random tangent to read that name I was going to read earlier. This player's name is HFMI0DZJC9Z7. Thank God that he's not in our league. But WE, yeah, they came in. And I'm excited to see where they stack up, especially against teams who, maybe like a team like OMG, who OMG and WE teams like you consider on the same tier for such a long time, but OMG made that push to the next like echelon in the last split, right? And it's like, how could WE do against them? Can WE now be a team that follows in similar footsteps where they have been, you know, now building on a player like Shanks and slowly kind of bringing in these other pieces? Can they now, are they finally going to be at that point to kind of break into not just a 9th, 10th playoff team, but now making runs like they were like they were doing in 2021, where sadly they did fall short that year, right?
Yeah.
But the miracle run that they did make up to that point was beautiful.
And I love that they come out with these crazy 2 drafts. We don't know what they're going to come out next with. You know,
With Nautilus and Rumble Jungle.
Yeah, like what do you do with that information when you're going against the It's like maybe they go Nautilus Jungle, maybe they go Rumble Jungle. What do you even know? And I think they prepared for this to make it a little bit more difficult for teams to read them going forward. And I think that's an important factor because a lot of the times in the past with WE, feels like they were stuck in a situation where, yes, last split they had hope and they could find a lot of success off of him in the bot lane. But before that, it felt literally like the Shanks show. And at this point, when you have that dual carry situation, it makes it a little bit easier to see those strengths that Shanks brings to the table. And we saw a lot of that today.
I think we saw a lot of it. I think also, like, game 1, we didn't really get to see much of what Cube could bring to the table. I think Cube, much better performance this time around. And it's nice to see that we finally get, like, a game where support has a huge pop-off moment, right? Because I would be surprised if Iwandi doesn't pick up MVP because he was just hooks left and right. If you're just tuning in now and you missed out on that game, seriously, just a lot of that early and mid-game was dictated by Iwandi constantly landing hooks onto anyone he was looking for.
And I love it because you're talking about the kind of throwback to the Jada, but specifically getting to see it pop off on the Blitzcrank, something tried and true, right? That we've seen a little bit more in the past 6 months than I feel like we've seen in a long time. But it is always that wow factor to the moment. And while I do want to turn another page over to AL for just a moment before we get all these stats going and things like that, there's now been 2 series. There's now been 2 losses in each series for AL. But I will say the change this time was the draft looked better. The draft was better. And I think that's something for them to continue to build. Now you just got to put both of them together. They were playing pretty good in the first series, but the draft sucked. Now you got draft is good. Play needs some question marks behind it and find something to go with week 2.
I think the problem is, and not to throw any strays to team who's playing later, but AL were playing better than Ultra Prime, right? That's what they were doing in their first series despite their loss. This could have still been at that similar level, but yeah, I think AL needing to clean up a lot. And just needing more plays in the playbook, right? Needing more ways to try to actually open up the game. Sure, are you going to be putting yourself at more risk by looking for these, moments? Especially a lot of times when we're talking about, like, pressure ganks or, like, working your ways into these situations for Xiaohao. It really feels like that'll be the thing to level them up and put them in a position where, like before, when you think back to AL when they had, like, Chocho in the bot lane, it was very aggressive, very proactive, and they had great early games. It would fall apart after that. Now we need to start AL kind of piecing together those same early games that they used to have with different iterations of the roster.
And now we do get to look at some of these stats. It was very one-sided in favor of Team WE. Was this the new mascot dragon diff, the mental diff from the dragon mascot of Team WE, or was it just the play? I think it was just the play. But it would be interesting to see kind of WE building up from here.
I also praised Cube earlier for doing a lot more this game, thinking in my mind he was the Cassante, like, and it's like, oh wait, he wasn't the Cassante.
Wait, that was Shanks.
That was all Shanks again.
You got the solo bolo too. Man, that play at the top side, that's got to be on a reel somewhere here tonight because that was actually really fun. The little bits, right? Like if the calculation was just a little bit different, Pidzi gets that incredible like stopwatch delayed power unleash kill, but Shanks just too good.
Shank, and again, didn't even really have any big MR items at that point, just off of his innate tankiness. And he even was in his ulted form, right? Which is the like lowered resistances and like more damage and Omnivamp and all that stuff coming through, and it still didn't bring him down. So
is the craziest thing that Melio lost? I guess it's not. I guess it's lost before.
Because I was gonna say, funnily enough, it's lost before and oh, actually, it wasn't AL who played it, right? It was Ultra Prime in that first game. But I still want to select the more interesting combinations to him, like the Kog'Maw, which I feel like can work really well.
Why have we not gotten the Kog'Maw? I'm so interested. Like, it feels like it's a perfect fit for a classic LPL, right?
To be fair, though, most games Melio is banned, right? Like, a lot of games he isn't going through, but you're right. Now, having gone through a few times, the fact we've only had one Kog'Maw game, I think, is a little bit surprising, especially when you have teams now like WE who are coming out and opting into so many, like, tanks, bruisers, like frontliners that someone like Kog'Maw just can just absolutely shred.
Yeah, it's so interesting in the way that the meta is continuing to develop. Again, we said we have a lot of series this weekend, so we'll see how this meta continues to be. If Melio still is super heavily prevalent, wasn't actually picked or banned in the first game, if I don't believe so. And I think Does Melio actually get the combo? Do you get the right combos? The Jinx now has my eye as Hope has busted it out and looked real good with the Blitzcrank. I think there's a lot of conversations to have over what this bottom lane meta can actually be away from the Lucian, the Aphelios, and the Zeri.
Well, I mean, funnily enough, Jinx has been sitting at like a higher win rate than Aphelios the whole time. Aphelios, I believe in Aphelios' first 9 games in the LPL, he was 1 win and 8 losses. But teams still loving to prioritize this over the Jinx. I think a lot because
more
of
guns, more problems.
Yeah, and like the appeared like more proactivity you can have at like your level 1 power spike where Gale Force into a big Moonlight Vigil, and that could be like a nice like skirmishing tool to snowball a game.
Yo,
but it feels like it doesn't really matter.
Catch out on Jackie Love the other. Oh my God, that was insane.
Yeah.
I know we're waiting to get ready for our second series of the night here, everybody. So you got to bear with us talking you up a storm. But it was a heckin' victory for Team WE. We are waiting for our MVP.
Do you think Iwandi gets it?
He has to. That was my immediate vote. Was Iwandi? He literally had so many great rocket grabs.
I think it could also. I can see an argument for Hung as well because he had some great equalizers. And just remember what he was doing early game. Just right in Xiaohao's face the whole time in his jungle, living there, forcing him out, giving him no options. Either one of those would definitely be pretty good. Man, even Shake's in a great game. Who knows? Maybe he was actually collecting them. Maybe he was moving into Xiaohao's home. And
that's
like,
a bit of a different dynamic. That gets a little finicky there. I feel like
that definitely gets a little not broadcasted. Okay. Producer, this would be a great time for
MVP. I do expect it to go to Iwandi. I think there is a strong case for Xiaohao on the Rumble. I think if you're going off the series as a total and you're seeing this man pick Nautilus and Rumble, then you give it to him. But I think it was a lot of the setup through rocket grabs and things like that. And look at that. Iwandi will be the MVP of this second game on the Blitzcrank.
To be fair, I don't know if we influenced that at all. I assume we don't.
Did not.
We
definitely
never have in the past.
We don't have any power.
That is super cool. Yeah, I get. Iwandi's a great game. Iwandi's someone who, I mean, we think back to times of him like coming in and out of the LPL, right? Being subbed out of like previous organizations, previous like teams he was on. You think specifically back to when he was on LNG and then like sharing time with Lumao, and he wasn't really working out and still doing really well in solo queue, but people are questioning, oh, maybe it's like behind the scenes type issues with the team and how that's gelling. Now comes into WE, has a pretty solid first split. Him and Hope, a duo to be feared, and now coming out in his debut and showing him and Hope working together better than ever.
It was a snowball that started from moments like that, and then you got the connection from Iwandi with the rest of the team, picking out key members, delivering them on a silver platter to Hope.
Really was. Iwandi.
I actually didn't see that.
Definitely going to be looking out for. Iwandi's definitely going to be a player I'm going to keep my eyes on this split to see if he does want to bring out something like his Janna, right? Janna, something that has been seeing play in solo queue ever since the Echoes of Helia, I believe is the name. Yeah, coming out. So I think this could definitely be a meta for Iwandi to really, make his mark, leave his stamp on, and again, propel WE further.
Yeah, and the thing is, for me, I was actually beyond excited for Hope and Iwandi last spell. I was like, oh my God, Hope's found a new home. Is this the moment where he steps up? He was talking about wanting to be a leader before on JDG, didn't find it. What is he going to do? And 10th place is not exactly where I had Hope ending up in the end, because I think Hope is very strong in his own right, and there was a lot of success had for Hope on previous rosters to some extent. But I need to see this duo light it on fire. I need to see them have some of these picks that really give them the edge in a lot of these situations. We'll see if WE can continue their hot streak to start off the split here. We will be taking a small little break while we get ready for our second series of the day. You're still locked in here with me and Lyric, and we'll be back with LGD versus TT.
来了，行，别有压力，兄弟啊，东北，我这位置还可以。
好的。
是，
他们 AD，
我投泰坦大吧
，AD 往冲吧，AD 往冲吧，
大树大吧。
先退就。
OK 了，先退。
我绕过了。看一下，贝哥。我看没到，绕了，慢点，拉开，拉一下。
哎，这把可以打。
开地。
挖他掉脚。
AD，赢了，慢点，
看格温，保一下，没够，泰坦没够，看格温，泰坦没伤害的。
啊，把 AD。
赢了，几杯。
哦，
是。
几杯。
可以上吗？输了。哦，来一次。
怎么这么难打呀？就这格温这个。
啊，就这。打团你们别太冲，别给格温刷伤害。
是的。
让 AD 输出就行了，我们限制他们后排输出。
是的。
OK。小龙怎么说？好打吧。
好打，一定要打，会绕后溜球。
来跟打架。
好了。
慢点。别秒。慢点。
走，
拉。慢
点。我没打。
位置很差，还行，慢一点。
没错。哎，慢点就。
出来。
我会出来。走。
还行。
啊，慢点。
慢点。
走吧。
大树可以。
大树上不去啊。
上不去的，他
没闪好像。
还行。不亏的。还行的。
我装备真的很好。
OK， 装备很好，这不。
打团注意格温 LE。
是的。
慢点。
这么赢了，真的慢慢打。
对，慢打。
别急，别乱冲。
他们打不了。
无尽啊，这么可以打架的。
开打架。
别换。
我没事。
玩 AD。
没关系。
玩 AD。
我看了。
哎，对不起。开 AD。
没闪。
开 AD。
啊不。
走。慢。
走，别背一波。
好。
被开了。
没事。
没关系，
结束，这一波转的是。
啊，往前走了。
我
一个人打一下。
啊，走，
打！
大树，慢点。我杀了，
慢点。出来，小心走。
走吧。
闭了大龙怎么样？
看大龙，
抢他们去，
如果他们去，
他没打野的，他会拼，
可以抢吗？
技能抢一下。
哎，没打了。啊，我们直接 run 吗？
可以，我们吃。
我们来。
泰坦会好吗？
慢慢走。
泰坦会不会好？
会好。再蹲人。
慢点，我顶。
准备顶。
直接 run 吗？
可以 run。哎，
慢点。赢了，慢点。AD 没闪，
go，
没闪，急中，
还没，哎，好了，走，
拉出来，没关系，可以的，
打探，
我搞，看个温，一个，一秒，
可以打，
拉出，一波，我还憋了9，
没事，慢点，
集中，AD 没闪的，
好，AD 没闪，可以一波，
我有秒
，OK，AD
没打，
好，就是自己小心，你自己小心，我们可以赢，
快一波，
自己小心，
下走，慢点，
退场，
慢点，
打，
来4球，
替我赢，来，
Praying for forgiveness. just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2023. We're in beautiful Shanghai now as we crest into our second series of the night. It will be LGD taking on TT. Both teams 0-1. Somebody will be winning tonight. Somebody will take home their first dub of this season split. Lyric, are you still with me? Still hanging strong?
Yeah. You know what? We still got another solid series to go. Again, both teams wanting to pick up their first win. We got Sheen and Kitty on standby because they're going to be jumping in for the next series. And so, we're in the middle
of a Super Friday.
We're in the middle of a flawless night for us, a great morning for Europeans, a solid, evening for people in Asia. Yeah, got all the bases covered.
Speaking of bases, we did just come off a 2-0 victory over WE. But now we got to look forward to both LGD and TT really needing to, again, find some traction, just like all the other teams we've seen already today, because I think LGD had a tough time with their first series of the split here, Lyric.
Yeah, they really did. I think LGD came out. I mean, we saw them play against IG, who's a team who, had a respectable showing in spring, especially the early part where they were undefeated for ever. Then fell off. I thought maybe it'd be a bit of a closer series for LGD to actually show what they can do, but IG coming out with some fun things like the jungle Rengar and really pushing LGD to where
first time in years.
Yeah, it's been a while. To where TT on the opposite side, TT also did lose their first series against FPX, and it was 0-2, but at least they showed more signs of life, especially game 2. It was incredibly close, incredibly back and forth, to where just some late game pickoffs really led to that game going down.
Yeah, and so the biggest question is bounce back for both teams, but specifically looking over at TT, I think UCal was the biggest standout holistically for that team for me, and it's always been about kind of how Shanks was for WE. The pieces form around him and utilize his strength.
Yeah, UCal was one of the best mid laners we had in Spring Split. Seriously, UCal was just taking names, and TT kind of felt like a skill check team for a lot of that split, making playoffs for the first time in the organization's history, just off of, if you do not have a mid laner who can keep up with UCal will dumpster you and TT will win. A large part of that also working off how UCal works with both jungle and support. Beichuan and Yao Yao holding hands, playing around that mid lane pressure, and really them just being a three-man core. We do have some changes because, of course, Yanja coming in means Yao Yao wasn't starting in that first series. And in that first series, we had 1XN coming up from the LDL. But today, Juan Fong is back as a starter, so maybe that will have some, impact or difference, considering that they're bringing in someone that they're more familiar with.
You know what I'm excited for? I want the Jhin, man. I want the Jhin. Come on, please. We'll see if we get it though. Obviously, looking to meta a little bit more so, but we are gonna hit the arena here for our second series of the night. This will be our home for the rest of the evening here. And I will say, I just can never stop awing at the arenas that we have. First we were in Xi'an, now we're in Shanghai, and I think the fact that we have such beauty to give to our audience is wonderful, but also we have some peak gameplay, which I'm hoping we get a little bit of some meta gameplay coming through here. I think we have a lot of big question marks for who's going to be carrying on these teams, especially when you were talking about so much of the changes to TT, also some changes for LGD.
Yeah, bringing Fearness back. Kind of weird for someone to be on a team for a while, then leave, I believe going over to FPX for the spring split, now coming back and being part of this LGD roster. And of course, Envy, the 80 carry, coming over from the LCK. So that's kind of where I want to focus on with LGD, is like, who's going to step up? Who is going to be the carry for this squad? Because you have someone like Fearness who, like, right in their first series did have a game of Malphite, also played Kennen, but more historically known for trying to be a carry presence. Hai Chao as well, someone who's kind of dipped back and forth between facilitator, but trying to expand his pool into a damage dealer. And of course, you're hoping Envy can come over from the LCK and really show his stuff, but there's no like standout name like how UCal showed he can be that one big carry for TT on the opposite side.
I know you didn't talk about him too much, but for LGD, for V last split, I was always curious as to what Meteor was bringing to the table in all these situations. I think tonight, especially when we talked about the cohesion between Beichuan and UCal, how important that's going to be, Meteor's going to play a huge importance tonight as well.
I love that you bring him up, especially after the first series, right? Because the first series we'd hung the Nautilus, the Rumble. If there's one man who's all about spicy jungle picks, it is Meteor, bringing out the Zac and Spring, bringing out the Skarner, having games on Silas jungle, like brought out the Jarvan, just really willing to dip into that pool to bring out unique picks. And when we talk about some things like Radiant Virtue, again, the price being dropped, you're not only you're seeing it but on things like that Zac and other tank jungles maybe being able to be
classic UCal.
UCal feeling the energy.
He always does, man. I love his walkouts every time because you know he's going to do his signature yell there every single time. Also good to see Huanfeng there. Kind guy. One of my favorite duos was Huanfeng and Sword Art, just because it was all smiles, all kind. But now we see Huanfeng wanting to make things happen here with Yuyanja and find something for TT in the bot lane. Maybe try to make that mark for the starting spot.
Yeah, always going to be a throwback every time I get to catch TT and see No Name walk out on the stage and just reminisce about the glory that was LMQ.
No Mascot this time, but cool entrance.
No. I guess to be fair, this isn't like either team's like home arena in the sense that it is like their built arena for themselves, but it would be kind of cool to have like a giant TT just kind of walk at you. The silly meme one that people Photoshop the mouth onto. It was Munch who put the mouth onto it. The Giga Chad TT.
I was looking on social media during the break, by the way. You know, they sell those plushies. They sell plushies of that Mascot for WE. So I got to go ahead and get my hands on one of those at some point. But maybe some other teams will have Mascots at some point. I'm trying to think, LGD's Mascot would be if they did have one. But maybe something to come back to later on, as we do want to focus on them trying to set themselves apart. Because, again, I know we talked about it once, but honestly, the bar is pretty low after that first series. It can only look up at this point.
Don't say that, Mazel. Don't put that evil
don't you
on
do
the
this.
Series.
I will take you to Mazel's Hopium Emporium right now.
Oh, no. It's been a bit of a while since we've been there.
It has been.
But look at these faces. They don't even look like the faces of like hope and over,
Well, because hope was in last game.
To be fair, though, we're just going to ignore that you said that. To be fair, could just be incredibly focused. Maybe it's the killer instinct that they needed coming into the day, where TT looking a lot more chill.
Yeah, I think chill is the vibe right now. I hope we get a little bit more of a spicy game one than we did in our first series, where it was like 18 minutes till we got multi-kills. But I think, obviously, honing back into what we said was super important to look at. Bounce backs across the board. This man right here, the man that yelled, the man that screamed, this man right here, the man that comes into a second series here, TT trying to figure out what they're doing in the bot lane. And want to see if we get some of that cleanliness that we saw from WE in Series 1 here today.
I think especially when you think back to spring for TT, where they had a lot of like dominant wins just from how they play out the game, right? Again, a lot of it being down to, at the time, Baytron holding hands and just playing so heavily around mid, despite the fact that the meta did have a large amount of enchanters and was really centered on the bot lane laning phase. TT kind of just ignored that for a lot of their games. We'll see if with Yu Yanja, it could be the same, because Yu Yanja is definitely a player who wants to prove himself, right? I think he'll still always be remembered for that stint on top esports in 2020 and largely being viewed as that liability. One of the reasons why, they couldn't push further and maybe make that run for the World Finals or a World Championship. And some of that stigma still being around. The fact that he's been able to stick around, continuously find his way onto teams, I think shows that in scrims, in a team environment, things must be working well. So hopefully he finally gets a chance to show it on stage on a new team environment.
Yeah, well, that last Huanfeng poster was actually so awesome. But it is trying to find new bounds, trying to find new grounds, I guess, for a lot of members on both sides. But more importantly, it's about finding a win. I think for both sides, coming out of week one, you want a little bit of positivity. We'll see where that positivity leads here. We do have LGD on the blue side. They will be banning away the Vi, the Gwen, and that Syndra. We'll see TT on the red side, though. They ban the Zeri, Classic, and the Melio.
Yeah, now, I was going to say Maokai being the last, standard thing up, but that still leaves Cassante, right? Being one of the things that we really have highlighted. Nico as well.
It makes it through!
Just so many things we need to keep our eyes on. So for the Nico, LGD, I believe, didn't play it in their first series. So you expect to go in high chow at this point with, again, the lack of jungle we've seen. But with Meteor, you're always a bit on your toes. And for TT, they're probably going to lock this in. They're going to go to stock in standard first rotation. It's about LGD maybe being a bit more interesting in what they want to bring to the table. Are they just going to default to Illusion? Do they maybe just want to be like, we're not even going to try that. We think it's a little bit bait. Go towards the Jinx yourselves and try to have that outrange advantage in the matchup.
And my dreams of the Huanfeng Jin for game number one go out the window, just like that. But we do get that reverse double lock-in, at least, for Meteor getting the Graves. Already had played that once last series, but the Cassante also making it through.
How interesting to lock in Graves now when you'd think they'd feel more pressure to pick up 80 carry and that not get pinched. To where, right, Graves, you would assume probably shouldn't get banned. Sure, Meteor played it in their first series, but not a super high priority pick in this meta. But it seems like, at least for LGD, valuing having that carry potential in the jungle role and hoping that Meteor can bring it back to the days of 2019 BLG, where he really was such a standout performer in the LPL.
Yeah, trying to bring back the memories to the present here, but we are getting a lot of picks that didn't make it through a lot of the ban phases in our first series. So I'm excited. We obviously get the Ahri locked in for UCal. A lot of mobility on this man. He said was one of the best mid laners last split in the LPL. Now we do have Xayah banned away, so pinching that bot lane pool a little bit more. We actually get the Lulu ban here from LGD.
Yeah, so now I was going to say you're looking at Jinx or Lucian in terms of what they're more afraid of, scaling or the potential bot lane domination, not wanting to give the proactive options over to Envy and Junjiao down on that bottom side. And now for LGD, I mean, it's like if you were looking to go further in the support pool, I mean, I guess you have things like the Nautilus, but I think there's other engage options
still
available.
Work?
I don't really know if it'd be worth picking up without the Melio to enable it and give you, however often Campfire's up, those free trade patterns to be able to look for those plays. So now for TT, you're probably looking to just pick up your top laner now. Sion's going to be locked in, save support for counter pick Jinx. We already know LGD are going to pick it up, and then where they can go with support. I mean, you probably want to bit more engage yourself if you're the side of LGD. You're not just relying on Fearness having to run in as a Cassante.
I do actually like the Jinx here. You were talking about it last series that kind of does well if into the Aphelios, but right now it feels like TT just went to the store and grabbed the basic version of everything, right? They got the meta band pinned here, and I'm really interested at what combo we'll get with the Braum.
We're just going to get the Jinx.
Okay,
I was talking about this the other day that Neela's been a champion who I think is kind of low-key feeling a little bit better in the meta with how items have shaped out. I think she's, last time I checked, she's sitting about a 53% win rate in solo queue with around 10% pick rate. But sadly, that won't be this series. They're going to go with the Braum and say, actually, we don't need engage. We're just going to play trying to cut you out and stop you from being able to come in when they have so many engage options for themselves. TT, I like this going with
that's huge.
Instead of going with like a Nautilus, because you already have enough engage on the side of TT. Wukong, Ari, Sun, they can start off fights. So now bringing something like the Lantern to also offer some peel for Huanfeng, while also enabling yourself to play a bit more pick with the Death Sentence, I feel like rounds out their comp nice by giving them some more flexible options in how to play out the game.
Well, TT might have the stock standard comp for what feels like the meta is shaping out to be, but man, it kind of feels nice to see it all come together. I'm very excited to see the execution now on this side of TT, where you have a little bit of more finickiness on the side of LGD, things to look at earlier on. Obviously, the Nico that usually gets banned, making it through, but for me as well, the Jinx Braum combo in the bot lane will be of high importance to get ahead.
It's going to be one of those things where, like, it will be really hard to fight into what LGD have drafted. Like, running them down will be hard, and finding the perfect engage. Sure, you can find an engage, but the exact one you want when there's a Braum, when there's a Nico throwing things out that are going to stop you. But the downside is, if they fall behind, they really don't have the agency to try and fight back and get back into the game themselves, unless TT just, again, run at them and give them the option.
And that's something we saw last series as well. I know, harkening back a lot to that last series, but it is a point where you want to have options throughout the game, and you've got to give those options yourself starting from the draft. Well, we're hitting into game number 1 of our second series, our first Super Friday in the LPL Summer Split 2023. It's going to be a fun one. We're looking at who gets the first shove in bottom lane, where we can find some strength between these mid laners, but specifically, does UCal become that shining point for TT tonight, and who picks up their first series win of the Summer Split, Lyric?
Looking at UCal, especially when he gets his hands on the Ahri, such a pivotal pick in this game to be a difference maker. Haichao can have a good time going up against him with the Nico, who should have a fine time in that matchup. But a lot of my eyes for LGD are going to be on Meteor, right? Because you get your hands on the Graves. Once again, you put so much value on it. You picked it in the first, rotation of picks, like first 3. So I think Meteor definitely going to need to step up as a damage dealer. And then, hell, I mean, collateral damage comes out. Envy dishing out damage on top of Haichao throwing out like a Q. That could be enough to just outright take out someone like Huanfeng from a fight.
If you had to choose any minion on the Rift to copy as Nico, which one would it be?
Wait, any minion?
Any minion, monster, or whatever it is. I wish you could do a little fawn.
My favorite are the plants, and I'm so happy Yagao already did it, because it was my favorite thing to see in solo queue and like clips of watching pro players was the Nikos that like turn into the plant and then go hide where it is after it was used.
Yeah, it's actually just too funny. I love the changes.
For anyone missing out, Yagao did do it in BLG's first match. It was great.
So they actually just posted it on Twitter from LO Esports, a recapture of it. So if you want to go check it out, it's on Twitter right now. But speaking of this game, we wanted to see who got those big shoves in bottom lane. We're getting some trades here at this level 1, but I expect this Braum to have a little bit of an advantage.
It's just one of those things, right, where Envy can always switch to the Rockets and kind of dictate how the lane's going to push out, to where TT might have a bit more options in terms of trading onto LGD. Of course, having, things like the Calibrum for Aphelios to trade early with that range, and also Thresh actually having some range to be able to auto, as compared to Jinzhou has to wait for that Q to come up and throw that one out. So I think we're seeing a little bit of both of that, right? LGD maintaining that push, but TT trying to find those windows to get a bit of return damage onto LGD's bot lane.
Oh, Hook actually going through the Vidians. Oh, Jinzhou in some trouble, even with that Unbreakable. Envy trying to get some damage back in his fashion, though. We will see the opposite side pathings for both junglers, so there will be some attention paid soon to either side.
You know what I just realized? We have Huanfeng, who was on IG Young when Jackie Love was the main AD carry for IG. And then we have Yu Yanja, the guy who had to step up and then play with Jackie Love. Kind of the two of the like proteges, underlings, understudies of Jackie Love, now playing together.
I love that you quickly changed from underling
to understudy. Yeah, I'm like, oh, they're not really underlings. If they were, it would be kind of cool, but it would also go against competitive integrity.
Yeah,
if then TT come against top esports and then Jackie Love is suddenly 30-0.
We're not gonna have any of that though.
If
but
that
memories be
happens,
told.
We all know what happened. I'm just saying.
We all know. But actually, it is interesting to see. Because, again, this is kind of this new combination coming in this bot lane. And I'm Still curious because Huanfeng has had some quiet times, it feels like, over the last years. Ever since, his big splash in the pond, it would be when his story was told, when his Jin gameplay was off the charts, which, shout outs to Jin. But it is curious to see now what this new adaptation brings, what Yuyanja brings to the table to really enable this guy.
And we're going to be looking at Yuyanja now, right? Because with both junglers clearing towards opposite sides, we have vision lines kind of drawn on opposite sides of the map with some deep vision coming from TT and top side, LGD doing the opposite on bot. But luckily for TT, because of Yuyanja and having the Lantern available, they still have some options in terms of trying to lane gank bot, throw out the Lantern, bring Beichuan in, and potentially try and get some sort of summoners. But looks like maybe going to have to try and relieve some pressure off of Yucal soon. Does
nice
have
hook.
TT up is
There's
forcing out the cleanse.
Early cleanse coming through, so something to be punished, but Meteor looking to punish top lane won't be seen until now. And now Hoya knows he needs to try to make it away. The ghost has been popped by Fearness, but Hoya had popped his own, so the gank will not happen. The vision playing a key part for Hoya.
Yeah, he's still going to spot him out. Meteor does have Serrated Dirk now, so having a little bit more oomph behind his punch.
He knew he walked that way, right? Like he knew. Right?
He's still going to manage to get away.
Ooh, nice little side step there.
I mean, he didn't even hug walls or anything. He literally just walked right through. Does have the TP, so we'll be able to come back just fine. But still, nice bit of pressure relief coming out from Meteor to make sure Fearness can get the push and get a nice recall for himself. And it seems like we're in a bit more a calm pace, Bazel. It's like game one of the first series.
Exactly. We're back home. We're back home. This isn't a home, I know, for the LPL, but it's home, nonetheless.
I was going to say, this actually isn't...
Taxi cab.
This actually isn't home. I actually remember when I casted my first international, I can't remember who told it to me, but one of the people I casted, they're like, hey, you don't really know what to do when the game slows down, do you? And I'd tell them, no. Okay, games typically didn't slow down in LPL, right? And now here we are in a wondrous new world.
Is that what it is? That's just some rose-tinted glasses. I like fights. I like Summoner's Rift blood. No, but specifically, what?
So I just wanted to point out the amount of respect Yucal is putting on Haichao right now, to where he backs and just picks up a null magic mantle.
Yeah, he was down
really
pretty heavy on CS as well. I think he needed a little bit of defensive. He also had the TP, and obviously both now being burned. We won't have any TPs available for either sides, but more presence towards the mid lane is what I'm expecting. You're already seeing Yuyanja and Jin Zhao trying to explore a little bit.
Yeah, maybe trying to make their way up, get the Scuttle Crab, have options to pivot towards the Dragon with the Prio that Haichao's been keeping up in mid. But the fact that Beichan's still kind of just crawling around. They can't outright go for it. So I want to see if maybe they go for an evade, since they should know Beichan started his blue and that's coming up.
Dragons are huge for Graves early. I'm still remembering so much time, I guess like 2 years ago, when Graves was just the farm destroyer. You could play Graves and be strong at any moment in the game. And while we're far cry from that at this point, I feel like the lethality really is interesting to go on the Graves and want to see how Meteor does, because it is more of that kind of carry potential through there, but it's very cautious carry potential. You got to be careful until you get to the point that you're super strong.
You know, those were better days, because what you're hearkening back to is 2020 summer. And you know what 2020 summer had? People like Navi, who was like the Graves goat, being a god. But
the
more
Lilia Graves matchups over and over again.
You had this guy named Weiwei on 2020 Summer V5.
Hey, he plays in the league now.
He does. Everyone welcome Weiwei back, because now he's on Weibo and another really nice roster.
They got a 2-0 last night. That was actually insane. We have a little bit of a lane game coming. He catches. Does the stop come through? Beichan, he's just waiting. He's making them think there's a 2v2 going on here. Will just start his back now as well. LGD not falling for the bait.
Oh no, how are they not falling for this?
Stay.
Come on, Beichan's investing so much time.
Oh my goodness.
That was a bit disappointing.
They know now.
Yeah, my heart goes out for Beichan,
Oh,
because
this is a collapse. This is a collapse. Yucal, you're on vision. Will be dodged out. It knows something was fishy. And more priority on the Rift Herald. Understandable by LGD.
Yeah, I think this is good, right? Because Beichan just showed bot. You want to try and maximize the amount, as much time as you can, finishing this Rift Herald fast, maybe getting your reset off, coming back out onto the map, and then being a decent bit stronger than Beitron, having this objective in pocket, and hopefully getting this one down either towards mid or bot. Your bot lane's already taken one plate, so that's probably where you're looking. But I can even see an argument for giving it to Haichao with how strong he's been in this isolated 1v1.
Yeah. And I don't even think that Fearness lost the wave there. I think the highlight there from the observers. But we'll see pressure from TT was towards the bottom jungle at least. Beitwan able to get something back. A classic of the LPL. There will always be trades of some sort. And we do get that consistency, at least from TT for now. And I think we're in a much different position than we were in that first series where comps were very lopsided. I think both teams have a lot of oomph in the tank if you're getting towards mid, towards late game.
Oh, they definitely do. Again, when we look at LGD, our concerns are like lack of engage tools. If you get ahead, that really doesn't matter because it means that you'll be able to use things like the Jinx Rocket. You're going to keep pressure in mid, winning out over those like posturing exchanges. Go to Dragon first, bam. They're now running into like a Jinx, Braum, Cassante. What are they going to do? If not, though, you're never going to have the agency to start off a fight that you want. And the ball will always be in TT's court with a Wukong, with the Scion, with an Ahri.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a lot of that mobility that comes to use. And I like a little bit of the presence from TT around this mid lane. Because at first, Haichao was having a field day in mid lane, it felt like, against UCal in terms of the CS discrepancy, but also a little bit of pressure there. And now you're seeing some of that pressure relief come through. No TP back available just yet for UCal. We'll just be going back to the lane phase. Now Meteor on the prowl needs to try to find a very good in for this Rift Herald drop.
Yeah, again, I'd speculate bot. They've already gotten a plate. You're closer to breaking that one down. That's where your Jinx is. Mid would also be fine.
And there it goes.
But, yeah, I was going to say, they shouldn't have too much wave clear, so Huanfeng won't be able to thin waves out enough, so LGD do get the drop. That's about getting some gold onto Envy, and hell, Haichao's making his way down too.
Interesting drop all the way back in River. They won't have any minions now. At least they'll get the 2 turret plates there as well. No dragon for another minute and a half, so it looks like the conga line will go back towards mid lane.
And this is a great way to play, right? You kind of lean everyone down towards bot, create pressure. Once that pressure comes and you now have a window bot, you move some of the people who were in bot lane back towards mid. It's a bit of like a push and pull between lanes. So LGD doing a nice job, even if TT don't open themselves up to any, you know, gank opportunities for LGD to find.
I'm so scared of the roaming gank party of Jinzhao, Haichao, and Meteor. The Graves with a lot of the give behind him, a lot of the peel, a lot of the take as well. Beitwan looking back towards bottom lane. You clearly see where TT's game plan is to play around.
I mean, TT just understand the meta. I think both teams, right? We haven't really seen any attention given the top for either side, knowing it is just our giant meatballs going at it. And TT now, maybe can find an avenue to bring UCal down. 4 members strong.
The Yumu's was completed, so Meteor is hightailing it down here. Are they going to be able to buy enough time? Envy is the target. The Moonlight Vigil connects, and the kill actually goes over to Beitwan, as now the clone actually tanking up a decent amount of damage there. You get a lot of shots down, and Haichao's coming through. He is the Graves, but he's not, because he got the Pop Blossom and UCal. He flashes away, but there's that collateral damage. You always got to be careful.
The dive took so long that LGD are able to respond. The good thing for TT is at least you're denying minions off of Envy and building that goal lead for Huanfeng, and no one's there in mid to push and deny UCal anything. So it's a 1-for-1. Isn't too bad for the side of LGD, but it does seem like a slight trade up for TT, especially since UCal has TP. You can see Envy's going to go and try and push in that mid wave now, but UCal will manage to get there in time to not lose it on anything, even if he potentially could.
Yeah, the thing that gets worrying now, though, is that Meteor is just going to be on the train of... Oh! I was going to say a train of farm, but that is a lot of damage there, Mr. Envy.
You just lost your cleanse for absolutely free. You even saw him TPing in.
Yeah.
We'll go to the replay on bot side. Hook comes out onto the Braum. I love that Beitron's like, yo, I'm just going to flash past and ignore this guy. Looks like Moonlight Vigil not even connecting onto Envy, but having enough damage between the mid and jungle. But it was that flank from Haichao to lock down UCal, and collateral damage range so far allows him to finish it off. And you pointed out, right, he'd already finished Ghostblade by that point, so even hitting incredibly hard at this point in the game.
And he's going to continue hitting hard at this point. We do have this dragon fight, though, coming up. LGD already have one dragon under their belt. It actually looks like TT want to contest.
Yeah, TT need to be careful. They are missing some key summoners on Beichuan and Yukao. Both AD carries do have flashes up, so they should be relatively safe, but mid laners can definitely be vulnerable.
Fearness maybe doesn't want to get caught out here. He's not that tanky right now, and it's a lot of damage from Huanfeng. One kill goes over, and this dragon should be TT's.
And just getting abused, right? Not taking the flash. Both top laners doing the TP. Ghost, more team fight presence in this game. The second the hook lands, I like that Yuyanju knows haste, doesn't have flashes of anything. Commit the box, commit the flay. Easy kill for them, and it just translates into this dragon.
I was hoping for some more 50-50s. Not going to get that just yet, though. You know, we'll get it. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. Beichuan does secure that first dragon for TT. They will also look to crash down this first tower of the game for Huanfeng.
Yeah, looking at a point where TT are going to start further extending this gold lead. We're still waiting on some resets, some like items to come out for them. Specifically looking at Hoya hasn't finished anything off. Yukao as well should be able to finish off and buy his mythic right now. So across the board, LGD have done a good job at least getting those first items online.
They'll get a little bit of presence around this Rift Herald too, so get a second Rift Herald for LGD. Not too shabby. We'll be looking to burst down one of these towers for themselves. Obviously getting a little pressure on the map is super important. But now you got to look at where the lanes are going to go. We see obviously ADCs contesting for top gold, but Huanfeng far and above just now, and looking to complete his second item very, very soon.
I think it's going to be really important for LGD to even get like some of their frontline killing tools online early, right? Thinking of things like the LDR for NB, because when you're LGD, you really are truly looking to fight front to back. Like, I know a lot of times we just say front to back for like any team fight comp because, let's be fair, a lot of them do just want to run at each other. But since LGD can't really just run in, they can only hit the front line of TT unless Yukao or Huanfeng overstep too far, right? Like, by picking Braum and having to engage, you're kind of opting into, I am going to hit Sion and Wukong. So we want to get those, the ability to take down those resistances faster earlier on.
We'll see if Pop Blossom is enough to save Haichao. He'll be up here all by his lonesome. Here come Yuyanja and Beichuan to help out Yukao. He didn't connect that charm, but here comes the Pop Blossom. Locks them down. He could get Beichuan here. Mega Death Rocket goes across, but no one will fall, and it's a beautiful trade under the tower. Or at least not trade. A gank under the tower for TT.
Yeah, just very nice pivot up towards top. Not losing anything anywhere. They'd already gotten control of mid and cleared out that wave, so Huanfeng could back off safely. Now it looks like LGD need to focus on finding a place to drop this Rift Herald. They might even just drop it right now with how many put it up here.
Keep the tempo high here in the top lane. See if they can actually get a decent crash here. Maybe some decent damage. But Yukao, still pretty strong now. I did use the Everfrost, so it doesn't have as much lockdown. Needing some of the cooldowns back as well. As the charm lands, the tower falls.
I am really surprised that Jin Zhao felt threatened enough to use the flash there. I guess, once again, they don't have a whole lot of information on where, like, Beichuan is, per se, because look at the minimap. He's in his own jungle, not showing on wards, not showing in a lane. So, LGD saying it's better to be safe than dead.
Envy has been such a pain in Huanfeng's backside this whole game. The Mega Death Rocket stops from across the map. The Zap stops from right point blank. It's actually hilarious to me.
Why, Mazel? You coming to this game as a biased caster?
Oh,
he's going down.
That's the flash. A little bit more damage would have done it. Mega Death Rocket is available, but not going to pull the trigger on it just yet.
I know you were cheering that play on. You are so happy that Huanfeng has no flash.
Well, you know, I've been playing a lot of Warhammer 40k, and one of the saying is blood for the blood god. You know, the LPL, I want to see some fights, all right? Huanfeng has now completed the Gale Force, so on the other side, you got some fighting tools. Got that completion there for him, so that'll be second item that we were looking at. Obviously, would like the third a little bit more, but they will actually be in position potentially to contest this next dragon.
Yeah, we're going to see what they look for, because with having the Cassante, LGD have done a great job of maintaining presence in bot side like we see here right now. Fearness constantly has the push in this lane, which means they have a much easier time controlling vision. So I wonder if TT are going to opt to look to trade and maybe just play up towards top, go for the gold and picking up that turret. But with the resets coming out now, it probably means they want to head down towards bot and fight for this Drake.
Of course it does. Why would we not want to fight over this contested Drake? It is a potential step towards a Mountain Dragon, which honestly would be a boon to both sides at this point with a little bit of that extra tankiness. But I am looking at how much contest because there is so much vision down right now from LGD.
Yeah, they manage, for TT, they managed to get topside while still not having to just outright give up Drake just yet. UCal gonna go for the reset and try and make his way down, but LGD, like you're saying, still maintaining presence around the spot side. They will have time to be able to pick up that red buff first, it looks like, before the dragon does spawn. And there we go, Mazel. TP's coming in. We're getting ready for battle.
I hope you got your boxing gloves on because we're about to go fisticuffs up here as Haichao will be TPing in now. Very far, but maybe he can sneak in there. As we've seen before, can the Nico be the difference? They're just going to buy a lot of time, but Fearness's health bar says we ain't got time for that. As now the sneaky Nico has found the back, and can they get Yukao? Can they get Huan Feng? Those are the big targets right now. Haichao's just buying time. That's a big charm that lands onto Fearness, though, and he gets chunked. That's the front line of LGD kind of gone.
I think Beichuan popped his head in the jungle. Yep, and the ward going down. They have an idea, right? The fact that Haichao hasn't shown for so long, that is weird. That is sus. They don't like that. And they aren't going to overextend for anything. So I like that TT played that one a little bit slower, didn't give in, and didn't give that free opening to Haichao because it just leads to a win in terms of another dragon.
That second dragon onwards towards this soul that they'll be fighting for, but also just looking for a little bit of stability, then getting those big objectives, setting themselves up for the future is huge because we are literally just building towards 5v5 mega throwdown fights around Baron at this point because both teams have taken such a calm approach to the early game.
Now is going to be the time where we get to find out.
Collector, let's go!
Are these teams going to be, let's say, you know, not turning the cogs of the game forward and just waiting for Dragon to come before they fight? Or is one of them going to go live the Baron life, you know?
So it's a question of, in this situation, do you want to, you know, wait to build up a giant Gundam with all the cool weapons, or do you just want to fight with your bare hands? I mean, at that point, that's what you're talking about. Speaking of fighting with your bare hands, there's some bare knuckle boxing in the top lane. Haichao with the Pop Blossom to his death. Yuyanjo will pick up the kill.
Yukao doing all the work, looking for that 1v1, and Yuyanjo just comes out and snubs it right away. You know, I don't know if this is his trial phase as Jin Zhao. He's a brawl. I guess him getting hook is fine. But yeah, Yuyanjo better be careful for, you know, he gets moved out of Yukao's roster.
Of Yukao's roster? You say Yukao's the big boss? Yukao's
Who's the big boss out of these two? Fearness looking for it.
Noodle fight. Hoya, you might be losing. You got to find yourself a better pool noodle, my friend. Oh, Fearness. He's got a lot of damage, and he's all out in you, Hoya. That zombie ain't going to save you at all. Ain't going to get anything back either. LGD with the solo bolo from Fearness.
I need to stop assuming that you know, there's an idea behind what's going on. Because I'm like, okay, two big meaty tanks. Hoya's walking up. He's probably fine. He knows he's just chilling. There's no way he's going to die here. And then he just accepts, puts himself in the position, doesn't try to escape when he goes too far. He's the one opting into the trade. We're going to see here how it exactly goes down. Even starts off by ulting even further in to clear out this wave. And looking at the minimap, I mean, his team's so far away, opens himself up for it to go down. Now no ulti to be able to escape, and just accepts his fate.
It don't go down easy, but it still goes down. Fearness going to be huge in that moment for LGD. The Cassante really coming alive now. We're getting a 5-man squad in the mid lane. Try to take down this tier 2 tower. You got a potential engage from Hoya, but onto a clone. And they're just trying to defend this outer tower because it's really their only point of defense right now out on the map if you're going to be extending.
Now for TT, they have to answer waves, right? We can see the top wave hitting the tier 2 turret right now and just kind of having to accept. When it comes to contests over mid-wave, LGD should be getting the better end of them, right? Having those rockets available, play with the range, more AoE coming out, and Hoya might have to suffer for it.
Hoya, definitely pretty tanky at this point, though. Maybe a little bit more tanky than Fearness, but not all that much because Fearness actually has those 2 items completed. The tower finally falls, and now Envy gets excited. He got a couple of shots that will be going on to the clones, but we want to see a little bit more damage given back and forth. Both teams bloody, but neither out.
And we're at a point where we have the weird dynamic, right? Where, like we said, LG don't really have many options for forcing fights, but this Braum is just such a nuisance. Jinja able to stand up front, tank so much damage, and TT not really outputting damage as quickly as someone like Envy could at this point in time, especially with the distance he can. And there it is, right? How quickly can you start getting to some sort of penetration, now making his way towards that LDR by getting the last Whisper?
Yeah, both of them are like, okay, I need damage. I need damage now. Stat, doctor, please. The other funny thing is just the kind of give and take of the clone game that's going on right now. You got the Wukong clones versus the Nico clones. Whose is better? Now we actually see who's going to take the tussle around the dragon because we got 30 seconds for a potential 3rd dragon for TT. Beituan looking for the flanks.
You know, had Beituan just circled all the way around by happenstance, he would have found Envy. That would have been huge. That would have been such a like random stroke of luck. He's still trying to get even deeper.
I don't know if he can make it around. That would be a little bit too much damage, I feel like, coming out from the tower there. The hook actually connects onto Jinjiao, not the person you want to. They're trying to access the back line now. Shock rooms are starting to stack up for Wanfang, though. And that could actually be super huge. Death Sentence doesn't go through. Hoya's in the back line. Pop on a 4, but it was one of the clones. And now we got to see the follow-up afterwards. Yanja connects. Wanfang dealing some work. Hoya goes down to zombie mode, but Envy will survive in the end. TT, they're still in this boxing match. They'll actually connect on a Meteor. He flashes away, and that means pounce time for LGD. They find Yanja out. Meteor picks up the kill. Oh, Beituan, he goes in, he can't find Envy, he does flash forward, picks up the kill. Wanfang is big right now, you gotta watch out. Moonlight Vigil connects, and one goes through, another, and TT are firing on all cylinders.
And everything looks so good for LGD, but Beituan, the patience, finding the angle, having the confidence to go back in, knowing they have the damage. Are they really gonna turn towards the Baron? Oh, they are, I guess. Oh. With Hoya's TP up, it makes sense.
It's not a flip.
And now, now LGD making their way over towards the Dragon. I mean, TT gonna be so happy with this end of the trade. And all of it coming from, again, just a bit unfortunate for Envy, having to walk right into Beituan after you'd already won the initial fight.
The flanks keep coming.
I think a lot of this fight came down to the setup. LGD, great job by not giving in. Had they gone deeper into River and not kept threatening the Baron, Beituan would have had a great angle for a flank. But since he didn't, Hoya goes down. Haichao finds a really great ultimate, which stops them from being able to reinforce Hoya. And this is what you wanted from LGD. Again, play off your disengage, play off the range that you have. But it's here, look at the minimap. Beituan wraps all the way around from Tri-Brush. And LGD just don't expect this. They feel like they won the fight, they got 2 kills, and bam. And
they're scared of Wanfang as well. I know maybe ADC bias here, but Wanfang played that fight so well. There's so much that was available to try to take him down, but he was able to keep a lot of distance, buy a lot of time, and then the combo comes together. That's what we're looking for this team. It's the combos that need to come together. We know they're skilled individually, but it's about executing, and now we're getting a little taste of both here for TT.
I feel like we saw good things from both teams in that fight, right? We saw LGD, like, kind of understanding how to maneuver around their composition, not overcommitting, trying to force join the River, not overcommitting up towards Baron side, and then TT, I guess, just knowing their limits, knowing that they can still take the fight, knowing that Beituan has to look for that flank, and then you commit, so...
A little bit of minion action in the mid lane, Fearness. Trying to defend this tower as best he can against 2 Baron up cannon minions. Haichao actually making his way. There's the tower going down to tier 2, should fall.
I also want to point out real quick, Mazel, that LDR has been finished by Wanfang with the fact that they won that fight, so sitting on some more important items. Zanya is also being picked up by both mid laners. Can have a drastic impact in those fights, especially if Haichao get an ult off, survive, and get more cooldowns.
They're committing mid lane. They pulled actually Fearness away, but didn't find what they were looking for, and now they lose a little bit more pressure on the bottom side. Almost half a tower at this point.
And this is where they're really going to be struggling, again, without the ability to just easily force a fight. Because usually now, is going to be like, all right, screw bot, we'll give that to you, Cal, we'll force a fight mid. But I guess you still could. Fearness or Haichao can run in, since TT are playing so far forward.
Oh, UCal playing a little too far forward. Has that Spirit Rush available. We'll burn it.
That gets away in the end. Envy also now picking up his Lord Dom, so when we're going to go into a war of attrition, he will be much better.
He stayed. Let's see, he's got Zanya's baby bot. Nope. Okay. Well, that's it for the side lane for UCal.
He deserves that emote. He deserves it.
Honestly, for that, maybe. We'll see if it actually does come back to bite them, though.
I don't necessarily think it should. I mean, the fact that TT's still going to have the Baron to be able to play with, maintain prio in lanes, means they can just keep pushing their vision line even further. The kind of downside is Dragon not up for 2 minutes. It's going to be really hard for you to actually break the base of LGD. They have a ton of wave clear coming out from the Jinx Rockets, Q's coming out from Haichao. Even Graves is like no slouch. You can always like waste the collateral damage if you have to, if they are like threatening you that much.
He also just got the Black Cleaver, which is actually pretty big for the Graves in terms of just the being able to stick, but also have some damage potential behind it. UCal also making 2 rods into a hat. Does have that Rabadon, so that's another big spike for the Ahri. I have to look at who gets caught out before fights, though, because that has been a big kicker so far. Fearness trying to catch out Beichuan, but that Dark Passage is right there. Thumbs down, Beichuan says.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said about UCal having the death cap, because I feel like that could be really pivotal, where now, I mean, TT could bash in that damage department, right? Because you're just solidly ahead of Haichao on the Nico. Huanfeng, you might be on like similar breakpoints as AD carries, but being a full component up, when we talk about things like the range disparity that's there, those could be the difference makers, and just being able to take down the less tanky front line that LGD have. Though Fearness is up quite a bit of CS, which does give him an item lead too.
It does. Definitely helps in that frontline access, or at least frontline body for LGD. The big thing is, though, and I love that you mentioned it earlier, UCal is just so far ahead. And in matchups, like we said last split, if you don't match UCal, he will smash you. At this point, you're so far ahead in item, it just feels like Haichao doesn't have as much of a say at this point.
Yeah, 60 CS up. Did also just blow his TP to get the top side. I think he was afraid
Don't worry about it.
of LGD collapsing down on him. But just in time for Dragon, them to walk in together.
Don't want to charm. I mean, I guess if you just do a bunch of damage, you can do it. They're all grouped up right now. That was a recipe for disaster with that Infernum waiting to go.
And Huanfeng didn't even have to use Moonlight Vigil there for the amount of damage they've already dished out. So still having all their big tools, only the boss going down. And that not even really being the most pivotal tool in their tool belt. So this will just be free soul point for the side of TT. For LGD, you're gonna want to start getting some vision control up towards that top side, but the fact that you're still coming out of base, TT are even gonna be able to challenge you for that.
LGD looking towards their new addition in Envy in the ADC position on this Jinx to be a big carry for them later. They've been buying time to make this comp work, and you just got to get a little bit excited if it is going to go LGD's way.
Hoya there just walked up. We're like, all of you can auto me. I do not care. Tries to charge up a full Q and quickly realizes, hey, you're still going up against some pretty big hitters.
That's a no-no. We'll see actually ripping back towards mid. I think actually engage might go through. I was gonna say nothing's gonna happen here, but we get a lot of damage traded back and forth. Fearness about half health, but Hoya ever strong as that front line. And while we were talking so much about Envy, you still got to watch the other side.
Because Hoya had actually just recalled and TP back in. Had he just been chunked out for free there off of a TP reset, that would have been like a huge small win.
Beichuan has found the flank. He found it. Moonlight Vigil goes through, but it's wide. You got Fearness who TP'd way back. The Pot Blossom connects. This is a knockout, drag out fight, and it's LGD's only hope. They can't get excited though. They can't get one kill. It's Haichao who's down, and now UCal going forward. He's got that Spirit Rush and Spirit to him. You got a lot of damage from Meteor, from Fearness. They've got the tankiness to survive, and while the rest of TT got out positioned on the other side of the fight, they actually took it apart.
I'm actually interested to see the replay and see what what pinned Yucal down to where he couldn't just jump in when Beitwan found that flank. Ooh, is Hoya gonna survive?
No. Hoya got to try to get away from this one. That is a 6-0 Graves, though, with the full lethality build, and he's going to find another kill here, no doubt. One more shot to the back.
I feel like the setup was there for TT, but ideally off of this flank, you want to see Yucal matching up to get on top of Envy. He goes in, kind of forced back by the threat of Haichao. And then, yeah, that just takes him a little bit longer because he's trying to peel for his own AD carry against his Nico. But look, that means Envy survives for so long and gets off a huge ton of DPS before he eventually goes down in the end. And I feel like that's really what gave the opening for LGD to take this fight, was the fear of the Nico on the backline and Yucal trying to peel for his own AD carry as well.
And Fearness's flank, I was like, man, that's so far away. But it actually was so huge. This man is on a mission, and it is to kill TT. They will be flipping a Baron, though, because, of course, why not? And Beitwan will have to find the Miracle Steal. We'll see if he can do it. He's on the back pit. They know that he's there. They've got to try to deny him. He can get over the pit, though. 3,000 hovering. LGD don't want to let it go. 2,000 down. Beitwan, he doesn't get it. He needs to try to get out now. He's stuck in the pit. There ain't nothing to call home to. Envy picks up a kill for LGD.
Great pickup by LGD now. Gonna have this Baron to play off of the fact that they already have the range. Rapid fire cannon. I say the word range, rapid fire cannon comes out for Envy too. So they're really gonna be able to hit these towers so easily. And again, their composition from ahead can be so oppressive because Envy, Haichao, Meteor stand up front, hit those turrets, but then you have Jinzhao there with a Braum shield, absorbing everything, just allowing for the safety to come through. Might not have his ult up just yet, which is something that they have to be a little bit wary of. Means they can't dissuade engages as easily, but still a ton of power to just force down these tier 2s.
Yeah, I got 2 minutes for the Baron buff as well, and now it's trying to find a way in for TT. It feels like the strengths are represented very well. That GA now completed for Meteor. He will be unstoppable, and it just doesn't feel like TT have enough left in the tank.
No, again, I just don't know how they force into this now. Now that LGD can play on the front foot, they are getting quite heavily chunked, though.
Fearness getting caught out is a good way to start. They do get the frontliner down. Hwanfeng picks up the kill. Now Yucal feeling a little bit of gumption. As Hoya goes in as well with his unstoppable onslaught. There is the charm that connects, and they just burn down Jinzhao. There is a trade back as Meteor will make Beitwan bite the dust. Yucal still has a couple charges. The Spirit Rush wants to look for Envy. Connects the cleanse, but he got damage back. There's tight moments, a lot of stress, and Yucal will dodge out of that super mega death rocket.
That was stressful to watch on both sides. Oh my god. LGD at first kind of giving over free kills. Like, hooks coming out, free damage being dished out, but the other members of LGD not like in position to reciprocate the damage. Means it's just pure benefit for TT. But then Envy with some nice fancy footwork to at least make sure some return damage, some kills go back over for LGD.
All right, the Hwanfeng Gundam is online. Full build for the Aphelios. We're at Dragon Soul Point for TT. They do not want to give this away, but it looks like they're going to have to, unless an Infernum did enough. But Meteor secures it. That'll be Soul Point now for them. And he still does so much damage. And Fearness has found the backline. Pop Blossom! And Pop goes your life. You got Fearness popping him back, though. Hoya goes down. 2 kills for Meteor.
Fearness and Haichao setting it up for Meteor to just dunk them down.
This
they
man
have
is
a wave
10-0.
in mid. I mean, they're just going to go for the end here, and they should be able to find it.
What do you do when a Meteor Graves comes to you? You die, that's what. As he is doing work here, we said at the beginning, it's going to come down to what these jungles can facilitate, what they can find. And Meteor has took a strong step forward in game 1 of this series as LGD seemingly pulled this game back from the brink, and now it just feels like nothing can stop him. Hwanfeng doing some work. That's 6 items. That Moonlight, gosh, it's so close. The feels for TT there, but LGD make it out alive.
Zal, something stopped them. Something stopped them. It was the wave clear coming through. It was the threat of an engage. And you know what? That's for the best. That's for the best right now, because with where both these teams are at the start of the season, this could really still go either way. LGD, they can throw this. TT, they could keep losing. And that's why I'm excited to see where the next fight brings us. But my god, the flanks from Fearness this game. Beautiful. Just the potential engagement from both teams, especially for LGD, who need those flanks to succeed to start the fights they want.
And you just now completed 4th item for you, Cal. You're still working on that 3rd for Haichao. You really need that item discrepancy to be closed. But what I love is that we're getting an LGD that loves to go late. It is insane how late their games have been. They are also in possession of the longest game so far in the split, like 43 minutes. But we're around in that bend now. We're looking at a 7th dragon of the game to contest for Seoul.
Oh God, we're at a point where, like, again, now with multiple people at full items, we're gonna get like the true team fight.
It's
we're
the Gundam fights. It's what I've been waiting for.
Who can out big brain the other? Who can out hands the other one? TT, we saw the recipe for success.
You're not gonna do that again, okay?
It's kind of Beichuan and Yucal going in tandem onto Envy, but Beichuan might just go down here.
Might just go. They have so much CC. He does have to burn that flash.
For TT, like we said, it's kind of those two being pivotal players, getting on top of Envy, bursting him out, while the rest play out the front to back. For LGD, you're fine just, again, Braum in front, Envy auto-attacking. If you get into a position where Fearness can find flanks like he's been doing, like, great. That just means you win even harder. But it's not something you necessarily need if TT are going to keep trying to find these fights into you.
Let's see the mid gank, if it's going to be possible. Haichao's clone going in, having a little bit of fun. As now Beichuan still looking for that side lane flank. Meteor's like, nope, I'm going to be the man marker now. As we will see Fearness actually not get caught by any of the CC there. Meteor looking around the corner here as well.
And now just the posturing in mid. No bearing up, no dragging
this is what you need,
up.
Though.
We're not fighting over any camps.
Yep. Oh, there's another ward Beichuan. I'm sorry. We'll see if they can actually find this this with the knockback comes through on Hoya.
TT just really are trying to find this, but they just can't. You're seeing it, especially every time the rapid fire proc comes up. Envy able to dish out some solid damage. Haichao too.
That's going to be a lot of damage on the Hoya. He's got to be careful. There's that unstoppable onslaught used. Beichuan, again, caught out by a ward. LGD, they're looking to flippy flip.
And remember, Meteor is huge right now. He's just taking this one down so fast.
Beichuan not even focusing on the Baron at this point. He just wants to find the flank. He wants to find the back line. There goes the Baron. You got to see, can they get Envy? He makes it out. Pop Blossom across the back. A huge moment changer as a visceration comes to TT's House of Living. And Mega Death Rocket comes through, but it's a little bit of distance making for Envy, who now also takes down Yucal. An obliteration of TT. Oh, he gets another one. That's a double kill for Envy.
Yeah, TP back to the minions as well. I guess trying to cut off Hoya's escape path and just help get those minions pushing even sooner. They've done it. Again, they look so shaky in their first series. But nice bounce back, especially with the team fighting coming out from LGD.
My goodness, what a game. They will end it, at least before the longest game of the split so far that they also hold. But man, they made TT work for this one, and they actually brought it back in the end. Huge stuff, the composition aligned. It just felt like once they got rolling, you said it well, this composition, if they are ahead, it's so oppressive, and it ended up being just that.
Yeah, because again, you're just kind of left with this in this position where you now are trying to force into a Braum, into a Cassante, and it's then it becomes like a battle of your marksmen and of your carries. And we saw what the Jinx was doing. We saw the fact that Meteor especially was able to get to a big 6-item point like so much quicker than a lot of the damage dealers on the opposite side. Huanfeng really trying to be the big grace for the side of TT, but not able to do so in the end. So very back and forth game. These teams, just one thing we learned from this game is that these teams incredibly close in terms of level.
I will just say there was a constant through all that, and it was those backline pop blossoms.
Yeah.
Nico will not be led through in another game. Those were insane. Even for the first 90% of the game, it didn't do a lot of damage, but it was the CC that laid. And then that last one, you did 3/4 of all of their health bars when you connected onto 3 on the back line. It's things like that that make Nico a permanent ban, or you just have to find ways to deal with it. Again, Jinx was let through. They pinched the ADC pool. It didn't matter. It still worked out for LGD. And so I'm wondering exactly how that game plan comes to bear now, because TT had control of that game for a majority of it.
Yeah, TT felt like the ones. Oh, I mean, again, they were the aggressors. They were the ones on the front foot. They were the ones who picked up that first Baron, and things were looking solid. But sadly, giving some picks over, giving the ability for them to win a fight, LGD were just huge at that point. So I'm happy for LGD because, again, it felt like that they should have done better. Maybe not in terms of result of the first series, but in terms of like the performance in the fight that they were able to put up. And now we've seen, all right, looking a little bit better. Things really being cohesive, like the team fights were there. You could see players having an idea of like how, like what their role is within the team composition in a team fight. And those, I think, are always some of the most important things to like kind of see where teams are at. To where for TT, again, there were some good things in those. We even pointed out like there would be fights where teams would go 1-for-1, and like both teams did something that was quite nice and like quite good for their composition. But sadly, they just got to a point where they couldn't contend in those 5v5s, and they couldn't find the backline access.
Dude. Let me tell you about Meteor. Sheesh, man, that dude popped off on the Graves. My God. I mean, he already picked it out once in the previous series. They lost, obviously. But to come out and be like, nah, that wasn't the problem. I went 10-0 plus. I don't remember what he ended up in the end. I guess we'll see in just a little bit. But my God. It was Meteor that set the tempo from the jungle, and it never stopped. Even when TT had a lot of control, it's because they were playing through the lanes. But Meteor always had a stranglehold over the jungle.
He really did, and it's a weird game, right? Because I'm glad we see the damage numbers, because Envy definitely did look like he was the one packing the biggest punch, as he should, being on a Jinx and into a game where we got full builds coming through. But I really feel like that top side really was just pretty solid in those team fights all around. Again, what all of them brought to the table: Meteor with the damage, Haichao with the pot blossoms, Fearness with like the 2 or 3 flanks he was able to find in this game. To where for TT, kind of a similar story of that. A lot of big moments from UCal and some solid moments from the rest, right? A lot of it did just come down to that 5v5. And sadly for TT, their biggest strength in spring wasn't necessarily their team fighting. It was them looking for picks and playing around Yao Yao with Beitron, enabling UCal. So, this could be a bit of a bad
Envy
omen
wasn't
for
even
TT
full
in terms
build.
of their results. No, he never finished off that last item.
My God, what a Chad. I just think that a lot of things could have changed with a little bit more distance on Juan Fang's ultis, things like that. But it obviously comes down to a lot of execution. But as well as when you get 2 extremely high priority meta picks in the meta right now, it's going to end up in your favor, right? You get that Nico, you get the Cassante. It gives you so much pressure from the solo lanes, even though UCal felt like he was winning a lot of the pressure trying to move with his jungle.
Yeah, like, I mean, hell, those are 2 champions we see as must-bans, right? Cassante has been banned in a majority of games. Nico has been banned in a majority of games. Not only did both these champions go through, both of these champions went through into the same side of draft, which is always a little bit interesting. But again, we're still in the first week. Teams are still going to be figuring it out. Who knows? Maybe more teams will go along the lines of like WEs and IGs and bring spicy picks out like Rengars and Rumbles. So, we'll find out.
We will find out indeed. We will be taking a small little break while we get ready for our second game of our second series of the night. So make sure you go get some water, refresh, and come right back here to the LPL.
see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side?
Welcome back, one and all, to beautiful Shanghai as we hit the LPL Summer 2023 split. We are here on our first Super Friday of our summer split, and it's 3 back-to-back best of threes. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. We're here midway point potentially of our night as we are into LGD versus TT, where LGD had to fight tooth and nail for it. They came out with game number 1 successfully, and it was off of none other than Meteor's MVP on the Graves.
Yeah, great performance from him. Brings out. Again, we're kind of questioning, like, hey, there was other potential picks you could have gone for in this rotation, but highly valuing getting that Graves early, and they show us why. Looked so comfortable on the pick.
Oh, it's 11-0, okay?
Yeah, had a lot to work with. The damage coming out from Envy to support him, but then also the CC from the other 3 members to make sure he's huge. And it's nice because, again, I feel like Meteor is still living like in the shadow of himself with how hyped up he was in 2019, with how close that BLG roster was with making an international appearance and all of it being off of his back and not really being able to find the same success since 2019. So I think it's still going to be a hard road for LGDs. Again, a lot of newer players, a lot of younger players like Jinja, who might have been around a long time, but obviously like swapping to support and being the caller. So we'll see if they can climb up from here, but this is just a great bounce back win from such a disheartening 0-2 loss in their first series.
And it was disheartening, boy, I tell you. Maybe don't go watch that series, but it is incredible to see that bounce back, especially the tenacity it feels like in this game, because as we were looking at that gold graph, it was a true representation of the LPL, the up and down nature, but it was TT in the driver's seat of a lot of this game, but then some crucial engages slowly led to an avalanche-like fall for TT.
And it's one of those things, it's still kind of surprising, right? Because you think back to the tail end of 2022 summer when TT finally started to go on that like upward trend, and they kept it up in spring. Like, it was great to see. They brought progress from one split over to the next, got their first playoff run ever, had a bit of a shaky start, lost their first series here, and now sitting one game in the hole is a bit peculiar for a roster who I thought were going to cement themselves as like solidly in that kind of playoff contention role. This is just another series, you know. It wouldn't be the end of the world even if they lost here. Luckily, they are swapping over to blue side, so should give them more options in terms of bans.
It is, and I think we're obviously looking at T2 who are trying things out a little bit. They've obviously brought in Yuyanja for this split to start right now, but it's also the switch up of the ADC, 1xN to Huanfeng, trying to see which pieces of the puzzle work here in week number 1. Well, we know one piece of the puzzle that needs to be taken away at least, and is the Melio. TT will stick true to that. We also get that Lucian ban over there on the blue side. It is the Zeri Vi ban from LGD on the red side.
I'm always a bit surprised to see Melio banned on the blue side, but especially this early, when maybe if you're afraid of them leaving open Zeri plus Melio, which I don't think you really should. You just go for the Zeri. You mean that in that circumstance, but banning a lot of things that I feel like are bans on red side on blue. Cassante now can be off the table as well. So at least the same amount of like strong OP champions is not going to go over. Nico though is still open if TT just want to lock that one in right now.
There you go. Could be the option, as that maybe was the plan the whole time for TT. Keep that one open. The Maokai and the Cassante bans were the last ones of our first phase. Should be the lock-in of the Nico here, because if not, then LGD are just going to pick it straight up. Oh, switch to the Jace at the last second. So I would expect Nico picked up in the first 2 here.
Yeah, Nico still being something that's open. Gwen as well. Someone that was banned away in the first game, and Gwen is also someone who's gotten quite a few bans in like our first phase of bans that typically doesn't get let through. Didn't in game 1, did here. So now Aphelio's open. Nico must come through. There it goes. And now for TT, it's up with it goes to what they're cooking up. You know, Beichuan is someone who in the past was always huge on AP junglers. So I wonder if they maybe have like other things under wraps that they're willing to bring out, or if they do just go to the standard Wukong.
Could be just for some of that stability. But I'm wondering how they really want to combo with this Jace, right? Okay, the Sejuani.
Yeah, we know exactly the answer to that question, how they want to combo with this Jace. It's like so strange though of TT's priorities on this patch. Again, game 1 giving over Nico and Cassante when they were on red side, giving those over to blue, and now this time around they're going to give over Nico plus what should be a Wukong coming out here, you'd assume. But
or do you just go Gwyn?
Yeah.
It's a little AP intensive, but still such a strong pick right now.
Then you would definitely need the AD jungler coming out, but at least you know if anyone has a deep pool, there it is. If there's anyone that has a deep jungle pool, that is the one thing Meteor will never disappoint on. He will always be willing to bring out anything. He shows that split after split. And instead of going towards the Wukong, they'll just go with an outright answer into the Sejuani, going to steal away those resistances later on and try to be the huge frontline nuisance that LGD need.
Ain't that such a way to approach it though? Meteor just like, oh, you want to pick Sejuani, huh? You want to think you're spicy? Nah, I got this pick in lock. He's gonna just lock the Trundle. Huge stuff. We'll see the execution though, obviously on the play. It is the Jinx comp that you have to be careful of. We'll see the actual bans for the focus of TT though.
To go back to the pick, so one thing I love about Trundle is it also brings back like potentials for like level 2 ganks, right? And just go up into a lane, especially in mid. You pillar someone and it just sets up for the Nico E so easily to where Yukao would probably just have to outright flash right when the pillar gets placed down, right? So definitely excited to see what kind of mind games Meteor brings in with this Trundle pick.
I want to see if there's any mind games going on with TT right now. Maybe a Jace top. Maybe they do something a little bit spicy. But I think this is going to be Yukao. Jace obviously loves to go for those AD mid laners to some extent in his past. But I love to see the Blitzcrank ban. A little shout out to our first series of the day. But especially something that can be a game changer with that Jinx and the Lulu ban there with the Nautilus.
I was wondering if LGD would just take away the cannon, because TT are going to want some AP damage in their composition. So like you're saying, unless TT flex Jace up towards top, what do we have available? We have Kennen. I guess Silas as well is something that can be played into certain matchups. But gonna need to find a place to slot that magic damage in somewhere. And then support.
Gotta pick support.
Yeah, a lot of the common ones are down. Braum still being left open wouldn't be the worst. You know, having the double CC pairing along with that Sejuani. Especially when so many engage options are already off the table. So is it
You
just
just
Ken and
run
Braum?
the comp from last time as well. The Thresh goes over to LGD. We'll see that Kennen actually does get locked in there. Rakan was something that was banned away last game, but not this time around. Does make it through for TT.
Yeah, I like this a lot more as well. Just having more ways to set up for your Kennen to be able to do that damage, right? Quickness coming in after Beichuan finds the engage. Renata would be a little bit spicy,
Appeal
right?
potential, man.
Yeah. And I feel like since Renata has fallen out of the meta from being just an outright must-pick staple, she's had such a big impact. I'm sad we don't get to see her coming out because, again, anytime she kind of comes in as a counter pick to a composition, I feel like we see it do so much, but they end up being the ones to pick up the Braum. So LGD now opting in and bringing in more peel with the Braum, the Trundle itself, still getting some engage this time around with having that Scion and top side, to where TT having way more of a glass cannon composition with the Kennen and Jace as their soul laners.
I'm just so itchy. Like, if you don't see an exhaust here, what happens? Like, Hoya will need to be answered at some point in these team fights. Those flanks, the things that we've seen be super crucial this series already, and especially with the combination of Beichuan, I'm looking at that late game in a little bit of fearfulness for TT at least.
Flanks was the key word that you said because they are going to need those, right? Sure, I mean, you do just have Sejuani who can just like run in, throw out the Glacial Prison, maybe find engage that way. Rakan follows up with the quickness, but I feel like LGD were being very conscious and considerate of the flanks in that game, especially as they went on after Beichuan found a few. So it's not going to be as easy as some of the ones that Beichuan was able to find in game one, for this game.
TT gonna feel a little sore after that first game. Definitely wanted to take the lead position here coming into the series, but now we'll have to fight tooth and nail to come back into it. Bring us to 3 games here on our Super Friday, as we're gonna be hitting the rift with LGD versus TT for game number 2, starting up now. I think when you're looking towards what we saw from game number 1, holistically from Meteor, the MVP that was gained by him, I'm looking for a come up from TT, from Beichuan, but as well as the UCal connection that we did foreshadow to needing some maybe work up coming into this series.
Yeah, I think for TT, you're going to be relying a lot on your lanes finding advantages because in theory, I mean, top's going to win, bot should win, mid as well if UCal can connect with those accelerated shock blasts. So you should have a lot of priorities that you can work with. You have a nice combo there with the Sejuani to help out that Jace. And that should really start to open up the game for TT, where then you are getting deep vision. You are able to more easily set up for these flanks. So for LGD, it's going to be about, one, how they can, like how their laners can individually contend in those 1v1s and not bleed out too much, but also, again, Meteor being able to do some more, I think, cheekier plays since he is on that Trundle. And again, I think a lot of attention put towards mid. Jason, a mobile, champion, throw out Pillar. You then have the route to come out from Nico to potentially just force out a flash, and then his job becomes much harder.
Now, what do you think about this double Comet solo lane for LGD? Love the Comet Star for Fearless. I don't know what it means in all actuality, but just try to find those trade patterns into Hoya's Kennen.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right, where it gives you an easier time in the lane. You're never going to take Grasp against a Kennen as a sign. You're never going to be able to proc it. You could go Unsealed Spellbook, I guess, and take a more team utility-oriented route. But this lets him contend in the 1v1s with the trade, constantly procking that Comet, and maybe even setting up, plays for Meteor to be able to make on that top side.
Jin Zhao just threw up the angry kitty emote. I don't know what that means, but if he's having a little bit of trouble down there. I'm glad to see that he took the exhaust. I was wondering, because I actually, towards the end of last split, we were seeing a lot of Kennens make it through and no exhaust being taken. I'm just glad that we don't have that here, because I think Hoya could be such a big piece to TT, really fighting an in the series. But I do want to go towards these paths for the junglers, because last time around we did see the trade going through opposite sides, but now we'll see both really putting a focus towards this bottom side potentially.
It's one of those things where, as TT, I mean, you're winning both side lanes. And coming out from Jack, you're going to win both side lanes. Yeah. So you really have the freedom as Beichuan to pick where you go. So I think going towards the spot lane, enabling Huanfeng and Yuanjin really shutting down any paths for Meteor could be the call. So already even getting a ward out in the river to spot out if Meteor did want to try to wrap around and look to force an early flash in that bot side.
As you may have seen there, 274 days since Trundle has been played. It was Tien who played it last. So Meteor trying to shore up some of the records of plays coming through here, just the same as earlier. But now we see that premier gank from Beituan in the mid lane, trying to make that connection happen.
Yeah, great use of the clone by Haichao there. I mean, kind of did just debate Beituan and managed to get out scot-free with that flail connecting onto the clone.
Oh, final little aggression with that level 3 here. Can't connect any damage, though, after that Winter's Bite, but now he does, and now he gets the fourth one. The Gravitum actually connects as well. Couple more shots, and it would have been enough. And not just yet in the bottom side. LGD's bottom lane, though, playing with abandon and aggression.
Doing a nice job of forcing the all-in, because that really has to be the difference in play patterns, right? For TT is Meteor.
Oh, Meteor got baited a little bit there. He does have that pillar to stop UCal, actually, and gets away with another Chicky Nuggy.
And UCal had to respect that there, because, again, still having the root come out from Nico, then Trundle can just turn there, high chop him over the wall, can output all the damage he wants. I think it's a good call on TT not to follow it up. But going back to bot lane, right? For TT, like, having the Rakan into the Braum, it's all about being able to whittle him down. Things like the Qs kind of weave in and out with your engages and take quick trades. But for LGD, it's going to be all about the all-ins, right? Finding those windows where you can just get that passive onto Yanja and take the trade and win out. So nice to see LGD understanding the play pattern and being able to keep up in a lane that, again, is losing in terms of pressure and priority.
Maybe feeling a little bit comfortable, just like last game, even though they were not in the driver's seat for most of it. It was crucial moments from Haichao, able to find those big Pop Blossoms. He does hit level 6 now, speaking of Pop Blossom. A little bit of ward there from Fearness. The back does get completed up there. TP will come through. Top laners are matching. Bottom lane will be matching shortly. We're probably turning back our attention towards this mid lane and see where that next potential give will be.
And I feel like, once again, we'll probably be waiting a while. Feels like from metas of past, where LPL has felt like a giant, like, metal deathcore show with pits everywhere, we have turned into, like, a hipster acoustic set that, like, you know, 30 minutes in, maybe there are going to be some edgelords who still try to kind of pit, and that's yeah, he's doing it now.
Speaking of, there's a pit. It's a level 6 diff in the top side. As Hoya takes that and throws it in Fearness's face. He doesn't have TP back. He doesn't have level 6 either. So not going to be able to get back to lane very quickly.
And this is kind of the... Oh, Jin Zhao's going forward.
Yeah, wants a couple of those procs here. Envy was just a little bit out of range to try to connect.
I think this was the foundation of TT's plans as well. They're like, hey, we're getting countered like in the jungle role. We're going to be playing out through having strong lanes inside to allow the Sejuani to play the game and not get too bullied. Looks like they will still lose out on this dragon because of the lean that just came down towards that bot side, allowing NB and Xin Zhao to get pushed. But still, at least now you have a Kennen who's going to be massive on the top half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that is an absolute L up there right now for LGD, losing those multiple waves, losing the one turret play, but a lot of pressure up there. Good for LGD to respond back to get this first dragon. Maybe something to happen down bot side, though, as well. As the turret did come through there from NB, a little bit damage. Actually, more in favor of TT's side.
Yeah, trade going slightly their way. Also,
Jin Zhao just wants it, man. He wants the smoke.
Yeah, and I mean, look at LGD. I mean, already having the Kershite Shard and Longsword there. To where Huanfeng did go Cull, so, you know, it is definitely more about the scaling. Farming up.
Mid lane, tussle, as it always will be, but actually feels like UCal is getting a little bit of ground under his feet now.
Mazel, I always thought it was pronounced Kerchise Shard, which never sounded good to me. So I'm glad it's Kershite instead.
Yeah. I mean, that still doesn't sound great, but yeah.
It doesn't. And I always thought it was called
better.
Evan Shroud, which sounds much better than Even Shroud, but Jin Zhao, this man wants to fight.
Oh, dude, it's insane. Oh, okay. Meteor's like, I'll throw a pillar. But
like
they just want to continuously pressure.
Every 10 seconds, he's like, okay, like, W's up, gonna W to a minion in front of me, throw up the Q, and just hope we can get something to connect. That does give this opening for TT to pick up Herald on top side, though. So, TT is going to capitalize off the back of it, but now, no flash, no cleanse on Huanfeng. we know Jin Zhao's already been going in, so that might get punished soon.
They're going to sneak their way across mid lane here. Making actually, Meteor got spotted there in the very end. The Rift Herald goes over to Beichuan and making it out scot-free there. We'll have to see where they actually want to utilize this at least. I would expect Yucal or Huanfeng to be the recipients here. We actually have a little bit of lane movement from Jin Zhao trying to get this push in for Haichao in mid lane. Jin Zhao, you want to be a little careful.
Yeah, for going back to TT and the Rift Herald though, I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up using it for top and like breaking that one down sooner, funneling more gold onto your cannon. I think it might be worthwhile to try to keep him in this like extended laning phase and allow him to keep pulling the sign. Like you're really under no rush to break that one down just yet. So definitely mid, bot wouldn't be a bad shot if they end up wanting to use it here. The thing they're gonna have to worry about again is just how aggressive Jin Zhao and NB have been, and who knows? I mean, their health bars might be chunked by that point if Jin Zhao once again just keeps jumping forward and throwing out those Qs like you know he will.
And there comes a point where you're starting to wonder what this mid game looks like for both sides. I think Haichao will have a lot of connection with Meteor. You're looking for this poke to be present when you're setting up for objectives for TT. And that definitely changes the intro game plan when you're trying to set up for these macro decisions.
I am just so happy as I am. It's really just now materializing in my brain. That
Okay, you're materializing,
we have
you're
two
thinking.
non-enchanter supports, which
Holy
means
cow.
supports can move from bot lane and cool stuff can happen. That's a huge win.
Isn't Rakan technically an enchanter?
Kind of, right? I mean, yes and no. He moves on the map, so he doesn't count.
I'm not gonna rules lawyer you. He's it's not enchanter today, dude. Meteor as well, just try to connect on Yucal. And there you said there's that combo, but can't get enough of the CC down.
I mean, think about it though. Like, if that happens, even like 2 Teemos forward,
Yeah.
you have to flash as Yucal. Like, you can't even wait. Like, right when the pillar comes out, you have to flash. So, that's why I've been waiting and hoping LGD would put more stock and again, just showing mid, just showing a little bit of presence. But they've already been doing a great job of just trying to hammer home and enable their bot lane to have a fine time, and it's been working. What should have been the CS lead for Huanfeng and Yuyanja hasn't been. It's actually materialized into a slight lead for Envy and Jin Zhao.
See, Huanfeng actually trying to scoop up a couple more of those. There's that Rift Herald in mid lane, actually. So we'll see a lot of presence from LGD trying to defend this one.
So it's good, right? They've realized they can't do it bot because of the amount of attention LGD are giving. They're not going top, and they're leaving that to be an extended, isolated laning phase. But sadly,
no.
Well.
No, Lyric.
You know the worst part is? They technically were 3 men strong in like this portion of the map. But
man.
Yuya just started pathing towards top. Beitron kind of went down. Had they just 3-man stacked mid. Probably could have guaranteed
Shelly's
that
part
charge.
of the team too, all right? Everybody out there who leaves their Shellys out of the team conversations, we gotta have a talk with you, all right? Shelly is part of the team. If you pick up the Rift Herald, she's part of the team, all right? We'll see the actual contest, though, come over this dragon.
So, is it only if you pick up the Rift Herald, or is it like whatever game we had over the past few days where whichever jungler was just like, nah, I don't care about that, and just left it? Fearness?
Oh. Hoya pops the slicing maelstrom. Oh, here comes Beichuan. 50-50, and he gets it! Let's go! We burger flip it all night here in the LPL.
Beichuan gets in, gets the steal, flashes out. And TT gonna be
I can go ahead and take your order right
one.
now, Lyric. Do you like cheese?
I do.
Cheese? Okay, cheese check. Do you like lettuce?
Lettuce pretty solid.
Lettuce check. All right. Do you like onion?
You know what? No, but give me the onions anyways. We're gonna go.
All right, well,
and see
here's the
here.
onions.
We're gonna see how it goes in. Bam, gets in there. Smite comes out. Sadly, Smite just not coming out from Meteor fast enough. Does have to commit the flash to get out. He's Beitron. You're gonna be fine. You're on Sejuani. You have that Q. Your tanky is tanky as hell. There we go. You need to remember where we are.
100% grade A beef patties being flipped over there. We do get two plates as well for Hoya. So my goodness, the kid just keeps on putting on 30 CS up. Already has that proto belt too.
I love
rocket belt.
I love you highlight that because now we're at the point where TT are going to feel great going into a fight, right? Hoya coming off on a flank, being able to rocket belt straight onto Envy and take him down, having that huge item advantage. So you're kind of looking at the next neutral, which you know, is going to end up being the next Rift Herald towards the top side. TT should probably just guarantee that one. I don't even know if LGD want to fight.
Oh, they go straight for this one, though. And everything connecting on Haichao in the end. Here comes the Mega Death Rocket. Almost enough to take Haichao out.
Great coordination. And this goes back to the strength of TT, right? This was the TT identity that we were hitting on. It didn't matter what the meta was in spring. They didn't care that it was more about bot lane laning phase and having enchanters. It's about support roaming with Beitron, hanging out around mid, and propping up UCal. We were curious to see if this would still work with them taking Yao off the roster, because Yao coming in was really what started and enabled that playstyle for TT. But good to see they move over to this composition, and they're still able to keep going and make it work.
And I think that's why Jin Zhao was playing so aggressively at the beginning. He wanted to try to keep Yanja in lane as much as possible, but now things have kind of leaked open. We'll see if LGD can find a little bit of promise here for themselves. We got a Rift Herald number 2 spawning in about 5 seconds, and everyone's coming to the party.
I'm surprised that LGD are actually opting in to try to contest this. They need to be so afraid of Hoya waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Meteor is just going to get eviscerated here. We see Hoya actually get stopped by Fearness there. The flash does have to end up coming out, the unstoppable onslaught. So a lot of cooldowns burned there. I don't think you can contest this Rift Herald any longer.
They actually might be more willing now that they've burnt the Slicing Maelstrom. I feel like TT were actually a little bit too eager to pull the trigger on that one.
They actually wanted to pull back on the Fearness. LGD moving in full force. The turret comes down. Can't exactly layer the CC just yet, but Yanja takes a big trade. Wanfeng mid lane, meanwhile, will be spinning up that Gatling gun and getting some work done.
So in the end, TT, the play still does work out, but again, I really feel like they were way too quick on pulling that trigger. LGD should have no right contesting this.
Oh, Envy wants it. Envy wants it onto Wanfeng. 1v1. No! He gets it flash cleanse. Envy's going off right now. And Meteor flashes to his doom. Maybe he can't get the one more shot off. Oh my god. He makes it out alive, but Jin Zhao can't say the same. UCal shuts him down, and now they might have caught out Haichao on the side. Pop Blossom comes through. It's not enough damage just yet. Envy is back, but he has been found. Yanja gets gunned down. And now Fearness with a full health bar out of nowhere is about to RKO you. Beitwan is getting chased down. I don't think he can actually go down though, because Envy had to back away.
I am so confused. Yanja survived. That surprised me. He escaped. He tried to buy time to set up Wanfeng to win. Then he goes back in by himself at 10% HP and just gives Envy a kill.
Oh my goodness, what?
And
what a just insane cornucopia of chaos.
In my
honestly.
mind, LGD had no right contesting there. Just the Slicing Maelstrom being used, I think, too eagerly, too aggressively, trying to find picks on the Meteor and Fearness. Just let them go into the pit more. Let them start up the Rift Herald. Give yourself better positioning to be able to take people down. And it ends up being about an even trade. Like, they still get the Rift Herald, but it feels like it should have been much bigger of a win for TT.
Yeah. For sure, for sure. And they need to actually use the Rift Herald this time. We think of the Yumu's completed for UCal. See, as he comes to the fold, if he can get some good poke down again, it's about to set him. They're not going to do that much damage there, but they are going to charge this one, okay? They're going to get this one off.
Coming out for Fearness. Has the
ulti. Get a nice little flank. The charge goes off. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Unstoppable Onslaught actually connects on the UCal. That's a huge. They connect him out. Oh, man. And that's a big pickup for Haichao as well.
And Dragon's up, so it's going to be a very easy pivot for LGD and know what objective they want to take. For TT, I don't even know if they have any threat. Oh, actually, here I am thinking, I don't know if they have any threat on Baron. It's not even 20 minutes yet. So just going to move up, get some more gold onto Hoya, but kind of like game one. It feels like TT have some like, better understanding of like certain situations, but it's like small missteps, small mistakes that just keep giving LGD these openings. And kudos to LGD. Again, TPing people like Fearness and playing around these situations well, like Envy in mid lane a few minutes ago.
Still to worry, though, is this top lane gap that we're seeing unfold in front of us. It will be another tower going the way of TT. Also, like a 40 CS lead for Hoya. We'll see if that actually matters, though. Exhaust is coming up for Jin Zhao, so the next fight could mean that, you know, LGD find themselves a little bit of favor. We get this directed cam of Envy versus Hwanpong.
Sadly, Moonlight Vigil did still connect, tries to run them down. Cleanse and fly away. And again, we're going to see this part of the fight now, which I really wasn't paying attention to because I was watching the cool ADC showdown. They are going to get run down by the other members of TT. But I just want you to keep your eyes once the Aphelios comes back and Rakan just walks up out of nowhere for no reason. Right here. Andrew, what are you doing? You got away. You survived.
Thought maybe Big Chuan was going to turn back around or something. Communication, maybe
like right. He wanted to reinforce his team. I'm sure someone was calling like maybe they could still win because the Pop Blossom's coming out, but from a spectator point of view, it just doesn't look good. But I respect that. Going in and dying his friends and his comrades. That's what you need to do.
Go down with the ship. It's been an honor playing with you, gentlemen.
Wait, what?
Oh, that was the clone. The clone. Oh, Glacial Prison actually utilized, but that will be a 5-minute cooldown on the flash for Haichao.
Definitely worthwhile trade for them. I'm glad that TT are still keeping up the aggression because even despite us saying like, hey, they should have been winning harder here or doing this a little bit better, they are still up in gold. Up like a pretty sizable chunk too with a 3K lead. And we already know where that 3K lead is. As this man now is 2 items done, just finished up his Void Staff. Fearness still doesn't even have 1.
God, don't look at it. Don't look at it.
I mean, did go towards like the Bomby Cinder and things like this, but still, this cannon is huge.
Envy though, Envy has completed his Gale Force now. 2 item spike there. Locket of the Iron Solari also completed there for Jin Zhao. So some item completions that could help LGD carve out a little bit more on the map.
And I feel like we've seen, okay, Envy knows how to auto attack, how to play an AD carry, how to do his job. We need to find out if Hoya can find the big cannon play, because so far we've seen 1 attempt for a cannon play. It really was not the one you need to go for, because it doesn't matter if you have this giant bazooka if you don't have anyone who knows how to operate bazookas. They're just pointless. It might as well just be a Nerf gun.
Do you have a permit for that, or are you sanctioned to use the bazookas?
You might as well throw
let me
apples at
see your
someone.
license. I want to see your bazooka license. Oh my God, that's what we need. Something like that now. We need like a little like emote or something.
don't.
Just a bazooka license. No,
We don't.
No,
We
nobody
don't.
else?
We don't need that.
You can only use it when you play Jinx from Arcane. Did you know that Jinx is from Arcane?
Yeah, and I know they're taking way too long to give us another season, and it disappoints me.
This is all that it's about now. We're going to walk away from the game. It's a soapbox about when the next season of Arcane is coming out. Or about when Hoya is going to kill somebody. One of the two.
We might only be, okay, I keep getting baited.
You
by the
keep
phone.
getting baited.
We might only be into the 4th game, but with how these games have gone, it feels like we've gone the distance. And, you know, we might still go the distances. We still have 1 more series to go. Won't be me and you here for that next one, so people in chat are going to be happy. And we're going to Kitty Machine.
Wow.
We're going to have a great time, and it's going to be awesome.
You know, I was going to say something along the lines, you know, I'd always go the distance with you, Larry, but now I don't want to because you want people to not like us. And, I want the people to have fun.
It gives you power.
It gives you power? Oh, God.
Oh, wait, look at the mini-map.
Don't do that.
Hoya might go for a clone again.
Oh, don't get baited, Lyric. Don't get baited. The second that Haichao gets caught, though, Beituan is right there.
Yeah, but LGD now three members strong. Not going to let this one go through. And now they really have to be afraid, right? Now Meteor are going to steal away those.
Oh, my God. He does a lot of damage.
It's Yuyanja again. I do remember the famous reason why so many supports love playing Rakan when I was talking to some LPL coaches is, hey, you can go in and face check and get away with something that should have been incredibly int. So Yuyanja will manage to escape with all the mobility he has.
See a little bit of a siege happening on mid lane. Not for long, though. The minion clear is definitely there for TT's side. Although, Fearness, you got to be a little careful. That's a preemptive flash.
Look at Hoya.
Hoya has found a flank. He's not spotted either. He's going to wait some time. Can he buy enough time, enough angle? Meteor finally finds him out. Realizes there could have been a flank there. But TT just closed the trap draw, too. LGD are stepping up so far right now, baiting in TT, but they're not going to pull the trigger.
This benefits TT, though, because TT are the team that have the accelerated shot blast, and they're the team that has the rockets coming out. So even if we're just in this standoff where Hoya can't find a flank, TT will be the ones getting more damage out because LGD need to close more distance. But still, LGD doing a great job marking the flank and making sure Hoya can't get on to Envy.
Chow is trying to have a little bit of fun from the mid lane. I love that at 23.5 minutes. It's just something else that TT have to think about. But look at Hoya. He's caught out. He's going to try to hit that slicing bouncer right onto Envy. He has to flash. Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum, but he's still on. Envy will just not die! Oh my god! The man stays alive through everything that TT threw at him! And that's everything but the kitchen sink. Will he just take that too at this point? Holy crap! How does he survive?
How does no one die from LGD? It makes no... Huanfeng was even left just like free auto-attacking the whole time. With these health bars, they are baroning. They are mad. They are crazy. And I love it.
Bring your one, bring your all. None shall make it through to Envy, the new carry of LGD. And now we'll see another 50-50. Yukao goes in, dies. Maybe not. He actually makes it out. Hoya picks off one, though. He'll get Jin Zhao, and now LGD just need to try to make it out of there. There's another one for Hoya. And Haichao's getting a little bit low. Going to send the clone. Fearness trying to make it out, but he's slowed down as well. And not going to make it out alive. You get 2 Barons out of it for LGD. And what a slobber knocker.
Honestly, I think his LGD should be happy for that. Because with, like, sure, you have some people like Envy who are about half HP and other members who are a little bit more healthy. But, oh, Meteor.
Meteor's found out Hoya. Meteor should clean this one up. One big chomp and one big swing. It's 600 gold over to Meteor.
He was the member I wanted to hit on, because Meteor, when they started at Baron, was like 10% HP. One, like, accelerated shock blast and, like, a zap connecting onto him, he's dead, and they have no smite. We're going to go all the way back. How does Envy survive
this is insane. It's literally throwing every version of the plague at him, and he just survived. They even make a second counter engage afterwards.
Yeah, Cleanse into Flash, Gale Force being on top of it, Rakan Shield coming out on top with a great Moonlight Vigil layered on top. I'm sad we didn't then get to go see the Baron, because I really feel like a Meteor was taking such a risky chance with that play, but luckily they get out with still having 2 Barons, so I feel like they're going to be feeling pretty decent.
Ooh, getting onto the clone there, not so good. Moonlight Vigil going to go wide, but they just wanted the turret, and they do get that. We're looking at those second items here coming through, but is it going to be enough for TT?
Huanfeng also now has no flash, just from one pillar. That pillar really is just so deadly. I'm glad TT are actually respecting it and not trying to, okay, get pillared and maybe try to like outplay the CC that comes after, because you can't even risk it.
God, I'm just still going back and replaying that moment every time. Like, Envy's got to be sweating, and he's pulling it off. Something that I found interesting was their willingness to wait and get this Aphelios to kind of fall back onto it here in another game, where that's all he played in the first series they had. And I think we saw a really strong showing from him in the first game, but now on the Aphelios, it just feels like he's unlocked at this point. These team fights are going their way because they're spacing it out so well.
Yeah, Envy, again, coming over from the LCK, did play on Sandbox. Not one of the upper echelon teams as Fearness. No ult, no flash.
I don't know if he can make it out of this one. I think he waited a little bit too long to start making his escape. They are booking it down here, though. Can they make something happen out of nothing? No, will not be the case. Fearness will die in zombie mode.
Luckily, this death not really the end of the world, right? There's no neutral objectives up on the map. They weren't even like able to group and try to go for any Baron pushes after what they were able to claim in mid with how short the Baron timer was left. So will be a nice injection of gold to the side of Thunder Talk, but won't really turn into anything pivotal. TT, surprisingly, have been able to keep the gold lead despite LGD feeling like that they've been the ones finding some advantageous situations over the past few minutes.
Yeah, this steady gold lead for them definitely helps. You're getting 3 items now as well for a lot of majority carries. Obviously, that Bloodthirster was completed for Envy, but now you also have that Grudge completed for Yukao. You're about to get a Rabbit on death cap for Hoya, and you're obviously waiting on that 3-item spike for Huanfeng for the Jinx to really turn online.
Yu Yanja seeing so brave once again because he is on that Rakan. And I want to highlight Death Cap just picked up.
There you go.
Playa having that one online finally.
He has his ulti too.
Yeah, he's going to be huge. I wonder if that's an option that maybe Meteor would look at. Maybe be able to try to stop and take down Hoya even easier. Pretty
Gotta
solid
get that
items
exhaust
for
on
TT
him.
against. Yeah. Pretty solid items for TT across the board, though. Like, 3-item Spike for Yukao, Sorelda's Ghostblade, Mirror he's going to be hitting like a truck. Your Kennon's huge. You know, 2 items for Hwanfeng's good, at least his Last Whisper started. To where when you look over at LGD, it really is Envy. He is really the only big one that you have to contend with and be afraid of. To where now, well, Hwanfeng just finished off the LDR as well. So 3-item spikes across the board for the carries of TT.
That's something that's going to be really scary for LGD to deal with. Envy's going to try his best, but it's about execution of the team fight, right? A big pop loss, and if Haichao can find access to the back line like he did in game 1, in this game 2, that'll be a difference maker, but so far has not been the case. We got about 1 minute and 20 seconds until the next Dragon. We're looking at a sole point potentially for both sides.
TT so far doing their due diligence, clear out mid wave first. They already had Hoya in bot, so they will have both avenues to be able to enter from and prevent any like kind of cheeky flanks coming from bot side against from LGD. But I guess LGD not really a team that cares to flank as much, right? It is a lot more of just standing in front of Envy and allowing him to be able to deal damage.
I'm wondering how this Dragon setup is going to go, because you're going to get LGD's push here. They're going to get the bounce back. They've got the push.
Can they
from Hoya
collapse on the cannon?
side.
Oh, they
They're
could.
trying to. They're trying to. Hoya is going to go the other way, but he's going to go right back to the team. This could be actually a big setup for TT, but Hoya's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Pop Blossom used too early, and Hoya makes it out over the wall after burning his flash. Meteor's trying to make another way around onto Hoya, who knows he doesn't have anything left. He tries to get the slowdown now, but TT's trying to cut off the side. This is such a confusing fight, Lyric. There's the Slicing Maelstrom. They just gotta catch Hoya, and they do. Meteor gets the kill there. They're trying to flash. Flashes are coming out everywhere. You gotta think it's a flash mob at this point from LGD, but they're gonna turn back and fight. The Unbreakable comes through from Jin Zhao. You got the reset of the fight angle from TT. They're trying to get it. Moonlight Vigil. Envy. He wants to go for blood. He gets locked down. He gets shut down, and Hwanfeng is excited now. And now TT wiped the floor with LGD. One simple mistake, one overextend, and LGD's life is forfeit.
Just a little bit more damage onto Hwanfeng, and that could have been a different fight. She doesn't get excited, isn't able to keep unloading all that damage, but sadly, it is not the day for LGD. And TT, I saw some pings come out onto Baron, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it here. They really, this is really the great chase for Hoya. At first, I think this is worth. You know, you Pop Blossom, sure doesn't get it, but you force him to flash. So he gets away in the end, but they keep chasing him down. This is where it gets silly, right? I like that they know, hey, we just keep going on to this cannon, but I don't care about this replay anymore. Because we have a Baron in the bottom left hand of our screens, and that seems way more relevant.
That.
Aw, thought someone would. So here we go. I want to see exactly how they don't get enough damage. Moonlight Vigil comes out, auto to follow through. But sadly, I mean, that
couldn't get the second auto through.
Yeah, second auto can't come through. The quickness there to really dissuade a lot of that from going down. Beichuan also being a bit of a meat shield to make sure that nothing follows up. And sadly, just no one else from LGD able to get in range.
Unfortunate circumstances, but something that TT will definitely be happy about. They also got the Baron in that replay, as you said. So looking to get those resets back on the map and do some lasting damage to the base of LGD at this point with this 5,000 gold lead.
You know what this is, Mizel? You know what it smells like right now? The aroma in the air? We're going to 3 games.
Yeah, you
we
know,
we're
I'm thinking
going to
that
3
too.
games.
I'm thinking that too.
No, we're not thinking. We know we're going to 3 games.
We know.
And no amount of assurances can possibly curse this game. As look at that cannon. Still 3 items and huge. Look at Fearness. Still not on the second item.
That's really unfortunate.
No way, right?
And you also have Yukao's Jace really starting to turn on here. 5-1 on the pick, trying to make something happen for TT, as is tradition for Thunder Talk, it feels like, when Yukao is on the table. See potential shenanigans happening on the bottom side of the map here from LGD, but they're just trying to defend at this point. I mean, they got 1.5 minutes for this Baron Siege to wane. Oh, okay, they're looking for Hoya again. They can't find him. Again, there's just not damage. They're throwing themselves into the pit of death.
They really are. So now 2 members going down. They're going to easily be able to take this turret. They don't even need to rotate Hwanfeng over so he can stay mid, push that one down. so they might even be able to break open 2 inhibitors here. Hoya even has TP to join up.
This could be the signaling of the end. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of comeback potential left for LGD. Even though they got a lot of comfortable pieces, even though they got Meteor's pick of the Trundle, the team composition was just too good from TT, and the execution was on point as well. We'll see them put some final touches on this bottom side and catch a couple more members out. They could snowball it into a victory as Wanfeng will get excited off this turret. And here comes Hoya back again.
Didn't even need the TD holding on to it. They still end up getting the 2 inhibitors. So 4 turrets down, 2 inhibitors. Huge play off of 2 picks, off of Engage coming out from the side of LGD. Bounce back. We said it, more simply you said it, Mazel, that UCal really did turn into like the heart and soul of this team back in Spring Split. Still really showing that here. Like the TT have defaulted back to that identity, so we're going to see the cheeky brush play come out. They go for it, Pop Blossom comes out, but Slicing Maelstrom's there. And the problem is, now you don't have any like exhaust going out onto this cannon. You don't have the damage to be able to take him down with pretty much just Nico there dishing it out. And Hoya just gets to have his way with them.
He does indeed, and on display permanently is this strong cannon in this game, and not really any answer to be found for LGD. You also have that 4th item completed for UCal, so he's gonna be hurting even more. They're looking for the final lane here up in the top side, though.
And now it is definitely just a matter of time, right? They have 2 lanes of supers to be able to play off of. If they take it patient, they just wait for those to crash in, and then LGD are going to be spread thin. They're going to be pulled apart. Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. I wonder if TT will even pay it any attention, you know, go down there, or if you just play off your supers and try to break open that top turret, not risk like a chance of a contest coming through. But hell, actually, LGD are so far behind, they couldn't contest even if they wanted to. They couldn't contest if you wanted, Zell.
Yeah, I think even the Mazel's Hopium Emporium wouldn't be able to put enough Hopium in the tank here. But we'll see, actually, as they're going to try to make their way back out on the map. Try to do something in the outside of their base, at least. But I think this Soul is just going to go handily over to TT. They're definitely taking their time with it.
This is where you sing them their song, you know? You give the eulogy for LGD in this game. As, oh, they actually are going to contest. I love it. They already know it's over no matter what, so go for the flip.
Try to find something. What kind of burger did you say you liked? You got the Pop Blossom burger delivered right to you. But Hoya hits you with the lightning in the back of the head. Doesn't really get that much from that Slicing Maelstrom, but actually gets burnt out. Oh my God, don't tell me this is actually happening. Oh, he burns out though. As Fearness actually falls. Now UCal's trying to put some damage back on a Beichuan, or back for Beichuan. But it's not going to be anything. Envy picks up more. A 3rd Dragon LGD. And we find ourselves in the same position as last time.
Do you think UCal TPs or no? I don't think so. I don't think he should. But they did ping. They did ping onto the Nexus with help wanted. Okay, they don't. But how? How does TT not win that fight? How does Wanfeng get separated? Like, we need a replay of that right now.
Oh, the tower.
Oh, thank you. We can get a replay of that right now. So we're going to see. Again, LGD know they need to contest this. If they don't, the game will just be over anyway. So get the big engage. Haichao comes in again. I want to keep my eyes on Wanfeng because he should be able to dish out damage, but it's Envy manages to escape. I want to see Wanfeng Observer, please. Ping's coming out. It looks like he just can't manage to get past the ones that were zoning them out to start off with.
Yeah, I mean, that Pop Blossom from Haichao
right?
was huge. It forced the flash of both Wanfeng and Yuyanja.
Yeah, and UCal and Wanfeng were just too separated.
Oh, my. What? UCal's just gone? Okay. There's a Baron on the table.
Remember 5 minutes ago when we said this couldn't be cursed? I love that it could be cursed. Let's go, LGD.
They're still down so much. They were on the verge of being down 10,000 gold. And now it's only about 6 as they're clawing their way back into this game, much like in game number 1, but not nearly as big as a deficit. Oh, look at Hoya. Hoya. Oh, I don't think he can do it. There's still like 35 seconds on the inhibs. I think he's just gonna get collapsed on. They're gonna do the Baron.
They go down. I mean hell, they have to dedicate more members.
They have to. I mean, he's so strong. They're forcing the Baron right now. Meteor is not there. Yeah, I feel like they need to send somebody else, not Meteor. He actually gets a kill back too. Oh no! And what happened? Oh, the Moonlight Vigil back home in V. But Huanfeng is still so strong. You just can't do anything. They just willingly went into a huge cluster fight around the Baron, and now they just lose the game.
Honestly, they had no options. Like, what could I guess they could give up the Baron. That is their one option, but then they know it's still over. So they get spread thin. TT doing a nice job of pulling them apart.
They're so good.
And now we're going to see they can just probably look for the end off this.
Huanfeng's going to get excited here, put some shots into Meteor, but it's all about cleaning up this game for TT. As they definitely had to sweat it out as they have all this series so far. We're getting some bangers here. Almost 70 minutes combined for both games, or even more, 80 if you will. And that will be game number 2 going to TT.
Very messy game coming out by both sides. Some like good points for TT, right? We saw them pick strong lanes. They abused that. That's how they kept a large amount of their lead, especially in that top lane. I feel like we really did see them struggle with setting up fights with their composition, though, like really getting maximum value out of that cannon. But luckily, it still was enough in the end, especially when you have so many different targets, right? It's like, okay, sure, maybe this time the cannon got dealt with and he didn't have maximum impact, but you still have a Jace. Oh, okay, well, you force a Jace out and he's fine. Well, there's a Jinx over here, right? They had a lot of like moving parts that they can work with. To where for LGD, it definitely felt like they were in a point of power, and then sadly, not marking some flanks, people getting zoned off and not being able to connect into the fights properly, but still, we saw signs of life from them. It's still better than their first series, first day of play. And I'm kind of excited going into game 3 with how close the series has been so far.
Yeah, it's a good, again, bounce back for both teams. Both teams losing their first series of the split and wanting to find purchase in a second. And now we're going the distance all 3 games, which is exactly what you could ask for, especially in these types of situations. The way we had Meteor hard carry game number 1. UCal having a great performance on the Jace in game number 2. The drafts changing a little bit to some extent, but now specifically into game 3, I think those drafts change a lot. I think we don't see the Kennen obviously come through, but I want to see what else kind of bends and breaks.
Yeah, I'm interested as well, right? Especially for LGD side when so go right game on the Graves this time the Trundle counter pick, but even TT like moving towards that Sejuani and willing to go towards a different style, because if there's one key difference in TT I want to see between game 1 and game 2, it's coming out with that, like trying to maybe more prioritize the winning bot lane matchup, especially in terms of support, because Yu Yanja moving and that like him and Beitron just sitting mid for a large part of that early mid game and UCal getting big felt like one of the difference makers. I saw that and I saw, hey, this was spring TT. This was a TT that was a playoff team. So I think bringing Yu Yanja into the fold the same way that Yao Yao was as in that 3-man stack is like necessary for TT to win and do well.
And it's about getting those picks in bot lane that enable that to some extent. Things that you'll feel safe with if you're going to leave, Huanfeng or 1xN alone and try to find things out on the map. And I'm interested now if we get an adaptation into early game planning for either side, because we have seen 2 slogs back to back. Like I said, over 80 minutes now for both games in a best of 3. So these teams are sweating, they're stressed. What happens in game number 3? What picks make it through? And does it get snowbally, or do we get another potentially 7-dragon game? We didn't get it this time, but that first one was a doozy.
Massive kudos to Envy as well, because he really some of his positioning in some of those fights was really nice. There were some flops there for sure, but you know what happens. Yu Yanja kind of ran in and killed himself at one point, but we respect it out of solidarity for friendship. So next game, that's going to be the focal point. Who has more friendship? TT?
True.
LGD? I don't know. I don't know the answer just yet. You would assume it's TT because they have more members who have been playing together for more time. I guess technically it'd be the same if you count that Fearness did used to be on LGD before leaving and coming back, but it's a close one. It's a close one, Marcel. I don't know which way I lean.
I will say Envy is fitting right in with other ADCs of his caliber here in the LPL. Just go straight in, find your moment, even if it doesn't work out sometimes. Really excited to see what they can do to kind of bounce back from that game. I think LGD has at least made every team work for it. Like even the 2-0s to some extent, I would say, against the previous opponent didn't look as good. There was not as much fighting back, but this time around we're getting the kind of punch back that we expected. So really excited to see how this game finishes, at least this series finishes, as we'll be taking a break, getting ready for our final game of this second series of the day. Welcome back to Shanghai as we are cresting into the final game of our second series of the night here in the Super Friday of the LPL Summer Split here in 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric yet again. Likely company. Crazy, I know. It's LGD versus TT. We've had back and forth punches both times around. This second punch, it came straight from Hoya. Had a little bit of lightning behind it as his cannon popped off.
Yeah, he was huge. I mean, you like just winning out in the 1v1 so hard, so heavily, taking turret plates by himself, forcing the enemy Scion out of lane numerous times. It was exactly the performance you needed when you kind of draft this setup with these winning lanes inside, able to guarantee the prio, make sure the Sejuani doesn't get bullied too heavily, or if LGD make plays towards the bot side, which they did, right? We saw a lot of attention put by Meteor just hovering around bot lane and being an annoyance. TT knew they always had in their back pocket this giant cannon that had to be feared. And even if maybe he didn't always find the biggest, most impactful slicing maelstrom, partly because LGD were conscious of it, were aware of it, tried to play around it, just his presence and the threat that he put up was enough. And I mean, look how much these Qs are hitting for just because of the lead that he found in his own laning phase. He was 3 items when Fearness was still at 1.5. He finishes the death cap of the rod that's in his inventory now before Fearness even gets another item under his belt.
And moments like this where LGD is just trying to throw something at the wall and get something on the board, they can't do it, and Hoya survives yet again. There's been a lot of that in this series. It feels like people surviving with very little bits of health, but I'm actually very interested in how this third game is going to go. We've seen some changes in the ban strategies, some changes in priority in this one. But something that hasn't changed, at least for the side of LGD, has been the Nico. Does that go away? The Jace actually looked really good for you, Cal, in this one, in that second game. So the third game feels like it could be, no holds bar when it comes to the draft.
Look, Mazel, I've gone to the streets, asked my sources.
Streets, you say?
I won't reveal my sources, but sources out there, you know who you are. And I'm like, hey, who's gonna win this series? I gotta know. I gotta know who's gonna win, and apparently LGD is gonna win. So LGD, they are going back to blue side. Blue side is 2 out of 2 just far. So I feel like the streets are onto something pretty good. And now it's just about draft change-ups again, because we've seen now Nico left open both times. Was first picked in game 1. This time around, TT didn't even need to pay it any mind. Still were able to bring out the win. So let's see if the prio on it changes up.
See if the streets are right. Something else that I've been seeing is that Aphelios is not having a good day today. Doing a lot of damage. Not having a good day, at least in this series. So I want to see if that continues to be a priority for either side as well. We get the Vi, the Gwen, and that Syndra ban for LGD on the blue side. It is the Zeri and the Melio so far for TT.
So if bans keep up the way they've been, you would assume this is the Maokai. Maokai's been banned on red side both times around. It was TT's third ban in game 1, so it is. Now it's just about if LGD want to go straight towards the Nico this time around. Maybe they think, hey, we want to try and get our hands on that Aphelios once again, or if they take away the Jace. Jace has been something that we have not seen them play just yet. And no, it looks like they aren't going to put too much stock into what happened that game, and they're still going to value this Nico just as highly.
I think one of the big factors we lost out on last game were those big flanks from Hai Chao. I think in game number 1 they were very, very consistent. In game 2 they were almost non-existent. We do want to see the Kazande locked in here from Hoya. Is that going to be the pick? The Kennen still available was pretty big, but maybe there's just another counter available to it now, as it is the Kazande locked in.
TT, I think, feeling much better than game 1, where game 1, remember, TT were on red, and they gave over both the Nico and the Kazande, despite the fact that they could have done this and just made sure one outright. So Kazande, Wukong probably going to be the follow-up here. Does mean you're giving over the Aphelios to the opposite side, but I mean, again, when we already know we're going to get the Aphelios Jinx trade, does it matter all that much? I don't think so.
Like I said, Aphelios is 0-2 so far, so yeah, I think it matters.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
I mean,
right.
I think it matters now, Lyric. I think it matters.
TT with the key learnings of the past 2 games.
Take the Aphelios. We don't want that. It is a very big comfort for Envy. I think it's super huge to point out, but I'm interested how they can make it work, because we have seen both times tonight Aphelios does a lot of damage. looks really good in big moments. Maybe one ulti goes wide, things like that. But it needs to be that holistic carry at this point. See if that priority is going to be worth it. Something else that maybe is worth a priority would be this Graves, where Meteor just destroyed the game number 1, and it's locked in.
Now for TT, again, you would assume you just match AD carry here. I guess you could dive deeper in the pool. You did point out it is Huanfeng, who does have a few of his like quirkier champions if he is willing.
Nope.
But they just go for the safer option in the end. They do bring out the Jinx. I like that you highlighted that Envy looked great on the FLS, even in the last game, right? He had some moments where he looked like he was going to single-handedly outplay TT enough for them to be able to bring home the win. So still might be a fine pick for the side of LGD going this time around. We're going to fall into that dynamic that we have before. But I'm really just looking at TT and, again, getting UCal on something that has a bit of presence. Right now, they're looking to take away some of these strong dueling top laners. We hit on that's what Fierce really used to be known for, kind of on his stints coming in and out of the LPL, was wanting to go more and be more of a carry threat for LGD.
Look at that focus, at least in the second phase. We get the Ahri ban away from UCal, so another tried and true. But I think he still has a lot of things in the pocket there for UCal. Was playing a lot of champions last split as well. Want to see what this final focus is for TT, though. They've got to focus some more of this top lane, maybe get the Cassante some more matchup, because we've obviously seen the Cassante be so huge from that game number 1, right? Like, that was a huge tipping point. And game 2, top lane, was also a huge tipping point. So a good matchup up there could do wonders. We actually get the Lulu final ban.
Now I wonder if LGD just go for the stock and standard and also take away the Annie. Nico does fine into both Annie and Ahri, just taking away, again, a lot of these like A+ and S tier meta options in mid lane. You're not as afraid of the Jace coming out for TT, considering they already have, you know, an AD top laner and jungler. So they are going to need to go into the pool of AP champions. Honestly, Nico just doesn't have a lot of great answers that are in the meta, because things that work really well into Nico are like some of these longer range champions. Things like the Azir do like pretty well because you can outranger, and then you also have the Emperor's Divide for the ultimate. If you wanted to be even weirder, like going towards like Vel'Koz's and things along those lines. So,
let's go!
Oh, this is a bit spicy.
The Ace Soul makes it in for UCal.
And I am so interested in seeing how this one goes. Not a matchup I'm familiar with, but Soul, a champion who is way more heavily indexed into scaling, right? And your damage kind of coming as you get like more stacks with your passive online, being able to influence team fights. Nico, much more of a lane bully. We've seen what she can do, and now LGD. My God, I love it. They make sure they have the engage and they have the all-in this time around. You have the Malphite ult into the Pop Blossom, Moonlight Vigil on top of it, going back to the stock and standard wombo combo. And you know, after 20 minutes of us just posturing, not doing much, it's going to make for some fun team fights.
We actually get the Nautilus in the end. I was actually sold on the Braum, but the Nautilus comes through for Jin Zhao. We'll be looking for some of that presence. A lot of forward engage for LGD now. They will just be pulling out all the stops in that fashion. And I'm interested at how TT either peel themselves out of that or find an engage of their own.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, they already have enough engage options on the table, so they do just end up locking in the Spraum and trying to neutralize in
the
this
Leona.
I do think it works out. Oh, no, you're right. So matching punch for punch, going for the Leona. A long time kind of viewed as the better answer into the Nautilus, because Nautilus would hook you in. You are tankier than him with the shield coming out from your own W, and also like a surprising amount of damage for a tank support champion. And also just going to put more threat onto Envy now. So many more things you have to look out for. So I love it. We ended up with some, once again, spicier drafts like we wanted. Ball's going to be in UCal's court. We've been building him up as kind of the big carry, the big man who TT is built around. So for LGD, getting Meteor back on comfort, keeping Envy on something he likes, and it seems like we've gotten everything we need for a bit of a nice game 3.
Yeah, Haichao's third game of Nico as well. Somehow he's gotten a hold of that champion every time. We'll see what the Aurelion Soul matchup into Nico is like, but specifically, the big showcases right now are, as you said earlier, can Meteor have another reminiscing performance on the Graves with the game 1 that he had? Incredible 11-0-4, and now UCal whipping out a new champion, wanting to get that scream under his belt for a win for TT. Both these two teams need to come out of week 1 with a positive lyric. They got to find a series win, and one of them will come away from this game with that first win of the summer split. It's a lot to focus on, but we got the all-in nature of LGD versus a heavy late game composition with some team fight added sauce on there for TT. We'll see as they hit the rift now for game number 3, who will come out on top.
On to the rift already. Game 3 coming out. Bolts looking so close in skill in this series so far. And again, our eyes are really going to have to be on UCal. What he's able to do with this Aurelian Soul. I would expect him to go down in the laning phase, but as they you do quickly get to a point where you can kind of just have a bit of an uninteractive laning phase, clear out the minions with your ability, start to roam around, because of course when you do pick up this champ, it is all about the movement that your Astral Flight brings and really being able to impact team fights.
Love me some of those cheers and a little bit of fun. You guys just try to get that arcade comet proc. Uh-oh. Jinzhao. Okay, knock on bolt trigger level 1. Had the rockets ready for Huan Fang. But I do wonder if we get an adaptation in terms of, I guess, aggression in this third game, because with the compositions, at least, it seems like LGD definitely want to hit the go button and hit it real fast, real hard. But I'm wondering how that works out in the way that we've seen the game play out so far, because we have seen some pretty lax early games into some sporadic fighting in the mid game, and could continue to be the case here.
Yeah, I think that would definitely benefit TT side, who in my mind outscale in terms of just raw damage. Like, again, Aurelian Soul getting the, collecting more Stardust, enabling his abilities more. Honestly, it doesn't even feel like a great champ until you have that Breath of Light at rank 5, and then, don't really have to worry about that channel duration. The one thing I'll give for LGD is, they still have a solid amount of damage as the game goes on, especially having that Graves in jungle, but Malphite is also another one of those champions that kind of warps the game around him in the sense that if you hit one great ultimate late game, even if you're behind, even if it looks like you shouldn't win, that could be enough to turn the tides and give you the game.
Another big thing here is that Bechuan actually has done an invade. For the first time, it feels like I've ever seen in the LPL, like a full invade, all 3 camps, and Meteor did not expect that. There's a whole Bechuan's whole entire jungle is available to him now, and that sets a huge tempo precedence for Bechuan.
Honestly, and it's just doing unexpected things like that can really catch people off guard. I still remember, I think it was MSI last year, where someone did a level 3 gank in a meta of farming junglers. I think it was EG against RNG, and RNG just fell for it, got level 3 gank top, died, jungler walked to mid, killed, Xiaohu, died, and it just kept going like that. So sometimes bringing something that isn't as standard in the current meta you're doing is enough to find a bit of a lead.
Bechuan's got to pick up the tempo here. He's got to be able to try to match the other side and meet Meteor, but Meteor's going to be already on his chicken nuggets.
I mean, it's still fine. I mean, even if Meteor gets this right, we see Bechuan's coming in. Oh,
no!
No! You're right. That wasn't what you needed. Gonna have to run away in the end, not even get the full camp. Hoya was even starting to make his way down, so that doesn't equalize whatsoever.
What do? You just sit there and twiddle your thumbs? He's got to wait so long for minions to spawn for him. And yes, he could go back bottom lane because they're pushing, but that's a long walk.
Oh, look though. Since he did show on the wave, I believe,
yeah,
he's now making his way towards bot, so not going to give Meteor anything. And look, TT's bot lane's already here.
Dude, they're just playing blocker right now against Meteor. This is actually incredible. Bechuan just put on his best linebacker uniform here at this point.
If you missed game 1, Meteor ended the game 11-0 on Graves. TT this time around looking to make sure that doesn't even get close to happening. And to kind of elsewhere, looks like the mid lane matchup does go as you'd expect. Again, Nico, pretty strong laning champion against anything that doesn't, severely outrange her. A lot of damage in your kit, not too high mana costs. The on-hit passive from your W as well means even just getting in auto attacks feels very worthwhile. And will look to maintain presence.
Now I do wonder how much priority we get on the dragons as well. I think obviously Bechuan needs to go finish his Krug so they can get the next reset on them here. But I wonder how much presence we do get around these early objectives. We've seen go to 7 dragons in game 1, 6 in game 2. Are we going down the ladder or are we going up the ladder at this point? And it will be told soon on how much these dragons mean to both sides.
TT will definitely have the advantage in that regard from the fact that they've been able to maintain, push and be able to win out in this 2v2 in bot side. Honestly, just both counterparts, right? Jinx with the outrange, and then Leona with just more tankiness, more damage in the early game to make sure that goes on. But we are even getting to a point where ults are coming online, so that could be a factor. Like if Haichao hits level 6, he keeps pressure in mid, then maybe you could use mid jungle to lean down and influence that bot lane that way.
Jin Zhao catching the Zenith Blade in the middle of the animation is actually pretty big. Also, I see a Sheen for Beichuan, which try to go on a little bit more of a damage center potentially with that Divine Sunder, but obviously typical for the Wukong. We'll see that item completion come through, but they're actually going to take that engage, and Meteor's right around the corner here. Gravitum is there. Yanja doesn't really have anything out but the flash. The Gravitum connects on the other side of it, and here comes Jin Zhao with the Dread Line. This should just be first blood, and it goes to none other than Meteor.
Buy enough time for the jungle to make his way down. Waited on the flash, but Envy was doing a great job by holding the Gravitum to make sure he didn't proc that one. And then by that time, Hook comes up again. So nice job there, Hoya. Will at least look to try and find his own lead in this top side. Great CS lead, and even getting that play to try to at least give us his contrast, right? TT winning top side. Oh, you're right.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens. All right, it happens. He will lose a decent amount that wave. That really sucks. But getting back onto the map is the importance, because we got a dragon. And we actually see a lot of pings coming out from TT around that objective.
I believe TT was even one of the teams who played ASOL back in spring. Two people come to mind was him and Rookie. I know at least both played it once. Is Meteor now should be forced off this, but with Jin Zhao wrapping around, they might be able to force a fight.
Go back to the noodle fight in top lane. Hoya will get the unstoppable force out, actually, from Fearness. Mid lane, though, they're catching out Yucal. He doesn't have any escape but the flash to Pop Blossom. And here comes one more auto attack from Haichao to pick up a kill. 2 for LGD now.
I'm so happy that LGD now, again, we've seen them have more proactive options before, and they didn't take advantage of it, right? We've had very slow early games. This time around, they're doing it. They're utilizing the tools they have. They're roaming Jin Zhao around the map. They're taking advantage of the fact that Aurelion Sol is more of like a bit of a scaling champion, right? You need to wait to get some levels under your belt, get some items where you really have a big impact. And they're just taking advantage and starting to build not only a gold lead, but also getting these dragons stacking. 2
plates in mid lane for Haichao, 20 CS as well. There's some serious CS discrepancies across the board right now, looking at the solo lanes. And now with another objective out on the map, we got Rift Herald #1 available and ready to go. Gotta wonder how much priority becomes of that now that TT are really looking for something back on the map.
Talking about TT and going back a little bit to the top lane fight, it's also always worth if Hoya uses ult and forces Fearness to ult in return. Fearness ult definitely has more potential to win out bigger for LGD in team fights than I would say Hoya's does for TT side.
I should see Meteor come to contest this potentially. Not gonna stray too far, actually. Beichuan just making his way through, realizing there could be some trouble afoot. Hoya looking for a little bit of a knockback on a Fearness. Not going to find anything there. And actually, want to see a little bit of this pressure given from this mid lane, because Haichao was actually out on the roam. Doesn't have the Pop Blossom. Doesn't have the setup just yet. Ooh, the Rift Herald does get started. I was hoping for a flip.
I thought they'd look to start that one up as well. Also looks like Yucal, of course, making his way towards the Rylai's first, be able to get that slow going. And I wonder if, for the side of TT, if they'll even look to contest yet. I will say the big power spike I'm looking at for LGD is when that Rocket Belt is finished by Haichao. Because to me, that's when they'll definitely have like, okay, you already have nice engage. Haichao now has an even easier way to gap close. You're going to have more damage than your counterpart. And it feels like that first item mark is really where LGD can look to just start exploding this game open.
Yeah, and as soon as those items start coming through, I mean, you're already like 1.4k ahead for Haichao over Yucal, which is huge in its own right, but it's about how you utilize that. And I think they will continue to try to put pressure around. Yep.
He even has
sub 10 minutes
now online.
Might be one of the fastest.
Now it's about what they look to do, because now they also have the Rift Herald, right? Rift Herald up. You can maybe look to start like leaning. I think mid would be the easiest place. You've already broken down 2 plates, and now you have more movement available for Haichao. You're breaking open potentially both sides of the enemy jungle to get that vision down, and now with Ghostblade there as well. Like, you break down mid lane turret and just go for big plays in the enemy bot side jungle and really just look to abuse Beichuan and make Huanfeng and Yuyanja's life annoying.
The question becomes, when does Hoya get to have say in any of the action? Maybe not soon enough, but that Sunfire also complete for Fearness. So LGD are just ahead of the ball game right now, getting these mythics completed, and that's exactly what their comp beckons to. They want to be ahead of the game. They want to be in pole position. They don't want to have Envy caught out here, and it looks like it won't be the case. The Ghost actually got popped by Huanfeng in the end.
They did know that members of LGD were around that bot side, because one of the trade-offs of LGD getting that Rift Herald was TT littered LGD's bot side jungle with wards. Some of them got cleared up, but as we can see on the minimap, most of them still being there.
Big class on mid lane right now, as that Rift Herald is coming and knocking. You're gonna be trying to get at least another couple plates here. Should be able to get 2 more for Haichao. So that'll be 4 total plates for Haichao in mid lane. We finally get the item completions for Envy and Huanfeng there. Huanfeng actually completing the Berserker Greaves as well. Defense comes through. I don't think they have enough range damage right now to take down this outer tower.
No, not gonna be able to do it, but still. Nice chunk, and we've already seen Haichao just continuously abusing this. And Jinja on Meteor, ooh, Yuyanja, is he going to fall for it? Doesn't look like it. Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Oh, not enough Spider-Man tactics, but he got the depth charge. Everything going to be used at flash preemptively, trying to get out, but Yuyanja, he'll find himself dead. And he was out on a roam, just like we said we wanted him to, but LGD will punish him for it.
They still might be able to contest Drake. I mean, Drake's still 25 seconds away. Yuyanja's about to be up in 2 seconds. You're now missing, I guess, only 1 key ultimate coming out from that Nautilus. But that might be enough of a, of a small advantage to be able to look for it. Especially now that you do have items coming out for the side of TT. Rylai's finally finished up by UCal. Hoya picking up that Frozen Fist.
Couple more plates going down, though, to Fearness. Man, this plate game is going in heavy favor so far of LGD. Couple given back, obviously, to Hoya with his advantage he had earlier on. But so to speak, I mean, that's pretty huge for LGD. Now we look at TT actually positioning through this bottom lane to try to get some vision around this dragon.
You know, Mazel, I know we're at a pivotal point in this game. I just want to point out I miss AL. I miss casting Uncle Cho. And, that's just going to be the one throwaway point, because TT starting this dragon, LGD might have a pincer maneuver. Oh, wait.
Not going to hit the solar
flare. Another just wasted.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh, we do have the Sky's Descend now available for UCal. And if you don't know, that's when he brings a giant rock from space. And he hits the ground and knocks everybody up. It does a lot of damage. And it looks really cool.
Really does. Still not really in a point where it looks like they'd want to fight. LGD are close to Jinja having his ulti back up.
They
and now
want
they
to
know
use
there's
this
going
on
to be
this
quite a
dragon
timer
fight,
on
right?
Yanja.
You want to utilize it, I feel like, as fast as you can, so you can start stacking up the next one. But maybe not. Maybe you just want to hold it.
I want to keep my eyes on Fearness, because Fearness just hit level 11. So rank 2 in the ulti, can TP down and impact this dragon if he needs to. But I really think TT should just opt into giving it up.
Yeah, there's no TP wards, there's nothing else available to him right there. We'll just be walking back to lane, though, so both top laners will be keeping those TPs. You do have some wards in the fight. Okay, Hoya's going to be the first one to pull the trigger. Envy is all by himself down on the bottom side of it. We will get the TP now from Fearness. They're setting up here, Meteors in the back of the pit. Can he get this Dragon Smite? No, he's not even going to go for it. They're just going to try to engage. Meteor, wants out of this fight, but he's not even in it yet. That's a big flash. The skies have descended, but is UCal's damage going to be enough? You've got tanky man Fearness in front line. As the Moonlight Vigil does come through, that's going to be the Proto Belt, and now Yujanja goes down again.
LGD win out, but it feels like, again, another play that should have been won out way harder than it was. They don't pick up Dragon in the end. do get a kill in return, but I feel like the difference maker being Hoya getting in there now for TT, buying himself a bit of time with that Drake.
Envy has no mana. He gets burned. Not enough. UCal can't get it.
You know, back in the day, that wouldn't have been possible because there was no Gale Force. But I do believe he actually still had Flash Up, so it might have been possible. As we see here, I feel like the problem already started with the fact that you're the ones preemptively making the play, and the enemy top laner is getting in a solid, like, 2 seconds before you. And then waiting so long to use the Malphite ultimate. Yeah, the collateral damage.
That was a big
nice ult from UCal. But so many people already chunked so low, sure you finish one off. I feel like for LGD, had they been more decisive in pulling the Malphite trigger, that sets up for like a better Moonlight Vigil, and maybe just take 2 people out of the fight outright. I think they were a little concerned with people like Meteor being a little bit split up because of the Cassante and wanting to deal with him first. But at that point, I feel like you cut your losses. Even if Meteor goes down, you would probably end up killing more of TT than you lost.
And somehow, some way, just like fate, Meteor finds a way. 11-0-4 in game number 1 of this series on the Graves. He is now sitting at 3-0, 16 minutes in. Big spikes, and now LGD continuing that rush with this Rift Herald.
So they'll be able to extend their gold lead even more, sitting at 2,000 right now. And for LGD, opting for minimal changes coming into this split off the back of another season where LGD sadly weren't really able to make a good run, a good impression. Long time since 2020 when, you know, they were a presence on the global stage. In a pretty good place to at least pick up a win in this series, which an early win's a great confidence boost to propel you forward into more wins in the season.
Especially against competition that'll be vying for similar positioning as we go through the regular season, at least if stories are to be told of what's happened in the past. And I think these kinds of wins, especially again going off of what we've seen from both sides, but particularly LGD, like this is going from dead to alive. This is Frankenstein's monster coming through here, because LGD have actually found strategies that work and then they can execute on it, right? And that's far cry from what happened in their first series of the split.
Yeah, and I think looking at it is Fearness, I think should be fine. Still has his ultimate to be able to get away. It is forced out.
They're going to still go dive. Yeah, he better just
run. He should be fine. Yeah, he's going to get out. He's going to get out just fine. But, like, giving context to this match from Spring, like, this was, I believe, 8th place TT, and LGD finished in 14th. And, again, both teams made very minimal roster changes. So the fact that TT have come out, and even in their loss, like, shown some good stuff, shown better understanding of the map. Envy really has been working out well for the squad, better than LPC really was back in Spring. It's great to see. Even losing Xiaoshu, I think Xiaoshu's a huge loss for LGD. Bringing Fearness back and still making it work, at least in the series.
All right, Hoya going all out onto Fearness. Who wins this tank battle 1v1? It looks like Fearness doesn't want that smoke, but Hoya does.
It'll always be
try to fight back.
Cassante.
Smack, 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 smack. Say this all day. Both walk away. Wow, a gentleman's agreement.
I'm surprised too. It looks like Hoya was sure he'd win. Kind of was as well. Like Cassante is one of those champions that feels like he's just overloaded with boatloads of damage. And then once Fearness like started hitting him, he's like, oh wait, maybe this isn't the best idea.
Haichao getting collapsed on potentially bot side if Beichuan wanted to go for it. Won't be so. They will spot him out doing the red buff though. See if they want to try to contest maybe. Oh, okay, Haichao. Not going to go for it. But Dragon is spawning in about 23 seconds. You got that Collector completed second item for Meteor yet again. And we'll see the fight resume around this pit.
Gonna come on in. We can see Hoya topside does have TP. And there are wards if Hoya did want to try and find a nice flank. But look, Fearness finds the flank first.
UCal's waiting to use it. Here comes the Sky's Descent. NB goes for that Moonlight Vigil. He's able to do a lot. Fearness and Haichao are on a flank, but they can't get to the team fast enough. Beichuan, he goes down to the tower. Now you've got to deal with Haichao and Fearness, but there's 2 kills that had already gone to Beichuan. Gotta look for this unstoppable force. It's not going to be utilized. They don't feel like they can take down Wanpong.
Sadly, the small details end up biting LGD. Now
Fearness just
even
gets
more
caught
fight
at
goes
this
out.
point. This is when you really wish you were AP Malphite, because you could just end one of these people's life right now. But you can't do that as tank just yet. Not going to pull the trigger on it.
TT going to be able to convert this into a dragon with the fact that Meteor is still down. I assume we'll get a replay of that one soon, but I love the idea by LGD, right? The huge two-man flank coming in. Oh, no.
No way.
Do they do this? If they do this, I love them. Sign me up with the LGD fan club.
Oh my
Actually,
goodness. Okay,
they do still have Malphite and Nico
They
ult,
do.
and
They didn't
TT
use
have
any
low
of
health
it.
bars.
Oh,
Let's
they're
do it.
gonna
Let's
do
start a
it.
Baron.
Start up your friendly neighborhood Baron.
This is
All right, so now
my
I'm gonna
LPL.
take your order now. So you said cheese, right? You said lettuce. You said onions. Do you like ketchup, mayo, mustard? What do you like on your burger? Because we're flipping it right now on the grill.
We're getting everything. Mazel's engage comes through.
Get the everything burger onto Hoya. Collateral damage will make him go down. And now, without the Cassante, how did TT turn a fight? They get the TP in from Yuka. He has crown completed. Is it going to be the moment? He doesn't have the Skies Descend. Does have a little bit of damage, though. There's the Falling Star, and Mega Death Rocket actually rings true. And the 50-50 will not be so. The burger stopped flipping in midair as Hwanfeng got that kill.
I still just want to see them be more decisive. You still have Malphite and Nico ult.
They just haven't used them.
They're trying to do such they're trying to play so by the book of keeping them far and not just Envy. Forced to blow everything to escape.
There you go, he's dead. One more shot. Oh, no.
Wait,
no.
wait.
How is he still alive? Okay, Envy finally kills him. Haichao dies here now, though. And then Dragon's Breath is not enough. You might want to make your exit the other way at this point. Yanja actually survives this time as well. And the comp is starting to come online for TT here, Lyric.
Just so many strange decisions around fights. You know, ignore map play, macro, whatever. Just the way these teams are approaching fights, leaving a lot of back and forth going through. I can't believe Hwanfeng did not die sooner, getting locked down, the damage coming out from NB. Which replay are we going to go to? So we're going to go to this one. Here, again, they don't want to let Beitron get close. But I feel like you should be more open to letting Beitron get a little bit closer and then open up with Fearness's ult. Use the fact that you have these big AoE ultimates and take a fight win instead of just trying to play it a little too perfect. Here we're going to see forced back to begin with. Goes down. And I guess the big difference maker... I guess the big difference maker being those flame chompers, meaning that Envy can't get in range to throw it in auto sooner. Oh, I did not notice that on the first watch through. That hurts for Hwanfeng.
Our observers always love it. They twist the knife.
To be fair to him, Meteor was on the opposite side of that wall, so he was dead no matter what.
It was, so what you're saying is he meant to do that. He was like, I don't want to give the kill to Meteor. I'm going to fail the flash. All right, cool. Now we're good. We do have LGD just posturing for a fight. They want the fight. They want to take it. They want to either flip the Baron or take the fight. One of the two. And they have their abilities ready to go. They have all their engage. We said it was so potent coming out of the draft. Now it just has to be utilized.
We have power in different places going into the next fight too. Look at mid lane. 2 items for UCal. But Haichao now actually just finishing up his Shadow Flame coming off base. Meteor we already know is large. Fearness also I believe has more gold than Hoya does. Even if CS is quite close. I think he did get a couple more plates than the Cassante. But looking out, I mean, I don't care about that stuff. Just once again, I feel like it's a lot around top laners today in their play. We didn't see any big, huge Kennen ultimates from Hoya earlier. This time around, we're not really seeing Fearness not find the opportunities, but not even capitalize on the opportunities to go with that big ultimate.
Well, we get the OK corral going on here yet again. Both teams just staring at each other menacingly. See who's going to go in first. As Meteor is nowhere near the spike that he was in that game number 1. He's definitely waiting on that 3rd item, but Fearness going to be that tank, takes up a majority of that. I will just say UCal's getting probably pretty close to another Skies Descend, and their scaling is really starting to come aligned. You're getting close to that 3rd item for Hwanfeng as well. We're not there just yet, and we got a dragon coming up in 35 seconds, so it's Postureville here in the LPL.
Look, Mazel, both of these teams need to hear this. Cobra Kai is about to be in its last season. You need to strike hard, strike first, show no mercy, live by the Cobra Kai motto, bring in John Kreese to coach your teams, and just go.
They didn't get the message.
They didn't.
They didn't.
They've not
they
seen
didn't get
Cobra
it.
Kai.
They have not seen Cobra Kai. I actually haven't seen Cobra Kai. But Sky's Descent is available for UCal now. That'll be a big trigger pull for them. Look at LGD though. They are just so hungry to try to get something here. Maybe they have just found Bei Chuan, who does have to use the dash.
One of the reasons why TT have to be careful is Huanfeng still has no flash. Envy has both of his summoners up. He's feeling fine. Sure, Haichao's flash might not be up as well, but you're cooldown based, right? You're not going to be dealing the same amount of DPS as that Ophelio, so I feel like I like that LGD are being the aggressors, but I also like that TT realize, hey, we want to wait for this Jinx flash to come back up before we're going to contend with a Nautilus and a Malphite.
I'm feeling another 40-minute banger going on here. Oh!
That was close.
If Meteor was there, that was a steal, but he was smartly to the side, knowing there's no way I'm letting Huanfeng do this to me.
Are we doing this again?
LGD. LGD. Okay, we're doing it. Sky's Descent available. They are willingly taking this fight. See if they want to go into the engage. Don't find it there. Hoya, trying to find Meteor on the side. Collateral damage didn't have to be used, so Meteor's still having a lot of cooldowns, and they're going to force the fight yet again.
And they're going to go right back to it. They want this again. We need to keep our eyes on Fearness. He needs to be able to find more than the last time around. Haichao trying to wrap around and get his hands on a flank.
Long, though.
Huanfeng's flash is finally back up.
Oh,
actually, no, it might still be 1 second off.
Jinjiao going in. He gets knocked back. Oh, no, he's getting burned down. Oh, the ulti missed from Fearness. Got the pop blossom on the side. It's a split fight. Yuyanja following Fearness over. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket for LGD as they get one back. But here comes Yuyanja with an engage, and UCal bringing the flame of the dragon's breath while Huanfeng sitting in the corner excited. And LGD's Meteor will get one back. That'll be 2 full kills for him. But there are 3 members breathing down his neck, and one of them's name is Huanfeng.
Absolute tragedy for LGD, but TT gonna benefit off of it. Huanfeng untouched, and now gonna pivot over to the Baron. They're gonna get all these, all the pushing power. They're gonna get all the gold, and my God, are they gonna be able to just run LGD over after this?
There was a table that was there. It was set up nicely. Now it's turned over. It's upside down.
I think I was wrong. I think Huanfeng's flash was still on cooldown for like 1 or 2 more seconds, and the fact that Fearness misses this is egregious. Not able to connect. You have a huge ulti coming out from the Aurelion Soul. Nico's not able to get in there. Like, seriously, everything that this combo relied on went wrong. Nice job by TT marking their flanks.
They didn't need to go for the Baron. They don't need to force that fight. Yes, they're scaling for TT, but hey.
Yeah. The thing is, I understand the logic. Like, seriously, the enemy AD carry has no flash. You know they're going to outscale you. You want to force the fight. Like, I actually think the idea is fine, and it's right. Like look for that fight, make that play. But your Malphite cannot be missing an ult on a flashless Jinx.
Yeah.
Flashless Jinx.
But it was because it was just that it was a little bit of desperation there, right? You're just a little bit out of range, but you want to make it happen so badly because that is a difference maker. But then that ends up being a difference maker the other way. TT have completely turned this game around, and now they're completely in the driver's seat, leaving LGD in the dust.
Yeah, again, the execution just wasn't there. I think the idea was fine, but the execution was about as bad as it could have been. Sorry to say for LGD, because again, we have been praising them this series. They've been showing us some better stuff than I think we'd expect from Spring, but TT just going to benefit off of the mistakes coming through. You now have a 4-1-4 Jinx. She's sitting at 3.5 items. So before, Envy, I believe, was holding even despite being down in CS. Now really far behind. UCal was already up in mid lane, and now he just extends that even further with the more kills he's picked up.
Yeah, it's,
and again, Aurelion Sol is just like a scaling monster. You just keep getting more Stardust. Everything keeps just doing more stuff. As the enemy team, you don't want to go up against a Celestial Sky Dragon that has abilities that does more stuff. You don't want that.
I imagine every time he levels up or gets another item or has anything happen to him, an emote of his scream goes off, the one that UCal does at the beginning of every match when he comes out on the stage. I just imagine that overwhelmingly targeting LG. They just can't stop hearing his scream. He's a literal dragon now. And I don't know if there's
can see
really
the
much they can do. Yeah, I was about to say, he's going to be something not easily dealt with. Obviously very tanky from that crown, but specifically now with the combo they have so much sustain around the front line, that he can just be there. Now, this makes a difference. If Fearness can find an angle, cannot miss that ulti yet again. He finds one bump, but he has flash this time.
Yeah, does manage to get out of there. Is TT going to keep trying to get some damage out?
I don't know if LGD get out of this one. The skies are going through. It's not the skies descend just yet. It's just the falling star. But they will try to find an engaging. Hoya pushes 3 members into the wall, and now it's just a field day, like shooting fish in a barrel for Huanfeng, and he's got a big old shotgun, but more like a rocket as he's taking off into the night. That's a quadra kill for Huanfeng, and TT destroy LGD.
Quadra kill, they dive the base. They didn't even have minions. They waited out. And now, I wonder if they'll be able to go for the end. 15 seconds on Jinzhao, but the carries, they're dead. TT are going to be able to get this one.
It. Huanfeng excited as all hell, coming into the starting roster here for the second series of TT Summer Split. And TT, with that help from Huanfeng, with the help from UCal, will find their first series win of this Summer Split.
Congrats to TT. It was a messy one. This series was incredibly back and forth. Seriously, these teams look so on par in terms of like how many mistakes they're making, how many like nice plays and decision making. But at the end of the day, TT come out ahead. Sadly, LGD kind of choke at the finish line, because let's remember this game. LGD were the ones finding all the advantages early. LGD were the ones in the driver's seat, finding the gold lead, getting things going. But the execution of those fights just was not there. It just was not there. And again, it's kind of sad when I really do feel like we saw better things from LGD in both games than in that early game. But props to TT, because I feel like bringing in Huanfeng, you're like, okay, this still works. And I feel like we saw progression from after game 1 of Yu Yanzhi doing a much better job at working with Beichuan.
Yeah.
We've gotten our takeaways that Mazel, guess what? UCal, still an absolute monster.
Still a GOAT.
Yeah, so
I mean, the man is like far and above. Again, he's still showing how much of an influence he has on the positive side of TT. And it's been like that, right? This has been, it feels like, UCal's home at this point. And he has been incredible in these picks. The willingness to pick out the ace soul here. That was, I believe, the 3rd time he'd ever play it competitively, at least. Yep. And continues his wins on it as well. So I think it's so huge to see those kinds of moments, because it also shows that UCal is right back to his spring split self. He's playing wacky picks. He's going through the variety of champions that are available and still finding success because the team can play around it. And that's where a lot of question marks were in certain chaotic moments for TT last split.
Yeah, and I always think it's just nicer to have like a jumping off point of like having a bit of a set identity. And who knows, right? You never know if a team like consciously sits down and like talks about how the way they're gonna play, or if it just happens based on like the way like who has a strong voice and who doesn't in your team. It just happens naturally. Yeah. But regardless of how it happens, I think just having a foundation of an identity is just so much nicer to then be able to like branch out, but have something reliable that you can consistently fall back on and find wins. So now TT going to be our most balanced team of the split, with them being the only team that
the only ones
now sitting at 1-1. So, and this is where, since we're in Shanghai, I know we actually will have an interview for this one, but I kind of look ahead and like see who TT is playing next, since that can be a lot for them. Is next they actually play Anyone's Legend, so that will also be one that is very winnable for the side of TT. But you know what they say? You never count out Uncle Cho. So
I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I'm here for this one. We'll be hopefully getting some of the stats from this last game, though, in the culmination of TT's wins, and specifically how they can kind of continue to grow off this. Obviously, UCal's huge. I think Beichuan actually had a decent come up in this series against Meteor, who was just insane on the Graves for most of it. But he was put down a lot of the time in the jungle matchup specifically, and able to still facilitate for the game. And as you see, those stats, they speak words.
And this was just like, my God, the backline of TT was left untouched in like every single fight. Like every
Yep.
single fight, they could not get past Yu Yanja, Beitron, and Hoya.
And they have so many engage tools. That's what's crazy to me.
They have a Nautilus and they have a Malphite, right? And you would think in theory, like, okay, it should be a bit hard to get past them, but should be like a Nautilus hook onto a Leona into him like throwing out his ult into someone behind her, which then like buys you the time and space for Malphite to get in there. And I don't know. That's how it should have worked in theory, but at the same time, right? In server, the stress, the pressure, like TT are playing around it. TT do have vision. There's a lot of like factors going into it, but sadly for LGD, TT did manage to shut it down. And again, just props to TT as a team, even if I think they have fallen a bit under their spring form. Like they're definitely not looking as polished as a team that should be in playoffs, but not a bad starting off point for sure.
Look at that UK. Look at that graph right 100% KP, 38% damage. My goodness. Guys, right back on it, and I want to see continued Aurelion Sol gameplay. I'm here for it. Now, we do have our interview ready to go. We have Wendy ready with one of our members from TT.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Yuanjia from TT with us. Congratulations on the win, and now you back to stage and got the first win of the split, joined the new team. So how do you feel at this moment? 首先，恭喜你们今天获得了比赛的胜利，预言家也是重新回到了舞台之上，今天拿下了首胜，也是来到了新的队伍嘛，所以说整体有什么特别的感觉吗？
因为这个赛季是第2场嘛，就会比第1场可能会好一点，因为第1场很久没打了，会稍微有点紧张。现在的话，虽然队伍看起来还是有很多问题，但是会继续去努力进步的。
Because this is the second matchup for us in the split, so I feel much better because I haven't played on stage for a long time. So maybe in the first game I'm a bit nervous, but now I feel much better. And for our team, we still have some problems here and issues here and there, but I believe we can do better in the future. And definitely we'll all believe in this. And also, as you have mentioned, maybe some parts of the team that you guys still need to work on. Could you share more about it? Maybe which part the whole team can still make some improvements on? And also, we have noticed TT, you guys got some roster changes, and for today's game, Huanfeng subbed in. So how would you comment on the team synergy? 那就是如你所说嘛，可能队伍还有一些问题需要更多的解决。你觉得可能着重哪些方面可以进一步的获得提高呢？而且其实，这一个赛季 TT 有比较大的一个人员变动嘛，包括说今天焕锋也是成为了首发，所以说你觉得可能队伍目前的配合是怎么样的？
下路的话，不管是新人还是焕锋，其实都是很好的选手。就是整体上队伍的配合，其实更需要注重在中期的运营，还有前面的联动上面，这方面需要加强一下。
I believe for the bowling players, both Huanfeng and our rookie, they are all very great players. I trust them. And also, I feel like the part that we really need to make some improvements on is the mid-game macro and also the early-game tempo. For this part, that I think we can have some improvements on. And also, let's talk a bit more about today's game. We feel like LGD, they really would like to choose the 2 marksman draft. And also, in game 1, the opponent's Graves was quite troublesome. So after they have locked down the same champion in game 3, how did you guys manage to restrain his performance in the actual game? 那其实对面呢，感觉好像老干爹今天会选的比较多的就是双射手的一个阵容。那其实第1局他们的一个男枪是给你们造成了不小的困扰，所以说当第3局他们锁下相同的英雄的时候，你们有没有额外的去针对一下他，然后怎么样去限制住男枪可能在实际比赛当中的发挥呢？
我们想的就是选阵容比较慢一点的英雄，然后尽量拖到后面去团战去赢下他们，因为南现在团战的发挥其实是比较限制的，只要我们等拖到后面游戏会比较轻松。
After the opponent they have locked down less Graves, we feel like maybe we can choose a calm that can be quite strong in the late game, and also we try to drag the game to the late one, and also because we believe Graves is not that may not have a very important role in the actual team fights. So we would like to have the draft that can be super strong in the late game team fights and try to break the opponent's draft. And also definitely you did that because in game 3, LGD, they really got quite a huge lead from the early game. So what's the focus and also what's the communication in the mid game in order to let that Azul and also Jinx to carry the game? 那其实就如你所说嘛，其实你们也是尽可能的去把比赛往后延。那其实第3局的话，我们也能感觉到对面其实在前期是有获得比较大的一个优势的，所以说可能你们是中期有怎么样的一些沟通，或者说关注的重点是什么，能够让你们最后的龙王和金克斯在后期 carry 比赛呢？
我们前面有拿到小龙，就是挺关键的。然后中期的时候就是看龙王的大招还有 AD 的装备吧，就是觉得能打的时候其实也是不怕的，只要不被对面 rua 大龙就行了。因为他们是一直想去 rua 大龙，不让我们拖后期，我们有在大龙这块一直做好防守，这个很重要。
In Game 3, you were able to get some drakes in the early game. We feels like this is very crucial. And after that, we feels like opponent's team, they will like to just rush the Baron. They try to get that Baron to try to try their best to get that Baron. So we would like to just put more attention to just play some defensive, to play more defensively around that Baron pit. And also we put more attention to our ASO's ultimate, and also we put more attention to the Jinx Atom. So after that, we were able to drag to the late game, and they can just carry the game. So thank you for the sharing, and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，后面也加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and it's so good to hear Yuyanja talking about a little bit about their strategies coming into it, but also just feeling more confident and comfortable on the stage itself, right?
Yeah, right. That's something that's going to be important. You kind of building that back up, especially as a player like Yuyanja, who you are the one having to fit into a new dynamic. But we're done talking about Yuyanja because it is all about this man for TT. It's pretty much always been about this man, kind of barring the first, like, we'll say few weeks of his start on TT and his start in the LPL in general, which were quite rough. But that makes it all the more impressive. UCal had like the greatest glow up of like obviously one of the like, you know, strong mid laners back in the day, over from the LCK, comes into LPL, has a pretty bad first few weeks, levels up, and now he's at a point where just when you watch TT, again, a lot of the times it does feel like a stat check against UCal. Can you beat UCal? No, okay, TT, you're gonna win.
Yeah, and it showed off a lot in this one, right? Had that 100% KP on a pick that you heard in the interview saying they opted into this because of Meteor's Graves picks. They wanted to try to get something that was going to fight in late game, and I think so many times we saw UCal be such a difference maker in the fights, not only from the like aggressive Skies Descends, but especially in that one fight around the Baron pit where he separates LGD in half nearly because of the Skies Descends. And obviously at this point things were kind of looking downhill in this one, but it was just really good execution and decision making from TT that led to the victory.
Yeah, it seriously was. And I mean, even looking at just UCal opting into a harder lane, right? Anytime that Acel goes for like a Q, you should just eat like a full combo from Nico. You should just outright eat the whole combo. Probably gets a few auto attacks in as well. And it is a little bit of a rough time, but got through it, had this type of game. We already said that their next opponent's going to be anyone's legend, which you actually do cast that one, Marcel.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a bit of an interesting one.
All the AL games, they're bangers so far.
Yeah, yeah. And then
even if they don't go AL's way.
You look at where LGD go from here. LGD. Oh, they face JDG. That's
We're definitely gonna want to come back.
That's sure. Oh wait, actually no. They play NIP before that, so that one actually will be interesting because I'm still kind of wondering where like NIP sit in the power balance, the power scaling of the LPL, and that'll be a good tell. And if LGD can keep improving.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be interesting. But it's been a pleasure to kick off my summer split with you, Lyric. That is it from us. We were on the first 2 series of the day, but we still have one more because it's Super Friday, baby, here in the LPL. We got Afshin and Kitty who are going to bring you all the action between FPX and Ultra Prime, who's going to take a 2-0 to start their season. We'll find out after a short break.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고, 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어. 제일 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데, 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 우선 방송의 그 거부감을 좀, 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고, 그리고 도파 형이랑 주면서 우선 재밌었고, 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的晒啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고, 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데, 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고, 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 것 같아. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3-2战胜了 KT，LGD 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班。 IG轻取 SKT.
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어, 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림, 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까, 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지, 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
主体在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了台二，被秒了，被秒了，没给出来。晒自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 그렇게 힘들고 그렇지 않은데, 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까, 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아, 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고, 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아, 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까, 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데, 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고, 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀. 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지는 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的晒。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각해 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고, 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고. 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第1天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们训练赛打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고, 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고, 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고, 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데, 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머를 할 수 있을 것 같은데, 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고, 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, oh, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. You're getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are into day number 5 of week number 1. I am not Mazel, nor is my co-caster Lyric, but I am just Oshin, and I am joined by the absolutely gorgeous Kitty as we are bringing you the final series of the day. It's a little bit of a rest before we jump into our weekend, and I think it's definitely safe to say that these are teams that are coming in today that, you know, looking for a bit of a bump, shall we say, before the season really gets into it. They need a bit of positivity.
I mean, talking about positivity, they're currently the one of the few teams that do have a positive win rate, sitting both on 1 and 0. So this, I mean, series coming up could potentially mean that they maintain this 100% win rate, and the other person will get that big fat 1, what makes even out the scoreline. But we've had a very long day so far, and I think for this upcoming matchup, I think Ultra Prime and FPX, they're gonna continue this trend, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the way League of Legends works. This isn't the Premier League. There are winners and losers. There are no ties like EU LCS back in 2015, I believe, or 2016. So you have to come out with a winner. You have to have someone kind of, you know, get that advantage there. And I will say, you know, like teams like FPX, who recently, you know, they played on day 1. They beat TT 2-0. In pretty dominant fashion, if I do say so myself. So this is an FPX that we're kind of unsure of where to kind of rank them in the hierarchy. Are they going to be a playoff, maybe contender? Are they looking to try and just scrape by and not be last? That's kind of the question we got.
Yeah, I mean, FPX, if we throw it back to Spring Split, they had a very rough start to the year of 2023. But I think once we approached nearing the playoff stage, I think FPX, they showed a lot of consistency, especially bringing in Hacker, subbing out Haoye, and just the synergy between Hacker and Chuchu, getting stuff done around the map and playing around LWX was the way to go. But my eyes are still on Care, because I think he has one of the most interesting champion pools when it does come to the LPL. I believe on day 1 he pulled out the Kian, and then we had something like the Tristana, where man is just willing to play anything, and that's definitely one of the net positives that FPX is willing to play off.
Absolutely, and look, for this roster is a far cry from that did win in 2019 of Worlds, of course, but LWX still sticking out with it, still trying to see if he can make this one work for him and his team. And on the other side of this one here, Ultra Prime, kind of an interesting story as well, because it's a team that has very much kind of floundered, you would say, in the last few seasons, but they picked up Doggo, they've now moved in Sword Art, they're trying bit by bit, little by little, to try and make this roster work. And I can't say that it had not had improvements, because, you know, comparatively, this is a team that should be aiming a little bit higher than the bottom of the barrel that they had in Spring Split.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think bringing in Sordas, where previously he was on AL, is a tiny bit of an upgrade in my opinion. Although our sample size is currently only 1 game, I just feel like Sorda, when it comes to his champion pool, the synergy in bottom lane, it really allows Doggo to play as aggressive as he wants in that laning phase. But we saw from that 1 game that because of the meta, Zeri is extremely popular right now because of her ability to self-engage, also like Aphelios as well. But if you take away the Zeri, I think Doggo's weaknesses gets exposed, where if you're given a champion like the Kog'Maw or the Aphelios, the immobile aspect of it just allows Doggo to get caught sometimes. And the 1 game that they were that they gave over to AL was because of a Baron throw and how Doggo wasn't able to position himself correctly, and that entire team fight kind of spiraled out of control, and the game obviously went over to AL.
Absolutely, and look, you know, it's still a good start here for Ultra Prime. They are 1-0, much better than the start they had in spring, and they want to try and build from it. Look, when you're at the bottom, the only way is up. You have to go upwards. There is no other way. So they were 3-13, I believe, was their final score as they went last in the LPL Spring 2023 season. So, I mean, look, you know, you're coming up today where a pretty decent win here would put you very, very close to kind of saying, okay, we're making improvements. We're looking to try and push ourselves a little bit forward. And who knows, maybe this team just clicks and they're looking for a top 10 spot. Plenty of games to go before we can really kind of bring that up to the forefront. But every win, you take every game as it comes, you take every win where you can. That's where we're kind of seeing for Ultra Prime here. And for FPX, like you mentioned, it is just kind of like building off that momentum. Both these teams 1-0. Both these teams want to go 2-0 and just start their season right coming into summer.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking all about Doggo in the bottom lane for Ultra Prime, but I forgot to highlight that someone that I have my eyes on for this team is Harry. His entire champion pool has done a huge 180 compared to the spring split, where I think he's been very experimental with carry champions like the Gwen and the Rumble showed on that day one series, which has been a huge change up compared to his role from last split, like the Renekton, Cassante, and the Gnar, where he is playing the main engage. But I think Ning, for game one at least, game one of series one, he had a very rough start, and he's more used to playing standard, but once you don't give him a situation for that to happen, Ultra Prime's weaknesses really start to show.
Yeah, they really, really do. And again, we're not expecting, you know, I feel bad saying this, but it is the nature of things when you have 17 teams in your league. We're not expecting this to be a banger series. Today has kind of been a little bit of the, you know, kind of maybe bottom 6 teams, you could argue, maybe even bottom 8 of, you know, teams that kind of like pushing towards their kind of, you know, their season starting off where they're going. But I'm more than happy to be proven wrong on that particular front, and hopefully some of these teams can show us a little bit more in their gameplay, because even in their wins with FPX and of course with Ultra Prime, it was those little small things that we were kind of noticing. We were coming back and kind of saying, okay, that wasn't great. Didn't enjoy that. What were you doing here? You got the win, but not the cleanest of things at all. So I want to see improvement. I want to see these teams come out and really give all they can towards kind of, you know, showing that they are looking to try and get better. They are looking to improve. And look, maybe we'll get some more Nico gameplay. It's been fun so far to watch for me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, talking about clean, someone else that I wanted to also highlight is Hacker on FPX. I think a lot of people had very low expectations of him coming into their summer split. I believe Jamada was also commenting about how Hacker wasn't going to have the best performance on day one, but he surprisingly had a really great showing up against RA, and he had a very silent, well, he at least had a very silent performance coming into this year, but I think him having a very strong voice clearly in these team fights now, playing something like the Maokai where he's able to be the main engage, it gives a lot of sensei direction for FPX to play off, because Care, he is also a very big carry player alongside LWX, so just having that clear sense of direction is definitely the team is developing in a positive direction. I think I have a little bit higher hopes for them approaching the summer split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hacker has definitely been someone that, when we always think about, definitely not the highest of highs, a little bit of the lowest of lows, and someone who can have a good, decent performance when he's given the champions that he has performed on, things like the Lee Sin, of course, the Wukong. But we'll wait to see if he's able to kind of bring those to the forefront today. And speaking of kind of like, you know, Lee Sin, Wukong, obviously we're talking about the, you know, the champions, right? The meta hasn't really changed. We've seen, you know, we're coming up to day 5 of the LPL summer split. We haven't really seen a huge amount of things changing from what we saw in the MSI, despite all these massive changes coming into the bot lane. And I suppose I kind of wanted to kind of pick your brain a little bit. Is that, you know, do you feel like there's still room for people to get some you know, suppose creativity in their drafts rather than just picking the same standard champions?
Yeah, most definitely. Talking about just assassins, right? Because we haven't really seen that other than Care picking it on day one with that Kiana. And I think he did pretty good when it came to the team fights. So I'm really excited to see what he has cooking up in that champion pool as well, because he has really great carry performances when he's enabled to. So obviously, we saw the 2 Graves picks from Meteor tonight as well, where the entire champion pool for the jungle meta is also unexplored. We're still sticking with the Vise and the Wukongs because they're just such a clear indicator of when a fight should start, playing alongside or for the AD carry. And sometimes we see that Malphite is becoming a very strong champion, or at least prominent champion coming into these games due to the hyper carries that are so prevalent in these team compositions. And I think it's safe to say that every single team should not open or let open the Zeri Yuumi duo.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it definitely feels like we have been kind of leaning towards the Yuumi not being busted, but that combination of Zeri and Yuumi, hyper mobility, hyper range, hyper damage, a lot of hypers coming in for that particular one. But we'll see what way the teams want to go. As we can see now, the teams finally making their way onto the Shanghai stage, and it was good to see that. I love it sometimes because you get one of 2 reactions. You get the very quick, like, hello, goodbye, I'm off now, very, you know, that, or you'll get someone who's like so confident in themselves and just kind of comes out and kind of says, absolutely, here I am, what up? And I like that we get the kind of the diametrically opposed sides of LPL players.
Yeah, I mean, talking about confidence, I really wanted to highlight that LWX, the one on your screen screen just now, it really translated into his gameplay as well. I think coming into the summer split, maybe it's the meta where he's enabled to play as aggressive as he wants due to all the enchanters allowing him to walk forwards, but he had such an amazing performance in that series up against TT, where I think it is really translating onto stage, and hopefully Chiu and LWX have really forged their synergy together.
Yeah, we'll see what they will kind of go for, and I'm looking quietly excited, I suppose, to see how FPX kind of really look as they bring themselves in. But of course, Ultra Prime now coming out onto the stage again, a team that has been trying to kind of get themselves off the bottom of the table from last split. They brought in Sword Art to see if he can work better on with Doggo. And again, there were, despite being last place, this is a team that has shown a little bit of a little bit of decent play, in my opinion, from from the little small things we have seen from the spring split, and of course in summer. Someone in particular I'm actually looking at is Harry. I think Harry has been a very solid top laner, despite him kind of being a little bit of an unknown for a lot of different people. Not really a massive player. He's not your YSKM. He's not at the shy level of carry from the OG days, but he's been consistent in how he's been able to play that top side and hasn't been top gap, shall we say.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think Harry acting as that second carry seems to be the key for Ultra Prime, because you often see, oh, this is a very cute dress. Oh my lord, I love her outfit today.
I was like, in the back of my head, I was like, does she continue on with her point, or does she comment on the dress? And then she
dress is so adorable.
Fantastic.
It does look fantastic. But going back to Harry, also a very fantastic point is that I think, it really does stop the enemy team from solely focusing down Doggo, which we see a lot of team compositions playing around that for protecting 180 carry type of compositions, and the single target CC like the Vine Rakan does help out Doggo just a little bit more in those team fights with Harry coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something that we can wait to see, and obviously with the meta the way it is, a lot of emphasis towards that bot lane, a lot of ways of these teams that can kind of work around it and stuff like that. And it does feel like we are seeing a little bit of more creativity coming out. We saw in that last series, in that last game, that the early level, early invade kind of puts you off kilter. They talked about it a little bit on the desk as well. They're saying like, look, sometimes if you can throw in an invade, you can get a level 3 gank or level 2, goes off the rhythm of a different team, and those little small things can be the difference makers. Those little mistakes or even moments of opportunity can lead you to far bigger, far greater moments in the series. So we'll see if either team wants to try and maybe throw a little bit of a curveball towards any of these sides rather than just playing the kind of safe game and such like that. And look, it sucks that obviously it goes like that, but the way the game works right now is that hyper carries in the bot lane, tanks in the top lane, and a facilitator in the mid. It's just, the numbers are just safe. It's just a safe way of building your composition to kind of put yourself in a winning position 30-35 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and talking about 30-minute games, I mean, we have had a very long day tonight, and I'm not going to be surprised if this upcoming series is going to follow this trend because of the current meta. I do also want to mention about playing standard, because we saw in the series that Ning had earlier in this week that Xiaohao on AL, the enemy jungler, was really trying to mess up the entire tempo, and I think when Ning isn't given an opportunity to play standard and let him clear properly, then he starts getting a little bit clueless when it comes to the early game and where he should be looking, because Forge, he's transformed himself into a utility player in the mid lane where it's all about Doggo, it's all about Harry. So if Ning and Forge don't really have a strong voice in this early game, I'm really worried for Doggo and Harry if they're able to get to that late game stage, because we know that Doggo has had an amazing performance on the Zeri and Yuumi to the point where he had a KDA of 12, 13, and 11. So Ning really needs to enable this by not getting kind of bullied around in that early game.
Yeah, we'll see. Plenty of fans out there for LWX. Has been a staple within the AD carry kind of meta, of course, like that. And it's the thing, the LPL and exceptional AD carries kind of goes hand in hand. We've always been a region that has either developed or curated very, very, kind of solid talent. And of course, for Doggo, he hasn't had the fairy tale story. He hasn't been able to kind of come over from the PCS and build his career as successfully, for the moment at least, within the LPL. So it's about him kind of stepping up, showing that he should be here, showing that he should be counted. And that's something that he needs to kind of overcome himself as well, because I feel like a lot of the times when, especially when it comes to players, the pressure can kind of get to you. There was a lot of hype surrounding Doggo when he came over and joined BLG, and unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to live up to that hype.
And I think both ADCs coming into tonight's series will have a lot of pressure amongst their shoulders. But as we enter into ban phase, Nico has been still a very prevalent champion coming into these games. But I feel like we saw in the previous series casted by Munchables and not Munchables, casted by Mazel and of course Lyric, that I think this champion is a little bit short in terms of range, where you're playing up against something like the Jinx or the Aphelios. It's very easily kited and it does get punished very easily. So I'm going to see how it does later on in the stages. But Millia has been taken off and the Zeri has been taken off, so we're safe from banning phase. Maybe a Lucian coming out of FPX here.
Maybe. We'll see what they want to try and go for here. And again, it's kind of taking out some of the more stronger kind of solo lanes as well. You can see the Nico and the Jace being taken away. The Maokai banned as well. So focusing towards that jungler, but I imagine, I was just about to say the Aphelios is open. The Aphelios.
Yeah, this does seem like an Aphelios Jinx angle for both of these teams, but something that is also open is Cassante. However, Harry doesn't seem like he wants to lean towards that champion just quite yet, because we've kind of been focusing on how he has to play a carry for Ultra Prime to really stand up in terms of these team fighting. My question is that once FPX takes away the Lulu, then what other support is Ultra Prime going to pick alongside the Jinx?
We'll wait and see where they want to try and bring this one here. Could pick up, as you mentioned, the Lulu. I wouldn't mind to see them, I was just about to say, a jungle pickup here. Get something for Ning to be aggressive on, the Wukong, kind of the second of the top two alongside that Vi, and of course the Maokai being banned away as well. So this could be an interesting kind of setup here as we wait to see what FPX kind of want to respond with. I'm not even going to talk about that, however. He's not picking it. It's not happening. So
there's just no way.
Yeah, there's just no way. So I imagine it will be the Lulu and possibly, I'm trying to think now, maybe even the Lee Sin, to be perfectly honest. They could go back to something that Hacker's just exceptionally comfortable on.
Yeah, Hacker had an amazing performance on the Lee Sin throughout spring, so I'm not going to be surprised if he just defaults back to comfort. But my biggest question is going to be about the mid lane matchup, because we know that Care, he loves playing champions that has lane control and at least priority to allow Hacker to make those plays around the map. So it does seem like they're going to go with Annie and FPX coming into this game one kind of putting all their eggs into the LWX basket. But to be fair, he's had an amazing performance on the ADC in summer so far, so I'm not going to be surprised in terms of his form.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen it so many times. He's an assassin, he's a burst champion, he's a stain, he's able to play safe, play aggressive, plenty of different play styles available to him. But interesting enough, Ultra Prime kind of saying, cool, you get the Annie, we'll get the Gragas. Gragas has become one of those very, very powerful picks up and towards that top side. Can technically be flexed into the mid lane as well, but for the moment, we will assume that's going into the hands of Harry. And that's something that can kind of set things up. This is how a lot of teams, especially, you know, the likes of JDG and BLG, which we saw at MSI, were able to garner themselves advantages against some of these, you know, Aphelios, these high kind of damage, low mobility AD carries. Because if you displace them, bring them into your team, there's just not really a lot of counterplay for the AD carry.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if this Gragas is going to be for Forge, because he's been a very big fan of these utility mid lane champions that can help Doggo to play around these team fights. And of course, the dispositioning, like you said, from that ultimate is so valuable when it comes to these hyper carries and team fights. But I think Ultra Prime, they are going to save that counter pick for Harry, where he's going to most likely pick something like the Gwen up against a tank like the Sion or the Cassante. But I would much prefer Xiaolahu to play something like the Cassante that does have an extra bit of pressure point for Doggo to deal with on this Jinx, because he's going to have a lot of peel from what Ultra Prime is going to pick for that support position. Not Yuumi, please.
Yeah, well... I mean, they could go for it. They could just kind of put something in. They are kind of, you know, dealing with a lot of these different enchanters. I feel like you want to try and get something like the Blitzcrank. We talked about it a while ago, but it is something that can just disrupt a lot of what you want to try and kind of put in there. And yeah, the hard engage from the Nautilus just makes a hell of a lot of sense. The Wukong is good as an initial engage, but you either need him to kind of have someone else to follow up to either catch out the Aphelios or just straight up kind of keep someone in place while he gets that Cyclone damage down.
Yeah, most definitely. And Ultra Prime having a lot of lockdown CC, like you said, onto LWX. So it is going to be the Cassante pick for Xiaolahu in this top side. But I think Harry may be coming into this game. He can go for something like the Rumble. We already saw that on day one and did extremely well in these team fights. So I think Harry still needs to make up for that lack of damage, as this Gragas pick most likely is going to be for Forge. But it really depends on how Hacker wants to pilot his final pick, because it's either the Viego or the Lee Sin, but we both said that we much prefer the Lee Sin to have a little bit of disengage from the amount of CC that Ultra Prime is locking in.
There is Hacker's Lee Sin locked and loaded. I had a feeling he'd be going back towards that champion. It's just something he's so incredibly comfortable on, and great to see him kind of feeling like, look, yes, I can go for this. And honestly, it kind of works out with their composition as well. You're getting someone who can skirmish, someone who can go toe-to-toe with the Wukong, and even just disengage. If you see the Wukong coming in, you're able to kick him away. That can be huge, and looks like you might be getting your little prediction in. Yes, it is Forge with the Gragas into that mid lane and Gnar into the top side going into the K'Sante.
I would have much preferred a Jax, because if you look at Ultra Prime's composition, Jinx is truly the main focus, or at least the only damage source that you have for these team fights. At least FPX, depending on how Carry wants to build, I still think Annie will stand quite a bit of threat when it comes to these team fights with that flash available. So at least Harry does have side lane push in the early game, but once you do reach the 5v5 stage, I still much prefer something like the Aphelios with a Lulu, because at least you have that extra bit of security when you are trying to look for those angles onto LWX.
Yeah, well, teams are locked and loaded. Both teams kind of having a fair share of engage, and also ways of kind of, you know, getting away from a fight should they end up finding themselves on the wrong end of the stick. But it's going to come down to execution. And again, both these teams 1-0 so far in the season. Both these teams in the bottom 3 of spring. They want to start far brighter than they'd finished in spring as they come into summer. And honestly, I think that, again, like looking at the way that these T-comps kind of work, it is going to come down to execution. I feel like if this Wukong can have his way, where he's able to get down into bot side, get those Cyclones off on top of the Aphelios, FPX are going to be in trouble. And on the other side of this, if Hacker can get behind Doggo, get him kicked back into a team, there's just, as you mentioned, not a lot of sustained damage for Ultra Prime. So it's going to be about who's able to get their engage off first.
Yeah, and I'm just praying that because Ultra Prime has locked in this Nautilus for the game 1, we need to see proactiveness in that early game, playing alongside the AD carry and looking for those dives onto this Aphelios and Lulu, because we've seen how broken they are when it does come to those team fights, or at least later game stages. So we haven't highlighted that I think Chiuchiu and Hacker also not Chiuchiu and Hacker, but Sora and Ning have had a decent synergy so far into the split, so I really want to see that coming out of these two.
Well, we are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. FPX versus Ultra Prime. Both teams 1-0. Both teams looking to continue that trend as best they possibly can. FPX still technically undefeated in the season, but again, we are in week 1. As we jump in, this is going to be our shortest week, or our least amount of games in a week, I suppose, versus the rest of them. After this week, we're going to have Wednesday to Sunday, all having triple threat series. And we'll have to wait and see. But I am curious to see now if they will try and maybe focus out Harry in the top side. You've got the Ghost for Xiaolao Hu, you have Hacker on the Lee Sin. The Mini Gnar has been shown multiple times to be saying, yes, the Mega Gnar is scary, but once you go into Mini, there's just not a lot of kind of follow-up there, and you really can punish someone like an isolated top laner if you can get that early damage down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a bit of fighting, and specifically Hacker, but I'm not too sure how he will do on this Lee Sin, because obviously Ultra Prime, they are looking for these dives, they are looking for the ganks onto this Aphelios and Lulu, so you can either make the choice to protect LWX that can have that late game security of damage when it does come to those team fights, or you play for Xiaolao Hu, where we've seen K'Sante do K'Sante things. He still does a bit of prevalent damage when it comes to annoying the enemy carries, but it's not going to be comparable to someone like the Aphelios, so I don't know if you want to be setting him behind.
So what do you want to go for? I like the idea coming out here from Sword Art to throw out his hook. If he lands it, awesome. Probably burns a flash or at least a heal off of Chocho, but wasn't to be, as they just kind of side that step 1. And again, this is kind of par for the course, as we've noticed in the last little while, and at least in the first week. First 5, 6, maybe even honestly 8 minutes of the game, not a lot happens. Generally speaking, it's too risky to go for a dive. You just want to farm up, you just want to try and make this thing work, but Hacker maybe thinking about going for a little bit of an early move here into this mid lane, but the wave is pushing against him, so maybe just trying to see if he can catch out Ning on a little bit of a sneaky rotation as well.
Yeah, really nice ward place down by Hacker just to make sure that the jungler of Ultra Prime isn't trying to do anything sneaky with that red buff in hand while Hacker doesn't have his own. But I also do want to highlight that the team fighting potential, because we already talk about the level 6 spikes that we have for both mid laners, and that Gragas, I mean, it's all about execution. And we've seen some Gragas's flop in the LPL unfortunately before. But hopefully Forge, I mean, he has such a utility-based role for the past half a year. Perfection is just the minimum.
I mean, that's kind of it within the LPL. You don't really get a pass by being mediocre. It does feel like within the LPL, you have to be exceptional. You have to be, I feel like Doggo could have gotten that off, but you have to be able to take those, you know, kind of opportunities that the enemy team give you, because they generally are few and far between, and if you don't execute on it, you will just be punished. That's just unfortunately the name of the game and how everything kind of goes. So we'll see if Forge is able to kind of have a impact in this particular game with this Gragas, or if he's going to be unfortunately left to the wayside to... You know, I'm getting like bin Gragas from the other day, really, as an example of a Gragas who did not do exceptionally well. But this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Mini Gnar now onto Harry. He's going to be very exposed here. You imagine he's going to have to flash away from the Q. Ning is here, but he doesn't need him just yet. Hacker was not able to land that Sonic Wave, and they all backed themselves away.
And bringing it back to the point where I think Ning might try to look for something without any wards placed in the river, but Xiaolahu does have that ghost available, so I'm not too sure if they have the damage to look on this. Does seem like he is going to just run away.
It's hard as well. Wukong, great level 6, post level 6, fantastic, but pre-level 6 just needs someone else to help him out with a little bit of CC, you know, maybe go towards that Gragas mid or the Nautilus in the bot lane, but just not really going to have the same level of impact with a Gnar who is in mini form, unfortunately, and just kind of backs himself away. As we can see there, Recall came in here for Doggo and Sword Art, so they're able to kind of give themselves another little push in here. And this could be interesting as well, because we might see an early Dragon take if they are able to kind of get this pressure going up into the thing. But unfortunately for them, Ning is in the top side, so they're just going to have to deal with it. Xiaolahu, who hasn't gone back yet, he is very, very low, and you can see how positive this little gank has been for Harry. He's just able to kind of force him out completely, and that's a couple of minions gone to the wayside.
Yeah, Harry having a great time laning phase. Oh, LWX, he's gonna get caught. He has double summoners. Is it going to be enough though?
No
he
cleanse.
doesn't know.
No cleanse. He's going to pop the ghost and immediately flash. Nothing burnt there by Ultra Prime. And that's honestly just really good heads-up play there from Ultra Prime, recognizing that the backs were desynced for the FPX bot lane.
Yeah, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted to see out of Ultra Prime, because with the Dragon up and available for both of these teams, LWX not having these double summoners available does mean that it's going to be a real big struggle for them to even fight this. Did Sora just back by himself?
Yes. He needed the Ruby Crystal, Kitty. You're a support. You know how imperative that is. You understand.
The only reason why I can imagine Sora backing there was that he wanted a control to allow Ning to pod towards his bottom lane. I already see that Forge is level 6 now, and that he's getting constant push in this mid lane, so potentially could look for a kill onto the enemy AD carry for this up-and-coming fight.
Absolutely, and we can see now Hacker is in the spot side. The hook will miss as Chocho kind of just... He's a nuisance here. Level 5 for the Lulu over the level 4 of Sword Art. As we can see now, they have got a ward on the Dragon as well, so they know that this has not been started. This has not been taken at the moment. 7 minutes on the clock, and we can see Forge moving down. We'll get an extra bit of mana here from the Honey Fruit. I don't think he's going to be able to make much else happen here. You can see that Lee Sin very aware that he just needs to be hiding in the wings, waiting for anyone to kind of pop up while his bot lane pushes in this wave.
Yeah, even Kara is here because FPX just thought that Ultra Prime was going to look for a potential gank onto here. Oh no, it's okay. There's still many minions to come, but I believe Ning is just trying to farm for that level 6 so they get a guaranteed kill onto the enemies. But with Repel also spawning in 30 seconds, they can also go for that trade because Sword Art can realistically just reset he and play towards this. Really is dependent on what direction they want to take though, because Hacker is still level 5.
I think that's a big thing. Hacker hasn't been able to get himself that Dragon's Rage kick available to him. We will have the Super Mega Debt Rocket online here for Doggo. And this is kind of it. 8 minutes on the clock. Nobody's really done much, to be perfectly honest. Small little weeds here or there. Nothing really to be writing home about. And it's a basically even state of the game. But we'll see now that everyone's kind of getting their ultimates available to them, getting themselves back onto the map. Should we see a fight either around this Rift Herald or potentially around this first dragon? That's kind of the big thing that I'm looking at.
Does seem like it is going to be a full-on brawl in this Rift Herald, but for the time being, I still prefer that Sora is piloting this Nautilus for game 1, just because you can look, a single hook can get someone caught, and we already see that Ning is clearing out the vision in here.
Oh, there we go. They're going to combo in the ultimates. They're going to get Ning really low, but they're not going to be able to kill him. And that's going to be the flashes from both the jungler and mid lane of FPX. They do nearly kill Ning, but with a red buff, he should be fine to heal back up.
Yeah, Ning was just solo clearing that ward in the room by himself. I was surprised that Sora wasn't leaning more towards him, but Care flashing onto him and of course burning the flash out of the jungler, making LWX also rotate towards this Rift Herald. So there's currently 4 people here.
I mean, that's decent damage there onto Chocho and Hacker. Harry not on the Mega just yet now, but Forge is very healthy moving up here with Sword Art. They don't have a jungler. They're just trying to be a nuisance, to be perfectly honest. You can see Xiaolahu taking a fair bit of damage. They will have to go all out, but now can they collect the Rift Herald they just took? I don't think they can get this. I think they have to just back themselves away. They don't have the health bars.
Well, you just didn't pick up the Rift Herald, and Doggo picked up 2 plays in the bottom lane by himself. So I'm not too sure what the direction of FPX was, because you didn't have a jungler there. So you should have just went for it. There was no Gragasol available either for the side of Forge. But we see this fight playing out again, where Ning was just a little bit out of position, where it was a really nice flash kick from Hacker, but unfortunately not enough damage, as Care was slightly as well, and Forge of course using that ultimate as a disengage. The fight dies down, but I'm really surprised that they didn't get that Rift Herald, because now Doggo's up in gold.
Doggo's up in gold and up in experience, you would imagine, as well. And all that free laning experience for himself. And again, this is a thing as well. Like, yes, the Lee Sin and the Annie is nice, but I feel like you needed to kind of commit all of that flashes and ultimates onto Doggo, not onto Ning, who has so many ways of kind of stopping you from getting away from this one here. So Mega Debt Rocket gonna just kind of reset the wave just a little bit here. It should just all die. It's actually not an ideal situation. I think Doggo's a little bit unfortunate with that, to be perfectly honest. Maybe thought that the rocket would kill off a couple of those minions rather than just leaving them on literally 1 HP, but it is what it is. And now we come back into this state of the game. Apart from that Rift Herald take, no kills just for the moment. We got ourselves a dragon on the side of Ultra Prime. And this is what we're kind of talking about between these two teams. Like, you know, this is where we're looking to see what they can do to improve, because so far both teams have been able to kind of find opportunities, but nobody's executed on them. So we're waiting to see now where the first real kind of fight is going to kind of kick off.
You know what pains me, Oshin? It's that LWX got caught and he had to burn double summoners so early on in the game up against Sora, who had flashed the entire 5 minutes, and Ning's sitting on level 7 now. He's had his ultimate the entire time as well, but it just goes unpunished. A really good example that we can use is BLG on from the series, from the BLG series earlier in the week, where once you get that flash off from one of the 2 bot laners, then you will see repeat ganks coming out of the junglers of each team, but we don't see that proactiveness.
No, we do not. Harry flashes away as the all-out was used by Xiaolahu. Recognized the Hacker was on his way to make that a much more difficult fight. Ning hasn't really been involved in a lot, to be perfectly honest. Has just kind of made his way around, farming a little bit. About 2 camps or so ahead. Nothing really exceptional. And now we go back to just a farming game. It's not going to be a lot of hype coming out here. I'm hoping to cast a curse it, as here we go. I'm going to drop down a little bit of damage here, but the Gravitum Gum onto LWX means that Doggo needs to be very careful, or is it Sword Art? There's going to be a heal coming out. The Super Mega Debt Rocket does a little bit of damage. Doggo may be forced to flash away. There's going to be the... yeah, great hook in. And there's going to be the kill. Now Doggo can get excited. He needs to get a couple more autos down on the Chocho, but he shall not be able to finish him off. And while that was happening, Ning was able to make something work in the mid lane.
That is one of the nastiest cases of the lollipop hook that I've ever seen from a Nautilus, because it was very clear that LWX was behind a wall and it still hit. And of course, the first blood going towards the jungler of Ultra Prime, as there was another fight happening at the Raptors, I believe. Care was just caught off position because he was trying to rotate towards his bot lane skirmish, and Double Ult's committed towards his Annie just means he is pretty much dead. And of course he used his flash earlier to catch Ning from that previous Rift Herald fight, and he just didn't have it available for this time around, so it was an unfortunate kind of roam from Care. And Hacker obviously showing from that top lane, you shouldn't really be roaming towards your bot lane without vision like that.
No, absolutely not. And again, this is not bad from the side of Ultra Prime. They are bringing themselves to a little bit of an advantage on the bot side, get themselves a kill, get the kill onto their jungler. So not the end of the world for the moment for FPX, but it does feel like Ultra Prime are the ones feeling more proactive, feeling like they can go for these fights a lot more aggressively than the likes of FPX. And when the one time FPX did go for it, it just didn't really work. So now you have Flash on Annie and the Lee Sin. We'll see if they're able to kind of make something work now in 1 minute and 10 seconds where that dragon next spawns.
We do have the Sunders available for Ning as well, so I'm not going to be surprised if this Wukong is becoming a big menace for these team fights for this Aphelios to deal with. But the main focal point is still about Sword Art, because he still has that flash available and he's already clearing out the vision, where it's going to be extremely hard for either Care or Hacker to face check any of this with the dragon spawning in 40 seconds. But I mean, both ADCs have Storm Razor now, but if you look for a pick and Sword Art does get his hands onto one of the squishy champions and Doggo starts getting those resets off, then the game's going to spiral out of control. So I don't think FPX should take this.
Maybe not, but I mean, you're still waiting on that first item to be finished up by Care. 10 CS down in that mid lane, and actually a little bit of a level disadvantage as well. But the big one I want to talk about is top side. It's about 20 or so CS here for Harry, and he's just kind of having a much more freer time going into the Cassante. And this is why I wanted to highlight him coming into today, is that yes, he's not the biggest name in the world, but has definitely been a bit more consistent coming into these games and feeling a lot more confident about how this guy has been playing, feeling a little bit more kind of risky to kind of go for stuff, because he is getting small advantages every single time.
A dub is a dub, and that is something that I will stick with, because we see that Ultra Prime is definitely being the team that is more proactive. However, FPX, they are playing for that late game scaling and look for those 5v5 team compositions alongside the Cassante. But it does seem like there's going to be a TP out of Care, and the fight's going to die down. I feel like Tutu, he should sit in bot lane right now, because it's really tough for LWX to do anything or at least rotate around the map as this Aphelios. We already see that Sword Art has his eyes locked onto this AD carry. And don't look top lane, that's 2 waves gone.
I mean, Shallow has to go for this. He will have his teleport soon, but is soon going to be soon enough, because you can already see Harry rotating down, and I don't think they want to give this one up on the side of FPX. They can't let 2 dragons go unanswered, but I don't know how they can really go for this. They're going to land the Q there onto Ning, but outside of hitting it onto the dragon and going for a miracle execute steal, there's just not really a lot there. So you've committed resources, you didn't really get a lot, and this push in bot lane is going to be eaten up by Doggo as well. So again, gotta say, great from Ultra Prime. They're playing the map a lot more smoothly, they're feeling a lot more confident, and it does feel like they're having a much easier time of making this about them. But TP is going to be coming in. It's going to be Gragas on the way back from this one here. They'll land the hook as well into the Flame Chompers, into the barrel. He'll flash away just in the nick of time, but now Xiaolao, who is in the wrong spot. Harry flashes in, or sorry, TP's in as he looks to try and make a bit of an impact. And everybody's just going to walk themselves away, but they're burning summoners left, right, and center. Look at the amount of summoners FPX just burned.
That's double TV coming out of Ultra Prime, and don't mind Ning. After taking the dragon, he just went to go take his blue buff while this absolute chaos was ensuing in the bottom lane. But a lot of skill shots getting missed there, where LWX barely lived because Doggo missed his rocket onto this AD carry. And of course, we also saw Forge unfortunately missing his belly flop onto the Cassante as well. So I'm not too sure. A lot of skill shots was definitely committed, but nothing happened at the very end. Double TP, however, from the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff, so we say. A couple of whiffs here or there, so definitely not ideal. But now LWX does not have his flash or his ghost available to him. He's at the mercy of the Lulu protecting him, you would imagine. Maybe even Hacker with a little bit of a Lee Sin kick, but it might be all a little bit too late. So if he gets hit by a hook, you definitely feel like he's going to be in a worse position than ever before. Rift Herald going to be started up by Hacker. He is on vision, and Ning is in the area. So without a TP on Harry or on Xiaolao, this could just be a 4v4.
Hopefully this time FPX is going to be focusing down this Rift Herald and manage to pick up the buff. Oh, the hook lands again.
Yeah, they're going to put in the explosive cast as well. That means that we're going to see the kick right in top of your AD carry. That means the Rift Herald gets taken away and the Jinx gets 2 kills. What has happened here now for FPX? They're not in a position to go for this. Ning, however, does not want Care to walk away. One more auto attack is good enough as Harry finds himself on the backside. That is 4 kills for None, and a Rift Herald Ultra Prime are just wiping the floor with FPX.
And the game explodes from a Rift Herald once again, and Shallow getting ulted by Soda. Is he dead?
They're not done. They've got the Jinx. They've got the damage. And there is the delayed ace. They're getting everything they want and more. This is going to balloon that gold lead. And out of nowhere, Ultra Prime looking slick.
The game just exploded. 2 towers and a 5 kill going over towards Ultra Prime, also picking up that Rift Herald. I mean, this Jinx is going to become out of control. This is the kind of play that they needed, and it all started with FPX starting the Rift Herald themselves where they didn't have the condition to do so. I feel like if FPX wants to engage and look for a fight, it has to be Care looking for the initial engage, but Care was a little bit too hesitant, and Hacker unfortunately getting hit by the hook here once again, and he kicks Ning further into LWX and Choo-Choo's face. And how do you play the game when there's a Wukong and Gragas on your Aphelios?
I mean, LWX as well, just to kind of hold his ground and say, no, I'm fine, I can do this. The Lulu, however, was not as lucky. And then Harry just finds him on the backside. No summoners, nowhere to go. And yeah, 5 kills from nothing. Sword Art now might be in a little bit of trouble. Does not hit his hook, and he is almost certainly going to die. And that is just him kind of unfortunately missing that skill shot. And a death ball from FPX means they get themselves a kill. But it is a small silver lining on what is a dark cloud over FPX in this first 20 minutes of the game.
Yep, and I really thought that bottom tier tower was going to go down as Ultra Prime. They're looking to open up the map by getting rid of all of these tier 1 towers, but the Jinx is now sitting on the Gale Force, and the Storm Rays are not burning a single summoner from the previous fight, with the Dragon spawning in 50 seconds as well. But it's also soul point for the side of Ultra Prime, and I'm not too sure if FPX can even look for this, because look, Care doesn't have his flash available, and we saw how unsuccessful it was for Hacker to be the initial engage, as he's just too squishy right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gordringer's great, but it's just not going to hold up against a 2-item Wukong, against a 2-item Jinx, a near 2-item Gragas as well, who's able to kind of build pseudo-tanky. He gets himself a hell of a lot of HP, so, I mean, it's all on Aphelios. We talked about in the draft how Ultra Prime are kind of saying, look, it's Doggo or bust. Doggo's been fantastic. The rest of the team has been fantastic as well, to be perfectly honest, but 3-0 and 3. Doggo is very much online with the Gale Force and the Storm Razors. He's safe. He's got the mobility. He's got the movement speed.
Yeah, and just thoughts about this Annie pick on Care. I haven't been the biggest fan of it so far, because we've highlighted how much barely doesn't steal it away from LWX, but it is going to be soul point going over towards the side of Ultra Prime. But yeah, I think Care on this Annie is looking a little bit silent, other than the first flash ultimate coming out of him to try and get Ning, unfortunately not having enough damage to finish him off. We don't see the same amount of initiative coming out of the mid-jungle duo of FPX, because I think if you're solely kind of putting all your eggs into LWX's basket, then he is just an Aphelios, and once you're up against someone like the Gragas and the Nautilus that has so much lockdown, well, it's going to be a very sad fight for you to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree in that sense. And again, it's hard to know where and when FPX can go for something, because their engage kind of relies on Care getting a really good Annie ultimate. It kind of relies on him being able to catch out somebody, preferably Doggo, and then you kind of follow up with Hacker and the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, he's got Cleanse and Gale Force and Flash. It's just, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes here, as they can see now. Ultra Prime, 7,000 gold ahead, actually pushing themselves even further ahead in this particular one. Harry will get fall-in on here by Care, but not really a lot else you can do after that point. He's still a mini, still got himself plenty of mobility, and now Shallow, who you can't really defend this, buddy. You do not own this jungle. You got to back away.
It's not your jungle and it's not your towers. Ultra Prime is just rotating 4 people towards this top side, but there is no vision for Care to play off. You already see him desperately
FPX?
trying to look for flanks. They're just sitting mid lane. They're playing ARAM, but there's no party on the other side.
They had like 30 seconds. Why did no one rotate? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. It just felt like oh, okay, you'll be fine. The rest of his team will come, but then nobody showed up. It's like, you know, people will definitely come to my birthday party, and then you go to the pizza place and there's nobody there. It's like, oh, it's just a little sad, really.
Well, I'm sure Ultra Prime isn't feeling too sad with this game state so far because this Jinx is working towards that LDR, and even Xiaolahu, although level 13, he's gonna get shredded because there's just too many targets to hit for this Jinx now, and with double stopwages coming in for Ultra Prime as well, I really don't know how Kara is going to play these team fights because we already mentioned previously that Doggo has the summoner spells and Baron is also on the board, so if you face check into this type of game situation, then it is going to just be a huge throw.
Yeah.
It's not really a throw.
Now. It's not really a throw.
It's fastening up the game pace.
Potentially. It's fastening up the game pace for either you or the other teams. It's not a throw. As we wait to see now, 3,000 on this Baron as they look to try and keep Hacker out of this. He's already had to use the Dragon's Rage kick. As we can see, Harry going into Mega. They haven't got themselves the Baron just yet. They need to finish off that objective before they go in. Hacker's in the pit. He's looking to go for it. Doesn't get it. No steal for you. And now the Jinx can get excited. Xiaolahu has no chance whatsoever of getting away from this team. As I say that, they're going to jump into him on the back of the pit. Ning picks himself up a double kill, and while that's all happening, the rest of Ultra Prime have been dealing with FPX. There's only 2 alive, make it 1, and Kerr is all alone in the world as he's got nothing to really defend this with. And in the mid lane, this could be it. This could be 25 minutes done.
I really thought I saw the angle. FPX Hacker goes into the pit, steals the Baron away from Ultra Prime, and this game goes to 40 minutes. But unfortunately, from 0 minutes till now, 1-11 going towards Ultra Prime. They're going to take away game 1 in a very convincing manner.
I mean, 1 kill away from basically a perfect game. That was exceptional coming out from Ultra Prime. They just knew exactly what they needed to do, and they executed FPX with precision.
And it all started with those Rift Heralds because we saw that, yes, FPX was playing towards their own kind of win conditions where they are looking for those picks, but you're dropping everything onto Ning, a Wukong who had a clone, and obviously with your Lulu coming in from the bottom lane, trying to kind of make it for that lack of damage, it just wasn't enough. And we already talked about the game situation, about how Doggo was, as a result, picking up 2 plays from that, and LWX also roaming as a result. It's a mess. I think FPX were kind of just getting played like a fiddle.
I mean, it kind of comes down to that thing of indecision is a decision in itself. It's, you know, you don't do anything, therefore you do nothing. That's the difference here. Whereas Ultra Prime were kind of very happy to kind of go, okay, we don't have to hard contest. Yes, they gave up the Rift Herald, but like you mentioned, they gave up the Rift Herald and then the Rift Herald couldn't be taken. That was the big difference there. It just felt like,
did they really get Rift Herald then?
That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, that's why I'm saying it's one death, which Sword Art kind of unfortunately got caught out with. That could have literally been a perfect game from Ultra Prime. They got everything they wanted. They got their Jinx ahead. And I just feel like, again, it comes down to how these metas and how these champs let's go. You go for the Lulu so early on in the draft, or even the Aphelios, you're kind of pigeonholed a little bit. It's kind of like, right, well, you have to go for an Enchanter. That means that you can go for a hard engage on the bot side, like Nautilus, Blitzcrank, Thresh. There's so many options. The Rakan, things that can just kind of mess you up. So I feel like the priority onto the Lulu is going to start becoming a lot less and less because people are realizing, oh, damn, if I get hard engaged on, or if my AD carry gets hard engaged upon, I'm just dead. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, and we talked about single target CC a lot coming into this game, and just taking a look at the AD carry damage difference, it's very, very sad to witness, but we all expected this as the Nautilus got locked in for Sword Art, and I think although he did get caught that one time, and in my opinion, he could have made more plays and made the game explode even earlier on in the game, playing alongside Ning, but we didn't really see that synergy coming to game 1, which is definitely a weakness, but it didn't get exposed by FPX because they were also kind of getting played all around the map. But Care, having 100% KP, and also having the highest damage on this Annie, unfortunately not the champion you want to be on if you want to be that solo carry for FPX in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, Xiaolahu had like just under 2,600 damage on a champion like Cassante, who I feel like in history has been able to do so much with so little. It does feel a little bit like FPX just never really found themselves. They never really knew where to go with this particular one. And look, enough of them saying FPX not doing a lot. Ultra Prime, exceptional. Like, really well done. Got their ducks in a row, knew exactly how they wanted them lined up, and they did it. They just said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool, we won the game. That's all we needed. And even the Baron right at the end there, it got a little bit risky. It's a 50-50, but you could see that the fight afterwards was always going to be theirs because FPX had to use so much just to get in position to maybe steal it, not even to secure it. So the fight was already going to be won by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and something that we didn't highlight is that Forge, that entire Baron fight was zoning out Care, and we've already said the significance of this Annie engage and how FPX depend on it so much for them to get that initial pick. But with Forge just getting rid of this Annie, making a 4v4 isolated situation, well, Hacker already being so far behind, it was really suffocating for them to ever find an angle to win the game.
It really was. Well, we'll see if Ultra Prime can get themselves a 2-0 or if FPX will be keeping us in this series a little bit longer. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, pick and bans for game number 2.
You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad?
Oh well.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just come off a dominant Game 1 win for Ultra Prime over FPX. FPX basically got one kill, and that was about as positive I could be. Great to see from Ultra Prime, and like we mentioned, we want to see improvement, and that was just that. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty, as we're going to be bringing you into game number 2 very quickly, but we're going to have our MVP from game number 1. And I'll be honest with you, Kitty, the information that was given to me by our director wasn't held in my brain. It was Ning, 4-0-2 on the Wukong. Honestly, it could have gone to many people. I would have maybe gone for Sword Art personally, but look, at the end of the day, gets the objectives, gets the job done.
Yep, man got, well, he didn't really get the objectives when it came to Rift Heralds, but he did get a lot of those kills and initiate the fights around those skirmishes. Yeah, and it all started off with catching Care of unexpectedly when Care was trying to walk towards that bottom lane to stop this skirmish from happening in the 2v2, but I still think Sword Art definitely played a huge role in this game 1 because he was able to just land so many disgusting hooks onto the enemy team, one onto LWX, and of course this one that you just saw onto Hacker behind the Rift Herald, and it just made FPX explode with the tempo, and Ultra Prime was able to play off that 5-0 ace at around like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just felt like the composition worked well, the way everything kind of built up was just better for the side of Ultra Prime, and then there's just not a lot really else to say. They executed very, very cleanly on what their composition needed them to do, which was protect Doggo, you know, protect the puppy, whatever whatever way you want to kind of bring it. But now we're coming into game number 2. We're going to have the same side. So Ultra Prime opting into staying on that red side because they recognize the value of those 2 picks. The fact that you can pick up 2, those first rotation 2 picks straight off the bat. You get your composition in the right order before anything else is said and done. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense. I feel like we are going back towards that setup of like, well, red side's just stronger now.
Yeah, and I really want that counter pick to go towards the mid laner because I think we have Ultra Prime going on to red side, I believe. I'm not too sure about that. We'll have to wait and see for the banning phase. But with Harry having that counter pick and he was able to just get constant push in that top lane, I mean, the Gnar didn't become too much of a problem until we saw those team fights where LWX just got straight up soloed by this Narc by, I don't know, it was a very disconnected fight from the entirety of FPX, but I still want to see more from Care on the other side on FPX, where this Annie, yes, it did do most damage, but that was just mainly from him dropping his ultimate onto someone like the Gnar and bursting him to half HP. It didn't actually mean too much when it came to those team fights, because this Annie was just struggling to get his hands onto the main person, which was the Jinx in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at multiple occasions, Care didn't really put himself in a good position to make plays. It meant that he just wasn't really positioned to kind of put any pressure onto Doggo. I don't even think we saw Doggo use his flash once. Like, that's genuinely, I don't even think he needed to use it. Yeah, I can't confirm that now. That is unconfirmed, but I would not be surprised if he just did not use his flash. Because even in the bot lane, when we saw the 2v2 and it did end up going in favor of Ultra Prime, he still had all his summoners. So I'm not quite sure that there was just any, enough threat being put onto this Jinx to really warrant all the kind of priority they put onto this Aphelios. And you've talked about it on your own kind of setup where it's like, this Jinx is just S tier. It outranges. It seems to, it definitely feels like it out DPSs. You have a global ultimate that get excited, gives you a lot more mobility. It just feels like this pick is either pick or ban on that first rotation, even higher than the Aphelios.
Yeah, I think Aphelios is a very big question mark when it comes to the priority of this champion, because I believe before going to that game, this Aphelios had a 27% win rate so far in this split, so it is a major red flag for all of these teams, but they still prefer to pick it because it does have a lot of nice setup when it comes to the early game alongside the Gravitum. I mean, if you pair it alongside something like the Nautilus that we saw from the last few patches, it just has so much kill threat onto the enemy carry, and that stops something like the Jinx from scaling into eternity. But something that I've always wanted to see coming into these LPL games is I want to see a game where we have Zeri Yuumi versus Jinx Millier. I just want to see these two broken duos just toss tomatoes at each other and see who comes out on top, because I'm not too sure just quite yet with how items have changed and the Zeri items being Triforce now.
I mean, I kind of feel like you are one of few people who want to see Zeri and Yuumi together on the Rift.
I need a sample
anymore.
size.
Yeah, you need the data. You're doing it for science, but the data we have right now is that FPX kind of agree with what we were saying. The Aphelios is not exactly a higher priority on their pick list. The Vi is. They banned away the Wukong, so going to get that guaranteed engage for Hacker on this blue side, where Ultra Prime, they could go for whatever they want. The Maokai was still left open. They're very happy to kind of go for that, and they could go Maokai Jinx here, and again, set up their composition very, very easily. We'll see what they want to end up locking in. They think the Aphelios is better than the Jinx. They actually have a higher priority on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ultra Prime just lock in the Aphelios and Lulu here coming to this game too, but I think Jinx is still much better in terms of the champion, and we're most likely going to get Ning playing something that is going to be hard engaged when it comes to that jungle position. But Nico is going to be the pick for Forge now, and that fits perfectly with how he's been playing and enjoying League of Legends so far.
I mean, look, the Nico has been exceptional. Even in the games it's lost, it's just been a fun chappy to kind of watch. FPX are going to lock in that Jinx, you would imagine there, but now you've got yourself an opportunity to either pick your mid laner, or do you go and lock your support, because you know that you're going to get a counter or a couple of bans either into that support or into that jungle role, depending on which one you want to go for. So I'd imagine you still go for the support here regardless of anything else that happens, and you just kind of accept that your mid lane is going to take a little bit of a hammering in those first ban or this next phase of bans.
Yeah, Ari's already been taken off, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kara goes for something like the Annie, but it is going to be the Acel. I mean, he had an amazing performance on this Acel back in spring. I believe his KDA was absolutely insane, but I can't get that statistic right now. But he has had a few good performances, and we also saw this Acel getting picked in the series earlier. I believe it was the AL versus TT series. Was it that one? Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
It's been a long day, everyone.
Been a long day. No, it was FPX versus TT, Ultra Prime versus AL. Is that what you're thinking of?
It's okay. It doesn't matter. We saw AL earlier today, and it did absolutely a lot of damage. So I'm going to be wondering what FPX is going to pick for that support position now, because we already see Ultra Prime taking out banning out all of these hook champions. It is going to most likely be something like the Nautilus, where Sora is going to safely scale into the late game. But Chuchu, I want to see more aggression from him because he needs to start linking up with Hacker. Now this time having the Vi, they have so much secure, guaranteed CC onto the enemy carry. They need to start doing something in that early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we haven't really kind of had a chance to really talk about the Nocturne, but it is going to be Nocturne for Ning in that jungle position, and this is something that's kind of becoming a little bit more common, shall we say, within the LPL. It does feel like you just need something that can just kind of similarly to the Wukong and the Vi get onto that backside, have a pretty much guaranteed engage onto an AD carry where you are looking to burn summoners or burn ultimates away from them. So now we're seeing a lot of these engaged champions being taken away by Ultra Prime and by FPX respectfully as they look to try and kind of whittle down this champion pool. And this is the thing, you go for that mid lane instead of support on that last pick there for FPX. You are just kind of in a bad position to try and get what you want from this. And I think that the Thresh for the Aphelios just makes a hell of a lot of sense. You're going to be left to a little less of a pool here for FPX to kind of choose from for Chocho and LWX to combo up with.
Yeah, and either Thresh or Braum, I think both work fine. Something like the Braum can pair alongside extremely well with this Nocturne, looking for those skirmishes and of course playing of your passive. But I still think top lane is going to be a big question mark for Harry, since I do want to see him playing something that does have a little bit more damage when it comes to these team fights. You already have a lot of great setup from the Nico and of course the Nocturne when it comes to these mid-game skirmishes. So if Harry locks in something like the... I just want to see him play Rumble again. Come on.
Yeah, I think the Rumble works very well for him. And the Rumble might not be a bad position right now because you don't... Well, I suppose you do need something to kind of secondary engage, go in with the Nocturne. But if you can get the Pop Blossom off with the Paranoia, definitely ways for you to be able to work this one out. Tam Kench gets picked up here. The Gragas could just be as good as well. It might mean that the we'll see how kind of versatile this draft or these players are on this draft. But the Cassante, unfortunately, despite your protest, Kitty, shall be going into the hands of Harry. Needs something that can go toe-to-toe. And it means that, look, I'm going to be honest with you, we're not going to look top lane for at least the entirety of the game until the AD carries decide the bot lane's done and they go up top. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, people complain about, oh, it's Jinx Aphelios again for like the 10th billion time, but why is no one talking about that we've seen Cassante versus Sion for half a year now, and these two champions are still just remaining the same. At least in bottom lane, we've had a bit of a switch up in terms of the support pool, where we have a new champion called Millie replacing the Yuumi permaban slot, but still very standard for both of these teams. Of course, the Acel in the mid lane for the side of Ultra Prime is for the side of FPX is going to become the big question mark, as Acel, you need a lot of time to scale up and start doing that damage when it comes to these major objective fights. While on the other hand, we have Ultra Prime playing this Nico and easily forcing a lot of these objective fights for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, both teams kind of happy to go for it. Definitely a protect the Jinx composition with the Vi moving in, with the Sion to kind of be front line, the Tam Kench to sit in the back pocket and make sure that she does not die. But hell of a lot being thrown at her, and a good bit of disengage available for Ultra Prime. We'll see if FPX can bounce back in this series, if Ultra Prime will be getting their season off to the most perfect of starts and bring themselves to a 2-0. And a 2-0 in the days, so plenty on the line here for both these teams. They look to try and improve off of a pretty disappointing spring and make it a much better summer.
Very promising start for Ultra Prime to start of the night, and I'm hoping that they continue this consistency with this game. A lot of go buttons for this game too, with the Nico and of course Ning picking this Nocturne. So once they hit those level 6s, FPX needs to diffuse the play immediately, and with this Tam Kench getting locked in for Chucho, the requirements for him to not get caught this game is very high.
Wait and see as we both jump onto the Rift. It looks like it is going to be a little bit of a stack here from FPX. This is the thing, you can still be very aggressive with the Sion level 1 if you so choose, but Ultra Prime moving in, getting themselves a little bit of an early vision control as they look to maybe try and take away these Raptors themselves. So this is the thing. You can start off with a Sion, take away that camp, TP up to that top side. You're denying something from Ning as well. So plenty of options available for both these teams. We can see now they're just forcing the way here on FPX, and they're going to take both Raptor camps.
Yeah, and Chuchu is still around this buff. So we have a lane swap coming out of FPX actually for this level 1.
Wow, you're right,
it is going to bully Harry for the first 3 waves.
I mean, I like that Ultra Prime is already reacting so adamantly and saying, right, Doggo, you're on your own. You're going to be picking up the CS. I don't know how he misses a CS when there's literally no pressure in the lane, but maybe there's pressure in his heart, in his head. But there's going to be Sword Art moving up here now as Chocho tries to defend his jungler. And this is the thing, very, very curious start here from FPX. This is what we were talking about before we came into this game. Sometimes you got to throw a curveball. Sometimes you got to be a little bit more aggressive because they could have maybe gone for an aggressive push in this top side. And I like that Sword Art reacted promptly and said, no, not going to be able to get this dive off. You're not going to be able to kind of have your way with this. And they're going to try and contest them on the Krugs.
And while all of this is happening, Xiaolahu actually got the Raptor camp from his own side and now is laning up against the Aphelios. But I think overall, the Aphelios getting solo XP in that bottom lane is a net positive for the side of Ultra Prime because this guy is going to be uncontested for all of these waves, and that is going to be a very big problem for the side of FPX.
It's the thing, FPX have got the push in top side, and they are going to be able to kind of eventually wave clear with the Aurelion Sol, usually 5 points in your Dragon's Breath or Ray of Light, and you're able to kind of just permanently farm. But I mean, this is fine for Doggo. He's very happy to kind of continue forward with this. Yeah, he's getting solo XP.
Exactly, and I don't know how long ago this was, but I believe lane swapping was definitely the standard coming into all these competitive games. But Ning is looking for a dive.
I mean, they're looking to try and take him
Doggo's
out. They're
tanking.
going to tank up a little bit. Doggo! He does end up getting executed, so won't give up any gold, but that's XP over to Xiaolahu for it as well.
Xiaolahu does manage to pick up that final wave, but Doggo dying to the tower doesn't mean too much. But Sora, your man is still level 1 at 4 minutes, and it really does seem like he is going to be extremely far behind. And this Braum, I mean, if you are going to be this far behind this early in the game, I don't know how you're going to be able to protect your ADC from a jungler. But we'll have to see the replay of how this happened, because I'm pretty sure Doggo could have just dropped the aggro after the second hit, but he was really confident in thinking that wasn't going to be a problem.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I think Doggo just kind of stays tanking the turret because he recognizes he's probably dead anyway, so might as well take the full length of that particular turret shot and just kind of accept it. Now, look, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I like to look at the positive kind of side of things, but
it was a fast
definitely not ideal. Yeah, true. Exactly. Exactly. Get the fast back. Your respawn timer is not that big of a deal. And now we can kind of see that Doggo is only a little bit ahead of his counterpart LWX. And as you mentioned, the big XP difference is going to be in that support role. But for the moment, don't know if we can call it a success or not for FPX on that invade. It definitely was unique and different. Whether or not it was a success is a different story. But now they're looking to try and dive on this bot side, recognizing that Sword Art's not level 3. It would be very, very hard for him to stay alive. But with the Gravitum and Infernum, very, very risky to go for this kind of a dive, especially when you don't have a real hard engaged support like a Nautilus or something to back you up.
Yeah, I believe there are 4 support bands coming to this game, so we've defaulted back to the Tahm Kench Braum thing, which is 2 melee supports to say the least, so that's at least better than your classic Yuumi and Lulu. However, I think Karen Hacker, they really need to wait for that level 6. Look at this, your Q misses and it's just all done from there, but Ning already level 5 and he is going to hit level 6 very soon, also picking up that first blood from Xiaolahu earlier on with that dive. So Ultra Prime, they do seem like they're in a very comfortable position so far.
It's the thing as well. See Ultra Prime kind of picking up that kill, does get the Nocturne up to that Iron Spike Whip nice and early, means his clear is a little bit nicer going into that jungle setup. But also as well as that, you've got pretty much CS leads across the board here available for...
He missed the cannon!
He did. I will be honest, and I will say that our observers here in the LPL absolutely love highlighting when a cannon is missed. They will zoom in all the damn time. Level 5 for 4, so no level 6. They look to try and secure this dragon. It's going to be a 4v4. You've got the pop blossom. The knock-up is good. Can they secure the dragon before this fight can really begin? Yes, they can. There's going to be the star coming down to try and stop them from engaging. Hacker getting out with negative HP right there. Almost single digit. Nobody dies, but the dragon goes over to Ultra Prime as they look to try and continue where they left off from game 1.
Yeah, I believe that Forge was transformed as someone that was level 5. It was either Ning or Doggo, and then once he came out and just caught FPX off guard, getting that ultimate online, and of course securing that kill and getting that first dragon as well. So really good usage of the Nico transformation by Forge in this game too.
Getting that ASOL up to level 6 was imperative to making sure that they weren't able to be engaged upon, but still a good start here for Ultra Prime. They got a kill, they got a dragon, and they've got themselves a little bit of an objective lead for the moment. The Jinx is outranging the Aphelios for the moment, so you can see there just having about, actually nearly a 20 CS lead, to be perfectly honest. Should be equaled out a little bit with this next wave crashing, but you can see Xiaolahu going to be missing a full wave on that top side, and that'll equal out up that particular CS lead that he had got himself. And now we kind of come back into the game and see exactly where everyone's going to be kind of setting up for that next objective.
It's kind of crazy to think that FPX started this game with their own lane swap, but Ning comes out on top with his level advantage, as Hacker is still struggling to get that level 6. I believe he is going to hit it after this Raptor camp, or very soon, one more camp or so. But LWX sitting on that 10 CS lead, I still don't think the lane swap worked out very well in the very end. But usually, Sion, when you are on the receiving end, you shouldn't. It should be fine because you have your passive to collect the CS, and that's exactly what happened. But we don't know what happened for this to kind of. I don't know where I'm going off this. This energy drink isn't really working.
It's all good.
Help me.
I was gonna say it takes time. Don't worry. Once the games are over, you'll have all the energy in the world. It'll be 12 p.m. for you, and you'll have plenty of energy to stream. Okay.
I'm not streaming, dude.
I call a hard cap on that, but we will see now a little bit of a movement here for Ultra Prime. They were annoyed that they didn't get that first Rift Herald in that first game. It was one of the few small blemishes as we look at LWX. Maybe going for a little bit of a rocket steal if he can so go for it, but would mean he would be without it in that laning phase. I did say an ooh while you were making your point, and that was because Sordat's actually gone for Swifties. Never really see the supports go for such an aggressive thing, but I think he feels like if he can get down concussive blows onto multiple members of FPX, there's not really a lot of places they can go. Like if he can keep Care just CC down, there's a hell of a lot you can gain from that.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that you do also mention the Swifties, because we often see the Braum either going something defensive or the Lucidity boots. I personally prefer going the Swifties because it is the cheapest boot option when it comes to support, and sometimes you're just really, really poor when it comes to the early game, and considering how Sorda was kind of floating around in that early game, he was not getting his support items stacked up, so potentially could just be a bit of a cheap buy coming out of Sorda. I don't think it's going to do too much because you're not going to be roaming a lot alongside this or as the Braum, because you ideally want to be playing for this Aphelios.
Yeah, you kind of want to be in the back pocket with the Aphelios, make sure you're getting that Unbreakable, and of course the concussive blows themselves, great dishing tool. As we now come back onto the map, Ionian Boots of Lucidity here for Forge even and Ning, so they're both going to have some pretty decent cooldown reduction or ability haste on their ultimate abilities. Now we can kind of wait and see where Ning wants to go with this first Paranoia. You can see he wants to try and maybe punish this bot lane before the level 6 comes out here for Chocho. Very, very difficult though with both having their flashes available.
Ning is level 8 now, and this is exactly what I mean when Ultra Prime, you give them the ability to play standard in the early game and don't disrupt how Ning does his full clear. He just kind of gets out of control, and we're already slowly seeing that leads happen between Hacker and him. I mean, to be fair, he got MVP in the game 1, and outside of objectives, I think he had a really clear idea of how to initiate those team fights, and I think Ning, he really should start just pull the button in this bottom lane and drop the Herald here.
There's Hacker off to the side. This is a risky gank to go for. You can see that Ultra Prime do have the Infernum and Gravitum, so they would be able to set up very easily. But again, level 6, the Devour available for Chocho. I remember that was his W and not his ultimate. So, and small things like this can be the difference maker. Do they try and jump on LWX? They're gonna see they're going for a dive. There's a flash forward there and a flash away. Hacker goes a little bit too far in, and that means that he gets taken out. Does not catch anything else out. The Gravitum is good. Chocho flashes away. They've lost the Devour. And they've stopped Care from moving in as well. Ultra Prime get their kill. They get out, and they're probably going to get the Dragon as well.
Yeah, and with Hacker going down, like you said, second Dragon secured by Ning, but we saw that combo coming out of this Vi, and it was a little bit tragic to say the least, as you are trying to hard force into someone like the Braum and the Aphelios, and with all summoners available, not even burning a flash. Actually, in the very end, we had 2 flashes burned from FPX, and now the pressure of this bottom lane is really starting to feel it, but kind of just a mechanical misplay coming out of FPX.
Doggo is taking a lot of damage, and if that Zap had have hit, he definitely would have been in a lot worse trouble. So he has to flash away while trying to get a little bit greedy for that plate. We do see Harry now proxy farming on this top side, making sure there's absolutely no threat into his tower. But let's have a look at the replay.
I'm not too sure if they spotted Ning just barely out of the vision for the side of FPX, but the initial knockout from Chio misses onto Doggo, and we see it all go downhill from here as this Braum ultimate just kills Hacker, and he just can't get out in these types of situations. So it's just a very unfortunate combo, especially starting off with the flash Q missing from this buy. And we already see that FPX is slowly bleeding when they ideally want to be playing for the later stage.
And I mean, the big thing as well that I noticed is that Ning was able to spell shield ultimate. It just meant that you had no real way of kind of turning that one around. No damage, no CC, no nothing, as that Rift Herald is probably not going to get a charge off, as they've already got it down, and that is just really unfortunate there for Ultra Prime, definitely getting a little bit overzealous with going for that one. So they have got all of the neutral objectives so far. Weren't able to gain anything off of that Rift Herald. It's unfortunate, but look, you're 2,500 gold ahead. You're okay for the moment to kind of go for it, but now Hacker on this bot lane. Yeah, Doggo's dead. You can see Sword Art very happy to let that one go, and you will just be killed because you went a little bit too far forward as FPX finally get themselves onto the board 13 minutes in.
I really want to see how Hacker made his way behind that tri-bush, because we have a ward in the river which has been placed by Ultra Prime, but unfortunately Sword Art just wasn't around, placing his own wards around the river, and that is going to be a kill going over towards FPX, especially into the ADC's position, also a few plates. But with the Rift Herald dying in the mid lane, I was pretty surprised that after the kill onto Hacker, they didn't just drop a bottom.
Oh, they're looking for him. They're going to get the Devourer out. Immediately have to use the Fear to try and see if they can stop Chocho from protecting him. They flash in, the double knockup, but they get the concussive blows. And then LWX will be going down, no problem whatsoever. Double kill for Ning. And this man, 4-0 on this Nocturne, looking very strong all of a sudden.
They can also just go for this tower, they feel like, because no one is contesting them in this bottom side, but it does seem like they are just going to leave 4-0, like you said, on this Nocturne with the Stride Breaker as well. Flash is burnt from the ADC of FPX. It just isn't enough. This Nocturne, if you lock onto them, I mean, the Braum just jumps onto the Nocturne as well and just starts CCing you, and there's just no way of running out.
I mean, the finals MVP from 2018 Worlds, you can't say that Ning doesn't have a couple of moves in his back pocket. 4-0, all 4 of the kills going on to him makes it a very scary prospect. And holding up, control over these objectives is exactly what Ultra Prime wanted to do. They want to try and get this early advantage as far ahead as they possibly can. And with an Infernal Rift as well, that shouldn't be too hard to do. Even has his paranoia up in a couple of seconds.
And you already see Forge being in an isolated matchup in that bottom lane where he's just going to get this tower for free. Something that FPX tends to do is rotate 5 people towards Rift Heralds. They've already been doing it since spring, but they are continuously doing it for this summer. But you need to have effective Rift Heralds if you want to pick up that. We already saw the 2 last ones flopping, where it didn't really result into any macro play, or at least towers going down, or even plates at the very end, as it is 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
But I think from this particular play, FPX's bottom lane just didn't expect them to get instantly one-shot, as you did have the flash and summoners available onto this Jinx, but like we keep saying, this Nocturne sticking onto you with the Braum, it is impossible to escape.
I mean, that's the big combination. The Braum having the concussive blows, the constant slows, it just makes it so difficult to that once you're caught on. And even the Stride Breaker as well from Ning, that extra little bit of kind of, slowing someone down like the Jinx just does so much for you and your team. It's going to be a very difficult game for LWX to kind of make for it. He has got the most gold in the game, so he is definitely not a poor man, but it's a lot of pressure here onto LWX as you kind of see the rest of Ultra Prime kind of very much beating everybody on their opposite side.
And I feel like the problem with this ASOL pick is that the champion doesn't really do too much damage until you hit those 3 item stages, and for now, it's all eyes onto LWX and really see how potent closing the lights is from Ning. So these teamfights are going to be very straightforward for Ultra Prime to commit to, and it's going to be all up to Chio to save him.
It'll be all down to Tam Kench to really make this more. Harry already down on this bot side. Both teams have now gathered around this dragon. This would be Infernal Soul point here for Ultra Prime. They're 3,500 gold ahead, and they know they can get even further. Shirley, I should say, this is their second iteration. Shelby dropped into that mid lane, and yeah, you might get mid lane tier 1, but I mean, this is such a huge power point now for Ultra Prime. They're going to be able to get themselves that soul point, no problems whatsoever. And do they want to go for the fight afterwards? That's the question, because they've got plenty of engage available to them. Not quite able to get, back into the mid lane for the moment. Shirley will get her second charge off, meaning that mid lane turret down to about a third of its HP, and everyone backs themselves away. You can see that Ultra Prime thought about it, but with plenty of summoners and ultimates available, they didn't want to overcommit.
Although FPX was able to open up the map by getting that tier 1 in the mid lane, I think giving over soul point towards Ultra Prime, where they're just going to pressure you even more 4 minutes later on into the game. But something else I wanted to highlight, or at least ask you, is why is it Shirley instead of
don't ask me. You can ask Atlas and the LCK crew. They have named, it's Shelly and Shirley. They have named the Rift Heralds, and you know what? I haven't come up with a better name myself, so I'm just gonna use theirs. You know, look, they didn't win MSI. We got to give them something, you know? Sorry, I like to have a little jab every now and again.
Oh, okay, I see. So the first Rift Herald is called Shelly, and the second one is called Shirley.
Yes,
They're
I
sisters.
believe so. Yes, you know what? I don't know the full lore, but if that's not the lore, they are now the lore. That is the lore of the Rift Heralds. The sisters getting in to do their favorite thing in the world and head bop the turrets.
Yeah, and FPX is really lucky that they were able to get a second bop onto that tier 2 tower in the mid lane, because I think Ultra Prime, they were a little bit slow with how they wanted to play that. I think someone realistically could have rotated mid and stopped it from there, but they were committing 5 people to that because they really wanted to secure this Inferno Dragon, which, to be fair, is a great choice, because Inferno Dragon, I feel like patch 13.10, the biggest change to me is that the damage items are so overtuned.
Yes. Yes, it does feel like the damage items that you're able to get specifically onto the AD carry. You're thinking of Stormrazor and the burst you're able to get with that on a single auto attack. Add an Infernal Soul onto it, just makes it so scary to try and walk up onto this one here. But Nessie Care in a bit of a precarious position. He should be fine. He's now level 12, so plenty of points. 5 points in his queue, so he's already kind of smashing through these minion waves as best he possibly can. 2.5 minutes until the Dragon Soul spawns, but it's 30 seconds until the Baron. And now Ultra Prime thinking about where they want to try and bring the rest of this game. And again, for FPX, indecision is a decision in itself. Where do you want to see them make a move? They need to do something, because they just feel like they're just not comfortable trying to execute on these compositions.
Yeah, while you're having our Shirley talk, it's already been 2 minutes, and this Inferno Soul is spawning very, very soon. And with all the vision being planted already down by Ultra Prime, I mean, currently it's all towards that top side, as Baron is going to be spawning in 5 seconds, which realistically they can rush if they do get a pick from this Nocturne ultimate. I do want to see Ning hovering more towards the side lanes, where Care has been just by himself in this top lane the entire time. Ideally, you don't want to go for mid lane because Cho-Cho exists unless you get a sneaky pick onto this Tahm Kench, which is probably unlikely. So Ning, I think with this lead, he should start forcing some fights on the side.
He's got to go for something. He is waiting for his, I believe, Black Cleaver to be finished up before he really goes for something. But Gale Force and Stormrazor finish up for Doggo, as he has really just been farming up the Storm. And he's more so LWX has as well. LWX got himself about a 15 or so CS lead and a kill, so he's definitely not a million miles away from finishing up his Gale Force either. Gale Force Kraken means that he will be smashing through these health bars a lot quicker than people realize. And there's the Black Cleaver finished up for Ning. So, minute till Dragon spawns. Ultra Prime on Soul Point have themselves a bit of a gold lead. And now we get to see where these two teams want to prioritize. I got very confused and scared there for a second as there were Nocturnes on my mini-map and I didn't know which one was Ning.
Honestly, if I'm in the position of FPX, I would just let Ultra Prime get this Dragon Soul and rush the Baron. Do a T1 Baron at 20 minutes, because this game is slowly running. You're slowly running out of options. The IE is going to come online for LWX, but you are in such an awkward situation where you can't really force anything. But Hacker is very silent game 2, to say the least.
Yeah, interesting to see the IE being picked up here. Second for LWX means that if he does get caught and the Devourer gets used, he's not going to have many other escape tools outside of his flash. All summoners available. Xiaolahu TP'd in towards that mid lane to be here. This is soul point for Ultra Prime. You need to get this away from them, FPX. Otherwise, this game gets a hell of a lot harder. Jump themselves back into this one here, and we'll see what Forge can do. With the flash available to him and the Proto Belt, he's going to be a very scary prospect to get onto that backside. Dragon started.
We do have the vision getting cleared out by Care as well, so there's not going to be any flanks so far, but it does seem like Ultra Prime is going to commit to this Dragon Forge.
The Pop Blossom was caught out by the Decimating Smash. They're going to turn off the lights and see if they can maybe get onto this backside. There's going to be the star coming down as the skies descend. Hacker is dead. The Dragon's still doing damage, but look at Doggo. He's untouched, and the Inferno rages on the backside of this fight. Nobody will be able to survive as Doggo finally gets himself the perfect ultimate. Only Cho to get himself out there just barely, but that's Infernal Soul, that's the team fight, and probably the Baron as well.
Yep, and the game turns around at 22 minutes like the previous one as well, but I just think FPX giving every single dragon and putting themselves at a choke point at this 22-minute mark where they're forced to play for this Dragon Soul is just such a bad decision, because we see them trying so desperately, trying to force into this Braum and Nico, where being a Vi and a Sion, your life is just terrible, especially with the Gravitum and the Flamethrower. It is extremely tough, and Ning ulties onto the Jinx. The Time Pinch ultimate has to be burnt for that as well. And Hacker being extremely squishy, he just gets instantly deleted. But playing front to back, Ultra Prime executed this perfectly, and also dancing around the dragon.
I mean, yeah, just so much damage there from Doggo. Pretty much popped the Ghost offensively, not defensively. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Ning's ultimate, as he was going by, I believe blocked the Scion ultimate from getting onto Doggo as well. So little small differences that definitely kind of made it a lot harder for him to kind of make it work. But my God, so many things that have to go right for FPX for them to really have a chance. And again, Ultra Prime, straight up, are just playing better.
Yeah, and I feel like just the objective difference coming out of the two junglers, where even in the previous one, the dragons were all for Ultra Prime, and now with this Infernal Soul and obviously the Baron, they're going to start forcing a lot of these side lanes. And I don't know how FPX is going to deal with this, because you already see Sorta placing down the vision, where it's going to be extremely tough trying to fight a 5v5, but this Jinx just needs one pick and one person to overcommit. Maybe Ning accidentally presses his ultimate button and commits.
Yeah, I mean, again,
There's
for FPX, you left
four
to go.
stopwatches. Actually, never mind. I don't know.
I was going to say 4 stopwatches and a Cassante, so I don't know who you're killing. As we wait to see now, the Baron has been picked up. You still have a minute 30 on that particular objective, but you can see just bit by bit, the extra damage being put out makes it difficult. I will say you still have a Jinx and a Red Assault, so your wave clear is pretty substantial on the side of FPX, but not substantial enough for you to kind of commit to confirm yourself on this top wave. That means that the tier 2 does get taken down. The game's not over for FPX, but it does feel like every small thing that can go right for Ultra Prime has. Now Harry just tanking up the tower because he knows he's just no real threat onto him without... Yeah,
ultimate.
I mean, they have to use the Devour onto Xiaolahu, and that means that Chocho can't escape. The Infernal Moonlight Vigil just does so much off the back of it. They're going to try and get on top of the Jinx, so there's nothing they can really do off the side. Now Hacker in a hell of a lot of trouble, and he's dead as well. Flash away by Care. FPX just stepping one step too far forward, and they lose everything. They could lose the game again.
I think this is it, Rasheen. I think the game ends at 26 minutes as we have people just getting caught left, right, and center, protecting a tier 2 mid tower for this game, but it wasn't necessary. You have to play within your own base, as it's so easy for Ultra Prime to just engage onto you. But here's the biggest problem with FPX's composition. It is this ASOL. It has been so silent for this entire game, which makes sense because you need items to come online and also your ultimate to become that powerful team fighter. But if the game gets if you give the enemy team a soul at 22 minutes, then are you really playing the game slowly for this ASOL to scale alongside the Jinx?
Yeah, it won't be the game just yet, but look, this is literally just Xiaola who just walks up and goes, oh no, I'm a Scion. It's like, yeah, no, but we're really fed. So 2-3 auto attacks, and he's down to a 3rd HP.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about protecting that tier 2 tower, and we also see Chocho burning that Devour to save Xiaolahu, where to the point where this Jinx is on the side, and he just gets instantly ulted by the Nocturne. So pieces are falling apart for FPX and they're struggling to get anything done on the map.
Oh, they popped the paranoia to see if they could maybe catch out Care, but no vision means no engage, and that means they're just kind of backing everybody from FPX back into their base. But, I mean, look, for Ultra Prime, this has been an exceptional game. It does feel like an exceptional series for them, and it really does feel like you can start to have hope in this roster to maybe be a little bit of a dark horse for playoffs, someone that you maybe don't expect to make it to the top 10, but 2 back-to-back wins in terms of series is definitely a good way to start your summer split, and now no Baron, but they don't really need it for the moment. Just keep pushing in that mid lane. It's going to be difficult. Like I said, you still have the Aurelion Salt and the Jinx, but for Ultra Prime, this is an exceptional start to the season that they are definitely going to try and keep that momentum going into this game and try and end it as high up the standings they possibly can.
Yeah, really good 2 games coming out of Ultra Prime, and I guess the only hope for FPX is this Jinx. 320 CS by now. But unfortunately, if you take a look at the tab, there's still 4 stopwatches available for this next up-and-coming fight, which will be the Elder Dragon. I'm surprised that the game is going to get to this Elder Dragon, which is going to be spawning at 28 minutes, which is insane to just think about. There's an Elder at 28 minutes, and you're playing into no vision whatsoever.
I mean, that's the big thing. You have no vision, and even if you did, Nocturne can turn it off. That's the thing that's coming out of this right now, and all those stopwatches we mentioned earlier are still very, very much available here for the side of Ultra Prime. Flash and Ghost here for LWX. No flash on Care. He's the only one really missing a summoner, at least for this potential fight. Harry, of course, not having his teleport for the moment, but 3 items here onto the Aphelios with that Lord Dominic's regard, and he's going to shred through someone like Xiao Hu, who's just standing, trying to be tanky, but you can see there, he needed people to try and stick with him. Now they're going to jump onto the back line. There's going to be the immediate devour. The Pop Blossom is beautiful. The skies descend. The decimating is a smash, but it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things. It's a triple. It's a quadra for Doggo, and they are easily going to be able to take up this 2-0. Ultra Prime looking clean in a 2-0 win over FPX.
Yep, they end the game with a clean ace, just getting rid of the entire enemy base, and of course a clean 2-0 to end off the night. But amazing Nico ultimate to seal the deal from Forge, and of course that quadra kill going over towards Doggo. It could have been a penta, but sneaky little Forge stole it away.
And what a great, great way for Ultra Prime. You can see how happy that's making them. As again, we wanted to see improvement. This is a team that very few people know anything about. Very, fringe, I suppose, League of Legends esports aficionados like myself might know about Doggo and stuff like that, but outside of that, there's not really a huge amount there. Bringing Sword Art in the off-season, having themselves a 2-0 start now is fantastic for this roster, and they're going to be going into their week 2 up against WE on Tuesday with a lot of confidence.
Yep, and Ning, he has proven me wrong, because at the very start of summer, he was having such a shaky performance in that early game, but when he is given the circumstances and when he is given a support that is willing to play alongside him, then he is a superstar carry when given champions like this Nocturne. But I think someone that we don't praise enough is Forge, and him playing the Gragas in game 1, just completely diffusing the Annie's engage from Care, and of course in this game 2, having such an amazing ultimate to end the game off. I think this is his meta.
Honestly, it feels like it, and it feels like this Ultra Prime team is just well drilled. I gotta be totally honest. They're well drilled, they're well executing, they're able to kind of bring themselves much more cohesively together. And I'm a little bit excited for this team. Again, I'm not saying that they're going to win the split, but I am excited to see what they can do, because, again, the LPL is such a gauntlet, but now the gauntlet's turned into a sprint as well. All you have to do to have that, international appearance still be on your radar is make playoffs. Make playoffs, and it's still possible. That's where Ultra Prime are looking for right now, and a 2-0 start, a dream for this team, for them to really kind of put their mark down and try and see how far they can go.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying the addition of Sword Art to this Ultra Prime roster. I feel like something's definitely clicked between the AD carry and the jungler of this team, where they do seem a lot more cohesive and they are playing around those objectives this early on in the game. And we don't see a lot of hesitancy coming out of these players, which is a huge problem that they had to overcome from Spring. And you still see those weaknesses out of these lower tier teams, like the receiving end of FPX tonight. So it really does just take one person to change the entire atmosphere of the team, and I think Sora is a perfect fit for this roster.
I mean, Sword Art, you got Ning in there, plenty of names that have been around for a while. Even Forge, to be totally honest, has been around a hell of a long time. And this is a team that I don't know where to put them. They are kind of an anomaly at the moment. They are someone who I am very unsure as to how they rank and how they kind of bring themselves forward. Great to see them bringing in the 2-0. They, of course, will have the weekend off to get themselves, maybe a bit of a celebration, go for some hot pot or something like that tonight, then get themselves ready for the next series, which is going to be against Team WE, who had another very, very good game. Actually, I believe it was Hong bringing out the Rumble and, of course, the Nautilus jungle today. So, going to be a little bit more fringe picks in that one. But yeah, I mean, look, you can kind of see it in the damage graphs. You can kind of see it in the way the gold went. They just dominated FPX. There was no two ways about it.
It's really sad to highlight that Chocho on the Tom Kench doubled Hacker's damage on Vi, and that kind of explains the entire situation of the game. I don't really blame LWX to this point where his damage was also extremely low, because you can't really do anything as a Jinx other than allow the enemy team engage onto you. But by that point, your entire front line is caught. We saw that Xiaolahu kept getting caught in the mid lane, protecting that tier 2 tower, protecting nothing when contesting this Elder Dragon vision, to the point where this Jinx, amazing CS, but just not enough for him to pop off.
I mean, yeah, look, I feel for LWX in this particular game, because Chocho he had to pop the Devour so early. If the Nocturne gets on top of him, or the Pop Blossom, or the Glacial Fissure, or the Gasante, there's just too many threats, and you only have one Devour for a certain amount of time. So for me, it just feels like this was just an unfortunate thing with the amount of bans that came in. That's why I was so surprised when we saw the Aurelion Sol being picked over something like a Thresh or a Nautilus or any kind of or a Lulu to try and protect this Jinx, because it just feels like with the amount of composition that was being thrown at them, you knew the Nico was there, you knew the Nocturne was in, you just needed to try and figure out where you wanted to try and finish it off. So we'll wait to see now how FPX kind of come back onto this one here. Not all doom and gloom for them. They are 1-1 in terms of their current scoreline. But look, the way the schedule is right now, it is kind of like the big teams are ready to kind of fight the big teams. The little teams are kind of fighting the little things. But we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's standing by with our winners interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Doggo from UP with us. Congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and now you guys are on a winning streak. And also for today's game, you guys really shown us a very solid game content. So compared to the performance maybe in spring, which part do you think the whole team just do better this summer? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮的2-0赢下比赛，然后现在你们也是来到了一个连胜的阶段，同时今天整个打的也是非常干净利落，所以说可能和春天的表现相比，你觉得现在队伍哪些方面有比较多的一些进步和提升呢？
我觉得对于我们春季赛到现在的话，可能就是磨合的够久了吧，因为我比较会知道打野想干嘛，然后我们就会尽力的去配合，然后完整的表现我们的比赛。
So maybe from spring until now, we just play for a very long time and all together, and now we can have a better synergy on the Rift, and also sometimes I can know what our jungler player Ning is thinking, and so we can have a better chemistry, better synergy, so we can play less like a whole team, so we can just do better on stage. And definitely, I totally agree with you. Talk a little bit more about today's game 1. I want to touch a bit on the second Rift Herald team fight, because around there, Ning was able to just stole that Rift Herald, and you guys won the team fight, ace the opponent. Basically, it feels like UP, you guys got everything. So what happened there? 那其实说到第一局的话，想问一下关于第2波的一个先锋团，当时宁王是抢到了先锋，然后你们赢下了团战，然后一直追到中路是团灭了对方，然后想问一下当时是什么样的一个情况？
其实好像就是知道我们后期会赢嘛，然后每一波团我们都其实也有点想接，因为我们前面的优势挺大的，然后先锋那波团他们就玩得特别好玩，然后我就跟着输出，他们就杀完了。
So based on our draft, we feels like we can win all the late game team fights, but because we were able to get a huge lead from the early game, so we would like to just try to have the engage on every single fights. And around the Rift Herald, because my teammates, they just performed so good, so I just help them to deal a bunch of damage, and after that we can easily get a win. And also in game 2, definitely a very clean victory from you guys, but from the beginning, FPX, your opponents, they have this lane swap. and after that, Sword Art just crossed the whole rift to help the top lane. So did you guys expect the opponent's lane swap, and how did you guys were able to minimize the impact of the opponent's lane swap from the beginning? 那其实第二局你们也是比较的顺利嘛，但其实前期 FPX 他们是有一波换线的，然后当时也看到蛇蛇是横穿峡谷，然后去帮助上路，所以说当时你们有预想到他们的换线吗？又怎么样去尽可能的去减少换线对你们的影响？
换线好像是在去年夏季赛还有今年春季赛好像都有尝试过吧。然后最近的话，其实我们在训练赛比较多遇到的就是像 NSI 那样的直接4包2下路，其实没有预想到会有这种事情发生。然后蛇蛇他就说他是就老选手嘛，然后很知道换线，所以他知道他自己要干嘛，然后把我们指挥的好好的。
We feels like from the last summer until this spring, we have faced a couple of times about this lane swap, so we're kind of used to it. But to be honest, recently in scrims, we are more thinking about like maybe the opponent's team, they may have the 4v2 bot lane tower dive to target on the bot lane. So somehow we didn't expect that kind of lane swap. But Sword Art is definitely the very experienced player. He's a veteran, so he's kind of very used to this lane swap. He just told us he knows how to deal with that situations, and definitely a very clean victory for that game too as well. And as you have mentioned, Sword Art is a veteran, he's very experienced, and also in this meta, the bowling is very important. So my very last question is, how would you evaluate the synergy together with Sword Art as a bot laner? 那其实就刚才如你所说嘛，蛇蛇也是非常有经验老道的一个选手，而且在这个版本其实下路也很重要，所以说你可能觉得现在和蛇蛇的配合是怎么样的呢？
对线通常都是我想的比较多吧，就是我想干嘛，然后跟他说，然后他其实也比较会制止我那些比较冲动的举动，然后就会玩得比较好。
I think in the laning phase, I'm the one like talking a little bit more because I always have so many ideas. But Sword Art will stop some my crazy ideas or the too aggressive ones. So after that, we can have a good synergy as a bot lane. And definitely thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，加油 ！And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And it was good to kind of get good insights from the players. One of the few times we actually get to talk to them and get to see a little bit of their personality and what goes through their minds as they come out of a victory like that. But again, you know, good to see that the positivity is there. They're feeling good about this one here. And again, you know, I always say this, but it's the realism of knowing, look, there's more games to come. We have things to improve on. We got to make sure we're coming in as strong as we possibly can.
Yeah, and by more games to come, Ning has had 2 significant performances for tonight, and he does grab MVP for this game too as well. And it all started with this Nocturne just getting that first blood onto Xiaolahu at level, I believe, 4, and that all snowballed into such a huge lead, and he was 4-0 at one point. I'm not too sure when he died, but just having that Shrine Baker so early on in the game and pairing alongside Sorta in those team fights, the carries of FPX couldn't play the game.
Yeah, it was a bit of a jungle gap this game and this series, to be perfectly honest. Hacker never really got himself going onto it. And again, it came from this little dive on the bot side. Yes, Doggo does lose, or does die, but it kind of starts the snowball a little bit. FPX went for something a little bit different, a little bit off the cuff, but definitely wasn't the best way to put it. And again, this was just Hacker, unfortunately, misses the flash Q, goes in with the ultimate, doesn't get that because of the spell shield. And then the whirling death that is Nocturne coming in on that bot side just made it so difficult. And again, the Braum was a perfect answer into the Tahm Kench. It felt like the Braum just did everything to kind of nullify what this Tahm Kench can do to protect the Jinx.
Yeah, but Jinx and Tahm Kench was a duo that we consistently saw in the spring, but when you do have people that are so far ahead in this game, especially getting that Dragon Soul at 22 minutes, it is just a game that you're... I mean, I know what direction FPX was trying to take. They have a Jinx, they have an Asol, they have a Sion, they want to look for those 5v5s and wait until this Jinx gets to that 3 item mark where we did get to. But by that point, you have the Elder Dragon spawning very soon. You have the Baron spawning very soon. No vision, and we've also talked about how you have lights out from the Nocturne. It is so incredibly hard given this game state. So I think FPX, their biggest problem is to just stabilize the early game, and they can't give away every single objective that early on. They need to let Care play something that can make up for that early game aggression.
I mean, that's the thing. Look, we always talk about, oh, the scaling's insane, this and that, you know, how insane is this team fight late game? You got to get there. 25 minutes ain't the late game. I don't care what anyone says, unless you're hyper-fed and the late game doesn't matter. Yeah. I mean, look, it is what it is. So, and that's the difference. I think a lot of the time we're looking at FPX throughout this entire series and kind of realizing they were just not really able to make those early game plays. They were getting out rotated, they were getting out team fought, and they just weren't committing to try and be able to kind of take these 4v4s or even skirmishes around the Rift Herald. We even saw it in game 1. They got the Rift Herald, but then couldn't pick it up, so it then meant nothing. And you know, it's little things like that that can kind of stack against you and really just not give you those advantages that you kind of work so hard for. And it just feel like you're a little bit on autopilot. But I mean, look, for FPX, you've got yourself a little bit of time off now. They'll be playing, I believe, next Thursday against RA. RA, a similar team to themselves, where they're just trying to find themselves, figure out where they're going to be standing after a week or two or so of play. So another good opportunity for FPX to kind of, against a similar caliber team, to figure out how they want to play these games the rest of the season.
And a common trend that I keep spotting with FPX is that they are still prioritizing this Rift Herald so much more over the Dragons. We have 5 people constantly rotating, even moving LWX up to secure that Rift Herald. But throughout these 2 games, yes, game 1, they didn't even pick it up, and then the second Rift Herald fight caused absolute chaos with a 5-0 trade. But in game 2, they didn't even get the plates. They only got mid-tier 1 tower, a tiny bit of macro decision coming out of them. But I don't think it's an effective way of using this Rift Herald when you're giving over 2 or 3 dragons over to the enemy team when you can fight for it in the early game.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think for FPX, they're just putting so much emphasis on the top side when the meta is bot lane. The meta is about getting your AD carries ahead. It's about getting these Aphelios, Jinxes, Ceres, whichever one you want of Xayahs, into a point where they have 2 items. And a lot of the time, you know, you have the tempo lead when you're the team that has stacked the dragons, that has, even if you're behind, even if you get those first dragon or 2, even just 1 dragon right at the early stages, and then you fall behind, you have that first dragon. It means you gain an extra 5 minutes on the timer. You don't get to kind of, you know, force that as the enemy team. And that's the biggest difference that we're noticing here in terms of the meta, is that the dragons and the stacking around that bot lane is becoming so much more important. But we'll see how they're able to kind of go on. Again, great win there for Ultra Prime. Great to see them kind of coming forward with this. And then I'm just excited to see what this roster can do. Their next game is, I believe, Team WE. Then they're going up against BLG. So it kind of like it gets harder for one game, but then it's TT, then it's NIP. Again, a lot of teams around that similar vibe of where they could be between 8th and 17th. So we'll see. I'm not quite sure where to rank them, but if they could pick up a couple of early wins, if they go after that and they're say hypothetically 5-1, that's a solid team right there.
Yeah, most definitely. Starting off week 1 with a very strong 2-0. But of course, every single game matters, as we have championship points for this summer split. And, you know, even if you don't get, I'm not going to make conclusions right now, but with the previous performance of Ultra Prime and my impression of them right now, even if you can't make the playoffs or so something like that, you can deny someone else from making the playoffs with those championship points. So
drag at their ankles, just bring them down.
But I'm really
Where do you
excited
think
to see
you're going, buddy?
I'm really excited to see how Ultra Prime is going to perform with this summer, and I think just Sora and Ning bringing that veterancy onto the roster is really helping them for this second half of the year.
Yeah, and look, I'm excited to see. Today was a little bit of kind of a bottom half of the table, especially if you look at spring standings, kind of showcase, if you will. And we got a couple of different answers. I think WE looked exceptionally good. LGD and TT was probably a lot closer than a lot of people thought it was going to be. I think TT are definitely in a little bit of a no man's land. I believe they just missed out on playoff, or did they make playoffs in spring? I can't remember exactly where they finished off. I think they might have just, they were 9-7. They were actually right at the top of or in terms of the 8th place. So TT definitely having a little bit of an issue there, as you can see the results. But WE looking strong, TT struggling to get past LGD with their newly formed AD carry roster, and of course Ultra Prime smashing FPX down and getting themselves up to a 2-0. I mean, it's very, very early days, but we're already starting to see some trends with different teams, and you don't want to be losing too many games too early.
Well, it was LGD versus TT in the final game where they brought out the ASOL, and that one was a very significant ASOL in that series. However, of course, FPX does go out with a fat egg, but it's okay because I still think it's very early in the split, as we see moments of greatness, only moments from LWX, as I still think he still got it in him. I am very confident to say that once he's given something that can play aggressively and he can self-engage like the Zeri or the Aphelios, you really see this bottom lane shine. But when you're given something like the Jinx and you depend on your own team, it really does restrict him at the very end.
Absolutely. Look, he's still got that dog in him. He's still got a world championship as well, and nobody can take that off him. So, but we can have a look at the standings. Of course, very, very early days, but every single team has been able to play. And that's the big thing right now. We are starting to see WE join in the fray. Everyone has played at least one best of 5, but Ultra Prime getting themselves nice and dusted off right at the top of the standings. Stop the count, get to the double elimination. Let's see how they're able to do. But look, it's a bit of a long way before we can start saying that. But look, 2 wins off the board, 1 week in. You're very happy there if you're Ultra Prime.
Sheesh! But when will you ever get top esports? JDG, OMG sitting at the bottom of the tier list, but obviously this is a very beautiful sign to see for Ultra Prime sitting comfortably in that first position. But I think we were talking about tomorrow's games, and tomorrow's games are very exciting to watch as we have a lot of bangers serving up to us, which is going to be between RNG and LNG. We have IG versus NIP. And I believe for that last one, Top Esports versus EDG. Which one are you most excited about? Because there are so many players that I'm looking out for specifically in that top lane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I'll be biased. I'm a Gala fan. I love Gala. I'm always going to be trying to see how he does against RNG, his old club. But then for Top Esports versus EDG, again, Top Esports very, very disappointing on the spring season. So they need to start kind of racking up wins. And EDG very upset to not make that top 2 in spring as well. So very curious to see how that goes. Again, like I said, the way the schedule's worked out now, it does seem to be kind of like the bottom half of teams are going against each other early and the top half teams are going against each other early. So we're getting some nice bangers nice and early into the season. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Kitty, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you for all of you beautiful people for watching us. And thank you, of course, to our back-end production. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back at the same earlier time tomorrow. And we got ourselves some more banger games. We'll see you soon.